The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network is proud to present baseball from Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. The York College Spartans in town for Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Lynchburg Hornets. It's Game 1 of the day, a double-dip day here this Sunday in early March. Hello, baseball fans. My name is Kyle Haney. The national anthem has concluded. Nick Matfield is on the mound getting warm-up tosses for the Lynchburg Hornets, and we are just seconds away from the first pitch here on Fox Field. It was a win yesterday for York College. They beat Lynchburg 11-5. This is a Lynchburg team that only lost once on Fox last year, so call it a pretty big upset for York to come down in their first game of the season, no less, and hand Lynchburg their first home loss. Lynchburg now 4-3 on the 2024 season. York is 1-0. We get to do it all over again today, not once but twice. We're going to see some great baseball again, we think. It's a York team that we knew had a lot of talent coming in. 20-20 last season for York, but they returned the bulk of the offense. They returned some great arms, both starting and out of the bullpen. And all that translated to a pretty good win for the Spartans yesterday. They bang out 17 hits. Lynchburg got 7 hits, also walked 6 times and took 2 hit by pitch. Lynchburg got a home run from Sean Pokerock. It wasn't all bad for the Hornets, but they just didn't quite play well enough to beat a York team that was game and ready to spring the upset. We'll see how Lynchburg can respond today. It will be with this man, Nick Matfield, on the mound. The senior is back. This will be start number 3 of the season for Nick Matfield. The battery mate will be Riley O'Donovan. Continuing around the infield, it'll be Eric Hyatt at first base, Ben Jones second, Brandon Garcia at short. Gavin Collins is playing third. Slightly different configuration in the outfield. Today it'll be Logan Webster in left, O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth in center, and Quinn Madden in right field for the Hornets. They are wearing the red today with the white pants. And we've got York in the batter's box. Same leadoff man as yesterday, although their lineup is slightly different for York. And you expect that in a 3-game series. You expect that probably on a doubleheader day. Strike one gets across for the righty Nick Matfield. It's Lucas Pendergast leading off and playing second. Gabe Trevina will DH and hit second. Robbie Elzinga playing center field. Hitting in the third spot, cleaning up is Andrew Santarpia, the junior, playing first base. Michael Teneni hitting fifth, playing third. Connor Pickle is in right, batting sixth. Chris Bettler playing left field, hitting seventh. The catcher today in Game 1 for York will be Matthew Wade. Luke Mosier, the shortstop, rounding out the lineup. Speaking of shortstops, here's a great one and a great play from Brandon Garcia to move to the backhand side and make the throw across for out number 1. And just like that, we are underway. Good hustle by Riley O'Donovan to get down the line and back it up. Brandon Garcia made several nice plays going to the backhand side yesterday. And such quality from Brandon Garcia. He's going to make great plays on balls right at him, on balls up the middle, the forehand side, and then also things in the hole there on the backhand. Brandon Garcia's got it all covered over there on the left side. Breaking ball for a strike for Nick Matfield. Threw 66 pitches in his last appearance. Matfield did pitch against York last year, but missed most of the rest of the season with injury. That series against York was really one of the last times, I think, that we saw Nick Matfield. But he is back and healthy, pitching with a 1-1 count here to Gabe Trevina. Trevina out front on another off-speed pitch. And that's the mini scouting report on Nick Matfield. He will change speeds quite frequently. He will change arm angles frequently. Kind of one of those guys that never gives you the same pitch twice in a row, really. Nice wide target there from Riley O'Donovan. Matfield hit the spot, and that's off the plate for ball 2. But, yeah, Matfield's a guy you're never really going to get the same thing back-to-back times with him. Always keeps you guessing. And not only the arm angles and the speeds, but Matfield really good at changing locations as well. That was a big part of his success a couple years ago, 2022. Matfield was a first-team All-ODAC performer. He was the Conference Rookie of the Year that season, 9-1 in 14 starts a couple years ago. And Matfield is just that good. That one missed just barely, and that is a walk to Gabe Trevina, first base runner of the game. For York, left-handed senior center fielder Robbie Elzinga steps in. But yeah, back to Matfield. He was 2-1 last year in 5 starts, 18-plus innings. The K-to-walk ratio was really good last year. I mean, when Matfield was healthy and at his best, he was still pitching with the vintage stuff. 22 strikeouts to just 8 walks last year. That number so far this year, coming into the game, was just 4 Ks and 2 walks. So now change that with a free pass issued here in this one. Fastball upstairs. First pitch just barely missed. That fastball was up the ladder for ball 2. Matfield started the first 2 hitters with strikes, so I don't think any cause for concern yet here for the senior righty, Nick Matfield. There's a good sinking 2-seam fastball that will come across for a strike. Nick Matfield's last appearance was last weekend in that doubleheader, game 1 of a split doubleheader. It was against Marietta. Through 4 innings, 2 earned runs on 5 hits, did strike out 3. Current earned run average this season for Matfield is 4.91. 2-1 count here. Robbie Elzinga banged out 2 doubles yesterday in a 2-for-5 day for the senior. Some interesting statistical notes from yesterday that we will get to as the afternoon goes on. First 4 hitters for York were 4 for 21. The next 4, that's batting order 5 through 8 for York, they were 12 for 18. So not the top of the order doing the bulk of the damage for the Spartans yesterday. It was actually the middle and the bottom of the order. 5 through 8 combining to be 12 for 18. Runner goes, doesn't matter because that's ball 4. Back-to-back free passes issued for Nick Matfield. York won the game yesterday, 11-5. 2 runs in the first for York. Lynchburg came out and put up a 4 spot in the bottom of the 5th inning. So Lynchburg, at that point, actually had a 5-2 lead. It felt pretty comfortable, and then York came storming back. 3-run 6th inning and a 3-run 7th inning for York. They added on 2 additional insurance runs in the top of the 9th. And that was all she wrote for Lynchburg, really. Hornets went 3 up, 3 down in their half of the 9th inning. But the great thing about baseball is there's always another game. Breaking ball in the dirt. Nice slide and stop from Riley O'Donovan. Got up and pumped the throw that sent Gabe Trevina scrambling back to second base. 1-1's count for Andrew Santarpia. Andrew Santarpia was 1 for 4 yesterday. Did also draw a walk. Hitting in the same spot in the order. Spin pickoff attempt. Second baseman Ben Jones covering. Slaps on the tag, but it's too late. Good awareness there by Gabe Trevina to hustle back. Didn't see too much of the running game from York yesterday. Lynchburg did steal a couple bases. They were both from the speedster O'Kelly McWilliams IV. There was a few other stolen bases in there as well. Let me amend that as I scan the box score. And you can do the same by visiting lynchburgsports.com. All the info is there. And it's a great way to follow along. I always mention that. The modern baseball fan has so many resources to enjoy the game. 2-1 count with 1 out. Ball fouled back. You can hear that hit the pole with our crowd mic. We've got a decent little crowd today at Fox Field for the doubleheader. Crowd yesterday was good. We've got overcast skies right now. Temperatures very agreeable outside. Just at 60 degrees, I think, for first pitch. Field has drained a lot more. Much better playing surface today than it was 24 hours ago. Breaking ball. Got Santarpia out front. Still got enough of it to send Logan Webster back, but he'll make a pretty comfortable grab for the second out of the inning. Runners have to hold, so there's 2 on with 2 outs for Michael Teneni. It is the third baseman, a junior. He was hitting in this 5th spot yesterday, and he's a big reason for that stat that I gave you. 12 for 18 from batters 5 through 8 in the order yesterday for York. Michael Teneni was 3 for 4 with a double, a walk, and a triple. A double, a triple, and a hit by pitch. Excuse me. It was not a walk, but did reach once on a quote-unquote freebie. Looked like Matfield missed a spot. It's a strike anyway. He's actually started 4 of the first 5 batters with strikes. So despite 2 walks for Nick Matfield, to me, I think he's actually showing pretty good command. Another wide target from Riley O'Donovan, then he slides back a little closer. That was a slider that missed. And the count is even at 1-1. Just check the stolen bases. It actually was just O'Kelly McWilliams with 2 yesterday. Should have trusted myself again there. Just 2 stolen bases yesterday for McWilliams and for Lynchburg. Bouncing ball, Brandon Garcia fields, shuffle and throw. And that will be the top half of the first inning. No runs, no hits, no Lynchburg errors, and our score is still 0-0 as we get to see the Lynchburg offense for the first time coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
There's the starter for York College. It'll be number 34, Brandon Purdy. Brandon Purdy was a very reliable arm for York last year. Made 11 starts. He was 4-3 with a 4.18 earned run average. Did have 1 complete game last year as well. Struck out 46, walked just 23. Batters hitting .256 off the tall right-hander, Brandon Purdy. He is a junior. Brandon Garcia is the sophomore leadoff man for Lynchburg in the batter's box right now, hitting with an 0-1 count to start Lynchburg's half of the first. Kyle Haney taking the solo flight here in Game 1. Evan Gates will be along for Game 2. We'll let him do the play-by-play, and I'll just chime in every now and then with hopefully a timely observation or 3. Brandon Garcia swings on this ball, lifts it to the left side. Long run for the shortstop and the left fielder, and it ends up being Chris Bettler sliding in to make a feet-first grab for out number 1. O'Kelly McWilliams IV. This is a guy that in his short time on campus has made a lot of fans, both with his personality and with his talent on the baseball field. He is a speedster. 11 stolen bases now on the season for McWilliams. And he's more than that, but that is definitely a very big part of his offensive arsenal. He has speed. He will drop down the base hit bunts. He will make life very difficult on the infielders. This time he'll lift the ball into right field. That will drop in front of the right fielder. And O'Kelly McWilliams is on with the first hit of the ball game for Lynchburg. McWilliams was on 3 times yesterday. That was a walk and 2 hit batters. So good job for O'Kelly McWilliams IV to get his first hit in the series. And here's Ben Jones. Benny Bombs had 2 hits yesterday. It was a single and a long triple that hit the base of the wall. Ben Jones also got out on a deep fly ball once yesterday. That was in his final at bat. Just did not quite get enough of it to get it over the right field fence here at Fox. But Ben Jones, always close, always dangerous, Always explosive, hence the nickname. Ben Jones hitting with an 0-1 count. It's interesting sometimes hitting with a speedster because you ideally want to give them a few pitches to steal a base or two, but you can't wait all day in the batter's box and let good pitches go by. So there's definitely a balance there. And I think one that anybody that's going to be hitting with O'Kelly McWilliams on base will have to think about a little bit. And certainly it's been talked about with the coaching staff as well. A couple throws over from Purdy. McWilliams not going this time. Ben Jones hard to left center, and it's a leaping grab from Chris Bettler. Bettler's already made 2 nice catches in the outfield to take hits away. And now there's 2 outs for Lynchburg offensively. How about that for the left fielder, Bettler? You could see the dirt and the mud still on the pants leg there from the sliding grab earlier to get Brandon Garcia. And this one is a leaping grab on a line drive from Ben Jones. That's the great thing about our game. And as a left fielder, you might go all game and never touch the baseball. And then in some games you get 2 big plays in the first inning like that have an impact. Breaking ball down to Eric Hyatt for ball 1. McWilliams still not on the run just yet. Looking back at the box scores from this series last year, Lynchburg did not steal a base against York College last year in 3 games. So the Spartans clearly have a commitment to holding runners. Good catching staff that can throw helps with that as well. It was 3 wins last year for Lynchburg against York. 5-1, 8-3, 9-4. Before yesterday, York's last win against Lynchburg was 2013. 2013. So this has been a one-sided series that York and Lynchburg have had going for the better part of the last decade. All of the games taking place in the Hill City. York, one of those teams from Pennsylvania that likes to make a southern swing early in the year, take advantage of some slightly better weather. And York took advantage of the conditions yesterday for an 11-5 victory. Purdy throws over on McWilliams again. 1-2 count. Good running count right here. I would be surprised if McWilliams did not take off. He does. Breaking ball. Hyatt is all over that, lasering it into center field. McWilliams never broke stride. He'll cruise into third base. And Lynchburg has runners at the corners with 2 outs. Eric Hyatt with a very good piece of 2-strike hitting. Second hit of the inning for Lynchburg. Hyatt was 0 for 1 yesterday. How about that great replay there from the LHSN team? Our guy Brian Flowers, a speedster himself out there, working the cameras. Two outs with runners at the corners. Bryce Demery, who singled in his first at bat yesterday and then was held hitless for the rest of the day. 1 for 5. He'll watch this fastball come in upstairs. O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. At 3rd, Eric Hyatt at 1st. York will have 6, 7, 8 due up in the top of the 2nd. Demery got under that. Should be an easy play in center field for Elzinga. Tracking it and hauling it in, and that is how the inning will end. Lynchburg 2 hits. They leave 2 stranded, and we're still scoreless after 1 complete at Fox Field.
Living the dream. USA, Mexico. That was so exciting.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got 1 professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
Baseball underway at Fox Field. One complete in the book. 0-0 ball game in game one of a doubleheader. Love these doubleheader days. They end up being a really long day, but you get to see so much great stuff. And the fans seem to be enjoying themselves already. York has traveled well. Saw a lot of York fans yesterday. I would assume they've stuck around for the second day here in the Hill City. Right fielder, senior Connor Pickle leads it off. 3 for 5 yesterday. Back to the stat. 5 through 8 in the batting order for York. They all had 3 hits. Teneni was 3 for 4. This man Pickle 3 for 5. Chris Bettler 3 for 4. And DeWeese, the catcher yesterday, 3 for 5. And that was, you got to say, a big reason why York banged out 11 runs. That production from 5 through 8, very impressive. Connor Pickle lifting one to right. Ball is drifting foul. Long run from Lynchburg's right fielder, Quinn Madden. But it was out of play. Madden will scoop his hat back up and return to his position out there in right field. It's a 1-1 count on Connor Pickle. So Connor Pickle's season is off to a wonderful start. Last year, Connor Pickle hit just 196. Did have a home run in there, a couple doubles. But it was not the year Connor Pickle wanted last season, and now he seems to be making up for lost time. Breaking ball from Nick Matfield for a strike. 1-2 count, nobody out. See what Matfield goes with here. Pumps and fires. It was another off-speed pitch. Bender in the dirt. Riley O'Donovan swallowed that up, but it is a ball. Matfield, another guy for Lynchburg that just works out of the stretch, the set position, if you will. Same thing you would go with runners on base. He and so many of the other Lynchburg pitchers use that with nobody on base. Connor Pickle. The good season continues as he smokes one into the right field. First hit of the ball game for the York College Spartans. They got 2 base runners in the first via the walk, but now a base hit. Junior left fielder Chris Bettler hitting now with nobody out and a runner on first. Bettler was 3 for 4 yesterday, 3 singles. One was a strange little bunt single. Ooh, that ball nearly hit Bettler. One was a strange little bunt single where it was a ball he showed bunt on. It was a 2-seam fastball in on his hands that he kind of just out of self-defense got the bat on. Dominic Rollins for Lynchburg came in, but slipped trying to make the catch and was unable to pick it up in time to throw Bettler out at first. But statistically, a very, very good day for this man, Chris Bettler. He's already made 2 good catches in left field. Swing and miss on the 1-1 pitch. And now it's a 1-2 count for Nick Matfield. Infield is double play depth. Gavin Collins a little bit deeper than a normal double play set up there at third base. Here's the pitch from Matfield. Check swing on a breaking ball that was off the plate. It's a 2-2 count. Matfield really using the breaking stuff. I'd say he's probably 50-50 fastball, breaking ball right now. 2-2 pitch, nobody out. Runner stays. Bouncing ball left side. Nice pick by Gavin Collins. 1 place to go. That's across the diamond to first, and that will be the first out of the inning. Great hands over there by Gavin Collins. Footwork, too, is you got to use your feet to set up this play. Yeah, there's Collins on the run, and then the throw on the run, which he is so good at. I said last year he's really one of the few guys that's probably more accurate throwing on the run than he is from the traditional step and throw or traditional shuffle and throw. He can do that as well, but on the move, Gavin Collins, it's almost a Patrick Mahomes vibe where he throws on the run. Okay, maybe that might be a little bold. I think Patrick Mahomes is probably still better when he sets up in the pocket, so it's probably not even a great comparison. But it was the closest thing that came to mind. I mean, the baseball comparison, all those third basemen in the big league can make that run on the throw. You don't get, or that run and throw play, you don't get to that level without being to throw on the move. I suppose there's still some that are more elite than others at it. 0-2 count as Nick Matfield is getting ahead of these hitters. Strike one to 6 of 8 batters so far through the lineup. This is freshman catcher Matthew Wade. Breaking ball off the plate again. Looked like he got the glove approval from Riley O'Donovan, so that was where Lynchburg wanted it. 1-2 count with 1 out. Connor Pickle leading off at second base. Matthew Wade is a freshman. He did not play yesterday, so no book on this guy. No data whatsoever here in his first collegiate at bat. Laid off more of a 12-6 curveball, more of a downward breaking action on that one for Nick Matfield. He's got the slider and the curveball. 2-2 count with 1 out. Lynchburg defense straight away. O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth, the center fielder. Really, he is straight away now in a perfect line with the pitcher's mound and second base. Two-seam fastball inside that had movement that Matthew Wade could not get the bat on. Strikeout number 1 of the game for Nick Matfield. It's out number 2 of the inning for Lynchburg. Luke Mosier's the junior shortstop for York. He was 1 for 5 yesterday, hitting in this same 9-hole. So definitely, I think, going to double check it. I think it's 7 of 9 lineup spots are the same for York. So their lineup, again, not exactly the same, but very similar for the Spartans. And Lynchburg is as well. Good spot there from Nick Matfield. 1-1 count. That's a great plan of attack. What Matfield's going on right now, it's those soft breaking balls away and down, and then he's coming back on the inner third of the plate with the good hard fastball. That was more of a front door slider cutter concept. Started that one at Mosier's hip, and it ends up over the plate. 1-2 count. Looks like Matfield's finding a groove here. See if he can make a big pitch to leave a runner stranded in scoring position. That runner is Connor Pickle. Matfield set, looks in, checks the runner. Now slow head turn back to the target. Swing and a miss. He got him. Another nice stop from Riley O'Donovan. Throws down to first, and that's how the inning will end. 1 hit for York, but they leave 1 stranded, and the Spartans are still scoreless through their half of the second inning at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Look what you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Bottom 2 at Fox. We're right back in it with the first pitch of Lynchburg's half of the second inning from Brandon Purdy. That is ball 1 to Gavin Collins. The senior was 1 for 4 yesterday. It's a double from Gavin Collins. Thought he put some good swings on balls in his previous at-bats, but that double came in Gavin Collins' third plate appearance. Did strike out twice. He's hitting 143 on the season so far. It's a season that Lynchburg is 8 games in. This is game 8 of 40, game 2 for York. 3-0 count for Gavin Collins. Riley O'Donovan, the catcher, due up next. Quinn Madden in right field will be in the 8 hole. There's a fastball right down Main Street that Collins elected not to swing at. We've got a 3-1 count. 0-0 ball game. Lynchburg got 2 hits in the first but left 2 stranded. Collins went all in on a high heater. Couldn't stay on top of it, and now the count is full. But Collins was a guy, Riley O'Donovan comes to mind yesterday as well, Logan Webster, all guys that I thought put good swings on balls, even had some high exit velocity contact, hit some balls hard, but unfortunately they were for outs. Ben Jones, we've already discussed, had a long, deep fly ball that any other day I think you feel really good about, but when you're down in a ball game, it's just not good enough. Collins has fouled off a couple. Nice long at bat developing here. As the Collins has fouled off so many balls, the umpire had to get more baseballs. Here we go, full count. Try coming up again. Purdy from the windup snapped off a breaking ball that had good action, but Collins laid off, and it's a walk. It's Lynchburg's first walk of the game. They drew 6 of those yesterday, and that is over the season average. Lynchburg coming into yesterday was walking at 5.33 times per game. Last year they led the nation in walks with 302, and that equated to 5.39 per game. So basically the same percentage as last year, a couple games in anyway, 7 games in now. And this is game 8. Lynchburg 4-3, York 1-0. O'Donovan looks at strike 1 from Purdy. O'Donovan will smoke one down the right field line. That is down. That is going to be extra bases in the deep right corner. Gavin Collins has got the stop sign at third. He will hold up there. It is a stand-up double for Riley O'Donovan. And Lynchburg's got 2 in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the second. Lynchburg looking to strike and sting early.
Right fielder, number 16, Quinn Madden.
Hit number 3 for Lynchburg. Quinn Madden is the right fielder. Subbed into the game yesterday. He had 1 at bat. He was 0 for 1. Madden is currently 167 season average so far. On base percentage is quite a bit higher. Quinn Madden is a junior transfer for Lynchburg. He wants the first one and gets it. It is deep, it is long, and it is not playable. A first pitch home run for the junior transfer, Quinn Madden. Just belting the first ball he saw over the left field fence. It is a 3-run home run for Lynchburg. And the Hornets are stinging early. 4th hit of the ball game. We are only 2 batters, or only 2 innings in, rather. There's no outs here in the bottom of this second inning. Another very, very good replay as Quinn Madden with an excellent swing. You won't see the ball. That one's lost in the trees. Quinn Madden just pounded that one. 1 home run for Lynchburg yesterday. That was Sean Pokerock. Now Quinn Madden adds the 2nd homer at Fox Field. 4th home run of the season for Lynchburg as a team. That's Madden's first. Wow. And now Logan Webster, the 9-hole man, has just become another leadoff hitter for Lynchburg. Bases clear with nobody out. Webster is 0 for 3 on the 0 for 3 yesterday. He's 0 for on the season at 0 for 8. Great time to switch that around right now for Logan Webster. Should be hitting with full confidence. Strike 2, 1-2 count on Webster. Quinn Madden. That was a game-changing swing. Put up a 3 spot here in the bottom of the second. And as mentioned, the second nowhere near over. Riley O'Donovan's double down the right field line as well. Hit it very hard going with the pitch. Great piece of hitting from Riley O'Donovan. Don't let that get lost in the conversation there. Logan Webster gets good metal on this ball. Not deep enough, though, as the left fielder Bettler is there again for the first out of the inning. And since we're talking about things that shouldn't get lost, it was a nice full count walk drawn by Gavin Collins to get on base in the first place. He fouled several balls off. So that is really just a classic Lynchburg kind of an inning there. Discipline at the plate, strike zone awareness, bat control, and then the power came on as well. Off-speed pitch missed inside to Brandon Garcia. Flew out to left in his first at-bat, 1 for 4 yesterday. Garcia comes into this game hitting .259. The on-base percentage is right at .400. So Garcia's taking the walks again. He's finding ways to get on, as usual. 1-1 count for the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina. Here's the pitch from Purdy. He'll foul that back. Brandon Garcia just getting some confirmation from the umpires to whether that was a strike or not. A lot of times hitters will do that even on a pitch they swing at. They'll ask the umpire, hey, was that up or was that in the zone? Garcia will flare one to left. Frustration, long run for Bettler, but he comes on again to make the grab. Bettler's been very active. He's made 4 of the 5 outs so far for Lynchburg. And all 5 outs so far have been fly ball outs. It was Bryce Demery that flew out to center to end the first inning. Of course, Lynchburg's had 1 big fly. So the Hornets are getting the ball airborne early, not always in a good way, but I would argue the hitting approach is very sound. Here's O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. He had a single in his first at-bat. Dropped one in front of the right fielder. This ball is airborne as well. It looks like it's going to be another fly ball out. F8 coming in the books as Elzinga camps under it. And the inning is over, but a very good one for Lynchburg. They do all their damage with nobody out. 3 runs on 2 hits. The home run from Quinn Madden has given Lynchburg a 3-0 lead through 2 complete.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way.
So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
Junior transfer Quinn Madden puts Lynchburg on the board with the 3-run home run. You could see the ball in the trees there. It wasn't completely lost, but Quinn Madden hitting the celebration here, toss the helmet, get airborne, elevate and celebrate. Perhaps a 3-run home run. Why wouldn't you celebrate that one? Riley O'Donovan was on with a double. Gavin Collins walked to lead off the inning. So 3 runs with nobody out for Lynchburg. There's another shot at Quinn Madden, a guy we got to chat with before the season. Great personality. He's actually done some sports broadcasting at some of his previous collegiate stops. So who knows? You might hear Quinn Madden on an LHSN broadcast at some point. We heard him loud and clear swinging the bat to give Lynchburg the 3-0 lead. 4 hits for Lynchburg as well. It looks like offensively they are just dialed in right from the jump here today. Ground ball right side. Ben Jones will have to come on. He'll flip on the run. Over to first base for the first out of the inning. That was Lucas Pendergast. His at-bat did not last long. And it's the designated hitter, Gabe Trevina. Walked in his first plate appearance. One of 2 walks that Nick Matfield has issued, but I would argue Matfield has really gotten better as the game has gone on. We are in the top of the 3rd. There's that slider for a strike to Gabe Trevina. Trevina did not play yesterday, but figures to be an important part of the team as he'll send one to deep right center. Long run here for Madden and O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth, but the center fielder McWilliams will take it in for the second out of the inning. Couple early count swings here for York. This will keep the pitch count down for Nick Matfield. I'm sure he does not mind. A couple quick outs. It'll be the center fielder Robbie Elzinga batting now. Elzinga led the team in average last season, .396. That includes 15 doubles, 4 triples, and 3 homers. From the center fielder Elzinga, he was 2 for 5 yesterday with 2 doubles. Got that combination of speed and power. That is exactly what you want to hit doubles. You hit a few of those doubles down the line, use your legs to get 2 bases, and then you get enough of them that you just truly hit in a gap or over an outfielder's head. Get some doubles that way. Elzinga has fouled off the second delivery from Matfield, so it's a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Lynchburg has 3, 4, 5 due up. That'll be Jones, Hyatt, and Demery. There's a fastball in from Nick Matfield, and the count runs to 2-1. Game 1 of a doubleheader today. Lynchburg is back in action Tuesday, hosting Wittenberg. It'll be Tuesday and Wednesday at home for Lynchburg. Is it looking like a chance of rain maybe on Wednesday, so who knows, could see that Tuesday game just get turned into a doubleheader, but don't have to think about that just yet. Bouncing ball to the right side, Eric Hyatt makes the grab and then beats Elzinga to first base for the 3 unassisted putout, and that's how the top of the third will end. 3 up, 3 down, that inning for the Lynchburg defense. See if the Hornets offense can pile on some more runs.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Bottom third here at Fox Field. Lynchburg leads 3-0. Ben Jones leading off the inning. 2 for 4 yesterday, including a triple. Ben Jones is a guy why I always say when you talk about power, you can't just focus on home runs because his triple was powerful. It hit the base of the fence. So doubles and triples factor into that power equation, I think, when you're talking about hitters. Certainly they factor into the slugging percentage. Ben Jones's was through the roof last year. Ben Jones in his freshman season last year was slugging at .604. That was 25 extra base hits for Ben Jones. 0-2 count. Uh-oh. Won't get to talk about Ben Jones' extra base hits too much longer there with a fastball that just barely nipped the inner portion of the strike zone at the knees as well. That's a punch out looking for Brandon Purdy. His first strikeout of the game. That probably tells you how good Lynchburg's hitting has been so far, that they make it 12 batters in before they take their first strikeout. Over the top, 12-6 curveball misses to Eric Hyatt. Eric Hyatt, the first baseman, singled in his first at-bat. 0 for 1 yesterday, a day that included 3 walks for one of the best eyeballs, one of the best sets of eyes on the team. Foul ball to the right side, 1-1 count. I think maybe the catcher got hit on the follow-through from Eric Hyatt, so the umpire was just buying Matthew Webb a little time to compose himself. Hyatt wanted that one, sent it up the elevator shaft, but it's out of play over the top of our heads in the press box here. Lynchburg is back in action at home against Wittenberg Tuesday. York College will make their home debut on Tuesday, hosting Rutgers Camden. Off-speed pitch with good action. Hyatt was able to lay off. 2-2 count now with one out. The bottom of the third inning. It's a York team that I was just marveling at their schedule this season. They're going to face some really tough competition, including this Lynchburg team that is the 5th-ranked ball club in the country this year. Last year's national champion, the Lynchburg Hornets. But York is also going to take on Shenandoah, Randolph-Macon, Salisbury, Misericordia, team that made it all the way to Cedar Rapids, the national championship. Also got teams that made regional appearances in Lynchburg's region. That would be Lebanon Valley and Elizabethtown. York is going to take on both of those ball clubs. They're going to play Rowan as well, who is ranked. York will be battle-tested by the end of the season. Can assure you of that. Eric Hyatt out on the ground ball. And now there's 2 outs for Bryce Demery. 1 for 5 yesterday for Bryce Demery. We chatted with Bryce after Lynchburg's big win in Greensboro last week against Salisbury. Some great insights there from Bryce Demery, a guy that has had to stay patient, kind of had to wait for his turn in this lineup. But I think he always stayed hungry. He was always putting the work in. And now Bryce Demery is getting a chance. Just 0 for 1 in 2 games played last season. But he has been a fixture in the starting lineup this year and has had some work on the mound. Expect to see Bryce Demery on the mound again at some point, maybe even today. 3-0 count for big Bryce Demery. That one's a strike. Looked like Bryce thought it was going to be ball 4. No home runs yet for Bryce Demery, but he is a large guy. He's got home run power in that swing for sure. If he can get those long arms extended, I think Bryce Demery can send some balls over the fence here at Fox Field and other locations with his skill set and his athleticism. Full count now on Bryce Demery as Brandon Purdy has battled back to run the count to 3-2. There's Demery going down and lasering one to left. Coming on to make the grab. No, it popped out. It popped out. Chris Bettler made a very valiant effort to get to that ball, and it hit the leather, but then it came out. Going to score that as a base hit. Wait, what a good swing there from Demery. There it was. I mean, just bang on with the replay there. A perfect look. A good throw by center fielder Elzinga to zip that ball into second base to keep Demery just at first there. It's a subtle thing, but there's a reason why the coaches always get on the outfielders about backing up, and that's the reason right there. If the center fielder's late, or even if the center fielder bobbles that ball on the pickup, Bryce Demery's probably in scoring position right now for Gavin Collins, but instead, just at first base. Collins hits with an 0-1 count. Demery leads off at first. Collins got under that, sends it foul to the right side. 0-2 pretty quickly here on the senior for Lynchburg. Bryce Demery with decent wheels. He could be a threat to run here. Had a great base running stat about Lynchburg. Games last season where they stole multiple bases. That's 2 or more. They were 20-2 last year. So back to some of those stats. You know, when you win games, you're going to do a little bit of everything. This inning will come to an end, so we'll keep the base running numbers in our pocket for another time as Lynchburg will leave 1 on after 1 hit. No runs come across, and the Hornets lead will stay at 3-0 after 3 complete on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person, competing at a Division III level. It created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
.50 pitches so far for that man, number 33, Nick Matfield. The senior is pitching his team to a 3-0 lead. The 3-run home run was from Quinn Madden. Madden will be due up second next inning for Lynchburg. We have reached the top of the fourth. It was a 3-up, 3-down inning for York in the top of the third. So I've been sort of hinting and saying that it feels like Nick Matfield's getting better as the game goes on. And I would say maybe that is the case. Matfield has surrendered one hit. He walked two, both of those in the first inning. Matfield has struck out two. Lynchburg, just for reference, has 3 runs on 5 hits. They've left 3 stranded. Hornets have 1 walk. That was Gavin Collins. And Lynchburg has struck out twice offensively. Brandon Purdy has pitched all the innings for York. 0-2 count pretty quickly for Nick Matfield. Set up slider out of the zone. So let's see if Matfield comes back now with maybe the 2-seam fastball inside or under the hands of number 20, Andrew Santarpia. Or maybe you go out there with the slider again. Could be the 12-6 curveball. I think it was just a straight heater upstairs. Looked like it hit O'Donovan square in the body. Looked to be where they wanted it. Santarpia certainly did not want it there. Bat never came off the shoulder, and that's strikeout number 3 for Nick Matfield. Michael Teneni bounced out to the shortstop in his first at bat. There's the slightly lower arm angle from Nick Matfield. Looked to be a 2-seam fastball. I just love what Matfield does with the creativeness up there. You always say crafty lefties. That term crafty is reserved for left-handers, but if there was ever a right-hander that you could apply that term to, I think you got to give it to a guy like Nick Matfield. 1-1 count. Just never really gives you the same look. Certainly not back-to-back times. If you get 3 or 4 at-bats off the guy, yeah, you're gonna see some of the same things. But he just can change up so much, and some of it's subtle. Sometimes even when you go from the stretch with nobody on, you can change up the hold time, even with nobody on base, and it'll bother a hitter slightly. Matfield got that one where he wanted it, low in the zone, under by Santarpia, and it's pulled in right center field by O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. Connor Pickle singled off York. This is the only man that has a hit off Nick Matfield so far. Pickle's seen it well early in the year. This will run his total between today and yesterday to 4 for 6 to start the season here in game 2 for York. Maybe a changeup there that time from Nick Matfield. Again, he's so crafty, a lot of times it's hard to tell from behind what it is. And if you can throw maybe a changeup that's not significantly slower than the 2-seam fastball, just a 3, 4, 5 mile per hour differential, it could be just enough to fool the batter, get him out front, but a lot of times from the side or from behind, you can't see it. Good play by Eric Hyatt to go backhand, overhand toss to Nick Matfield, who was covering. Nick Matfield's got it all going. He's fielding the position out there as well, and the shutout is intact. Good play by Hyatt And York is down, 3 up, 3 down. Lynchburg leading 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Living the dream.
USA, Mexico. That was so exciting.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
The catcher, Riley O'Donovan, leads off for Lynchburg in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hornets lead 3-0. O'Donovan is 1 for 1 with a double so far today. Riley O'Donovan was 0 for 4 yesterday. Hit a fly ball out to center field. I thought he really put a good move on. Flew out to right field as well in what was a decent swing. I think part of the reason why Riley O'Donovan back in the lineup, but also a lot of this stuff is just scripted out as well. Coach Travis Beasley and the coaching staff have their plans in place. And unless something really out of the ordinary were to happen in the previous game, they're going to stick with the lineup that they were intending to roll out. Everything can be adjusted, of course. Audibles always get called. This is life, after all. Everything is subject to change. But I think the plan was to have Riley O'Donovan start today and catch Nick Matfield. And we'll see what game 2 holds for this afternoon. 1-2 count on Riley O'Donovan. Whew, good job to hold up there. It was a nice breaking ball from Brandon Purdy, who's still out there for York. Hasn't pitched bad at all. He surrendered 5 hits. There was the one big fly from Quinn Madden, who is lurking on deck for the Lynchburg Hornets. That's a fastball that got spiked into the dirt, not where Purdy would have wanted that one, and now the count runs full to Riley O'Donovan. Yeah, Madden on deck, Logan Webster in the hole, and then the lineup will turn over again. Brandon Garcia could be seeing his 3rd at bat of the game in just 4 innings here for Lynchburg. But yeah, Purdy has done a nice job to somewhat minimize the damage. 1 walk in there for Brandon Purdy. We know Lynchburg is so great at that, averaging over 5 per game. So to just limit that, 1 walk for the first 4 innings. Scratch that, though, because now it's 2 walks. And a leadoff walk for the catcher, Riley O'Donovan. No runner here for Riley O'Donovan. It's probably a little early to make that move. But that is a move that Lynchburg has shown that they will make. Get a pinch runner for O'Donovan, and then you sub another catcher in there. Probably Sean Pokerock in this case because he's not in the lineup. But we are just in the 4th inning. Quinn Madden won the first pitch again. Got under that into right field. Pickle will take care of it for the first out of the inning. But, yeah, in just the 4th inning, you may not really want to break up your battery combo just yet as well. I mean, Nick Matfield has only allowed 3 base runners. He's only allowed 1 hit. Seems to be working well with Riley O'Donovan right now. Why change that combo? Additionally, Riley O'Donovan is 1 for 1 with a double. He hasn't done anything to take himself out of the lineup. Strike 1 to Logan Webster. But, yeah, maybe next at bat, we'll just see how the game goes. If Riley O'Donovan gets on, could see a sub at that point. 0-1 count right now in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out to the 9-hole man, Logan Webster. Back-to-back breaking balls from Purdy. That one looked like more of a curveball. The previous one, the first pitch to Webster, did look like more of a slider action. Sometimes guys do have both, and other times you just get around one or on top of another. You never know. Logan Webster with a good swing. Line drive to center field. That's caught out there by Robbie Elzinga. So file that one away as another good hack, I thought, for Logan Webster. He took a couple good swings yesterday and hit the ball hard. Hit the ball hard once to the shortstop yesterday. But unfortunately, Logan Webster now 0 for 10. He's still looking for his first hit of the season. Baseball can be cruel that way. Sometimes you dink one in off the end of the bat, and other times you hit the ball hard right at somebody. Give Elzinga some credit for covering the ground pretty easily out there in center field as well. 1-0 count on Brandon Garcia. 2 outs now. Riley O'Donovan, the runner at first. Ball low from Purdy, snuck under the catcher, Matthew Wade, briefly, but he scrambled to it before Riley O'Donovan could get anywhere. Left-handed hitter, it's going to be hard for Riley O'Donovan to even see that that ball popped out of the glove from the catcher, Wade. That's one where a first base coach really can help. It is the graduate assistant coach, Cam Lane, coaching first base this season for Lynchburg. 3-0 for Brandon Garcia. See if he's got the green light here. Ball just barely nipped the edge even with the green light. Garcia probably didn't want that one, and now the count is 3-1 with 2 outs. Lynchburg leading 3-0. O'Kelly McWilliams, the fourth, 1 for 2, waiting on deck here for Lynchburg. Here's a pitch from Purdy. Garcia under that one. Another ball lifted left side in the air. This one is foul. Third baseman Michael Teneni tried to slide into that one to make the grab that would have ended the inning. But Brandon Garcia will get new life, hitting with a full count and 2 outs. Garcia has flown out to left in both the previous at-bats. So combination of something going on with his swing and the look he's getting from Purdy seems to be getting the effect of the ball going airborne backside right now. O'Donovan will be on the move with a full count and 2 outs. Actually didn't take off there. Kind of shuffled into that instead of the run. We'll try it again as Brandon Garcia fouls another one off. Bottom 4 in game 1 of 2 today. Game 2 of 3 in the series. York took game 1 yesterday, 11-5. Here's the pitch. O'Donovan is running. Brandon Garcia will hit a foul ball in the other direction. And we get to try it all over again. Brandon Garcia, typically tough to strike out. He did strike out once looking yesterday. Here's the pitch from Purdy that nearly hit Brandon Garcia. He'll just dodge it and take ball 4. If it's an 0-2 count, you may just wear that ball in the hip or the leg to take the hit by pitch, but you can save yourself some wear and tear and some physical pain by getting out of the way when it's a 3-ball count like that was. Runners on first and second now with O'Kelly McWilliams, the fourth, back in the batter's box. 1 for 2 today. Flew out to center field in his last at bat. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Purdy pitching with runners in scoring position again. He's been under pressure. He's been stressed all day, really. That is walk number 3. Purdy has surrendered 5 hits, although nothing hit-wise this inning so far. Lynchburg had 2 hits in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. Both base runners here on via the free pass. Pick attempt coming. Riley O'Donovan slides in safely head first. So York keeping a close eye on O'Donovan there. And you might say he's not a base-stealing threat, but there's still some value in keeping him close so he can't score on a base hit. Kind of like the play there from the Spartans. O'Kelly McWilliams, base hit bunt coming. Bare hand attempt is wide right. Riley O'Donovan will get to score. Probably going to go as a base hit and an error there. O'Kelly McWilliams with the bunt that was not perfectly placed, but with his speed, it doesn't have to be perfectly placed. Third baseman had to come in, make the barehanded throw attempt on the run. That was Teneni. May not have had the complete grip on that one as it sailed up the line. O'Kelly McWilliams is on. Lynchburg has scored their 4th run of the game. That was speed on display for O'Kelly McWilliams. He can really pressure a defense. He's going to pressure the defense now. 1st and 3rd, double steal scenario as well. Ben Jones swinging at the first one. In the sky to left field. And another grab by the very active left fielder, Chris Bettler, will bring an inning to an end. That saw Lynchburg score 1 run on 1 hit. They leave 2 stranded, but they up the lead to 4-0. Hornets on top over York College.
Look what you're missing.
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Riley O'Donovan has scored 2 runs for Lynchburg. And he got the 4th one of the game there in the bottom of the 4th inning. On base with a walk. Brandon Garcia also walked. That gets O'Donovan to 2nd. And then the speedy O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th, puts down the bunt. Defense under pressure, tries to throw McWilliams out at first. Bad throw allows Riley O'Donovan to come around and score. And O'Donovan's back there working with the gear on with Nick Matfield, who missed the zone on the first pitch, but comes back with a strike, and it results in a ground ball to Brandon Garcia. Hollywood flips across for the first out of the inning. Another short at bat, 2-pitch at bat for Nick Matfield. Love what he's doing right now. Another great replay there. You notice how Brandon Garcia really got low to the ground. The hips sink low. He's almost in a squat position that you would use in the weight room. But that gets the eye level down, gets the hand closer to the ground. That backhand becomes a lot easier. Some guys try to scoop that backhand up from kind of a standing position. It's just so difficult to do. But Brandon Garcia with the knee bend and the hip hinge, very athletic. Strong throw as well. Matfield has missed the zone twice. It's 2-0 count on the freshman catcher, Matthew Wade, for York. Matthew Wade swings on 1. Just missed it. It'll take Logan Webster back a few steps, but the grab is made in left field. So we've had a 2-pitch at bat. We've had a 3-pitch at bat. You can't really fault Matthew Wade there. It's a 2-0 count, and he got a pitch. Looked to be almost middle. Why not have a rip? But it does result in an out, and it keeps Nick Matfield out there a little bit longer. Swing and miss on an inside pitch to the shortstop, Mosier. Matfield struck him out with a slider in his first at bat. 0 for 1 with a K. Mosier was 1 for 5 yesterday with a single and a strikeout. Played a pretty good shortstop as well. Ground ball left side, Gavin Collins on the move. He'll flip across. It is a very short inning. 7-pitch inning for Nick Matfield. He's on cruise control. His team sporting a 4-run lead through 4.5 at Fox Field.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
It's not.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way.
So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
Eric Hyatt will lead off the bottom of the 5th inning for Lynchburg. Hornets holding on to the 4-0 lead. It's a 3-run homer from Quinn Madden in the 2nd. Lynchburg added 1 more in the 4th. Hornets have 6 hits. Compare that to just 1 for York right now. Nick Matfield, a 7-pitch inning in the top of the 5th. We'll show you some select highlights of Matfield's work so far when he comes back out to the mound. Yes, we'll save that. We'll give the Lynchburg offense the spotlight for now. Eric Hyatt is 1 for 2. Really sharp single in his first at bat. This one not as sharp, blooping into center field. It will not fall as Robbie Elzinga comes in for the first out of the inning. Designated hitter is Bryce Demery. 1 for 2 today. Demery came into the game hitting .250. Bryce Demery was 1 for 5 yesterday. Looking for a multi-hit game. In his 3rd at bat against Brandon Purdy. So Lynchburg offensively should be gaining more and more information about Brandon Purdy. But as we're seeing with Nick Matfield, sometimes pitchers do settle in and seem to get better as the game goes on. Kind of hard to quantify that, although I'm sure some of the stat heads have tried. But, you know, sometimes the arm gets a little bit looser. You get a little bit more confidence, a little bit more feel with the breaking pitches maybe. You know how much bend, how much bite you're going to get on those curveballs and sliders. Get to feel the release for the changeup. That's always can be a funky one, especially at the start of a game for a pitcher. Maybe you get a feel for the mound as well if you're Brandon Purdy. Not all mounds are created equal by any means. So there's a lot of reasons why a pitcher could get better as the game goes on. You gain some information about the hitters too. If you can figure out a guy's hole, figure out how to get it there. Bryce Demery pounding this ball into center field, but Robbie Elzinga on the bike running that one down at the warning track. Elzinga has played an outstanding center field for York. For Bryce Demery, file that one under a great swing, good deep contact. I know, again, it results in an out, but I just don't know how you can feel bad about that if you're Bryce Demery, especially when it was on a 2-strike count. Here's Gavin Collins, currently 0 for 1 with a walk. He did score the first run of the game for Lynchburg. It came on Quinn Madden's 3-run homer. He was the first one to touch the plate for Lynchburg. An off-speed pitch in there for a strike, maybe a changeup for Purdy. 1-1 count with 2 outs. It will be 1-2-3 due up for York in their half of the 6th inning. And that's where we head to right now as Gavin Collins gets jammed and sends the ball to the shortstop Mosier. That's the 3rd out of the inning. Lynchburg leading 4-0 after 5 complete at Fox Field.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Nick Matfield has retired 12 in a row for the Hornets. He is working with confidence and precision. You get to see one of his strikeouts there. Nick Matfield, and even on those back-to-back highlights, you could see the different arm angles. The first one from that center field cam was more over the top. The next one was more the side arm, the low three-quarter delivery. Nick Matfield's got it all going. He's only struck out 3, but Matfield has not surrendered a hit since the second inning. That's the last time York got a base runner. 12 retired in order for Nick Matfield. He's kept the pitch count down as well. A 7-pitch inning in the 5th for Nick Matfield. And we are now in the top of the 6th. Let's see if he can keep it going. Regardless of what happens from here, you got to feel great about what Matfield has given you. 5 strong innings. The streak has just come to an end as quickly as we built it up there. Lucas Pendergast sends a single into right field. And I would say really good job by Pendergast knowing the situation. You know Matfield has had some short innings. You know he's bringing strike 1 across. Matfield has been very effective with the first pitch strikes. So he was ready for something over the plate and delivered a base hit for his team. So there you go. That breaks the string of 12 sat down in a row, but perhaps Nick Matfield can start a new streak, pitching with a runner on first and nobody out. Slider in the other batter's box, ball 1. So, yes, regardless of what happens from here, Lynchburg should feel great about 5 strong from Nick Matfield. Save the bullpen a little bit here in a 3-game series. There's the first extra base hit of the game for York. Double in the gap. O'Kelly McWilliams is going to get to it. Lynchburg will not have a play at home. They'll try to throw into third, and now the shutout is over as quickly as we built it up. So York may be figuring out Nick Matfield. It was the first 2 hitters for York. Pendergast with the leadoff single. He just came around to score. And then Gabe Trevina. So you know you're facing some talent there. Nick Matfield left that pitch in a place that Gabe Trevino could handle it. Here's Robbie Elzinga. We know he's got some power. 2 doubles yesterday. And with those back-to-back hits, we now see activity in the Lynchburg bullpen. Looks like Logan Tapman is getting loose at the moment, but plenty of options are available for Lynchburg. Bullpen options that were used yesterday include Austin Riney, Dominic Rollins, and Sam Allheit. Not that those guys would necessarily be unavailable for today just because of that, but I don't think we'll see them be the first options that get used for Lynchburg. It's early in the year. You don't want to overwork guys at this point. It's not a tournament situation where you absolutely have to have guys throw back-to-back days. As Riley O'Donovan walks to the mound to have a small conversation with Nick Matfield. So, again, it would depend on the individual when those conversations happen between those pitchers that we mentioned and the coaching staff as far as what their availability is for today. I think we can assure that Wes Arrington's not available for today. Threw 90-plus pitches yesterday against York. But the other 3 arms used, they could potentially pitch here in this doubleheader day. You never know. Close one there from Nick Matfield. 2-0 count. Lynchburg has the defense at regular depth in the infield with the exception of Gavin Collins. He's even with the bag. That might be what he would have done anyway with Robbie Elzinga, who we know has great speed. We've seen that in center field from Elzinga. So that may not be just because of the runner at third. Gavin Collins might position himself there anyway. 2-1 count for Matfield on Elzinga. It was a 2-seam fastball that just faded away too much, and it's ball 3. Nobody out in the top of the 6th inning. Shutout is over. It's a 4-1 ball game right now. Lynchburg still on top. There was a much better fastball. That one just missed. It's a walk, though. Second walk Elzinga has taken. Third one Matfield has issued in the game. Might be one of those percentage plays there for Lynchburg where you really don't mind walking Elzinga. We know he had 2 doubles yesterday. And if you got a more favorable matchup coming up later on, like against this guy, Andrew Santarpia, maybe you're okay with the free pass to Elzinga. No count yet on the first baseman from York as Matfield spins and throws to first to keep Elzinga closer to the bag. Matfield, long hold at the waist. Now he'll spin and pick off again. Runners at the corners for York. A real chance here for the Spartans to get themselves right back in this ball game. Nick Matfield set again. Now delivers. Slider that Santarpia fouls backward. 0-1 count. As Matfield gets strike one again. Lynchburg has 6 hits. York 3. 2 of them are in this inning. Nick Matfield sent down 12 straight. Since that factoid from us, it became 3 base runners that have reached in a row. Might qualify as the announcer's jinx. If you believe in those sorts of things. Our replay specialist today, Laura Porto, says she does believe in those things. She's a diehard Phillies fan, though. They always have to blame somebody else, like the announcer, for their troubles. Breaking ball in the dirt. Good stop from Riley O'Donovan. No, that's misleading. Not all Phillies fans are like that. Nice block there from Riley O'Donovan. Let's get things back on track here. Although in a doubleheader day, you know you're going to get off the rails occasionally. But there's runners at the corners with nobody out. This is a big moment here for York and Lynchburg. This probably qualifies as one of those high leverage situations. We are in the top of the 6th inning as well. So this game will be coming to a close sooner rather than later. 1-2 count on Andrew Santarpia. Matfield holds. Line drive up the middle. That'll get through. Brandon Garcia got close to it, but not even close enough to give a dive after that one. That is an RBI single from Andrew Santarpia. Kind of threw the hands at it.
Now batting third base, number 16.
I think it was the hardest ball Santarpia's ever hit, but it was effective in this case. And the threat is very real now. Runners at first and second with nobody out for York. Could be sacrifice bunt situation for the third baseman, Michael Teneni. Gavin Collins is even with the bag at third. Eric Hyatt is in front of the runner at first. No bunt shown, and that is a good hard fastball. Really put the handcuffs on Teneni there. You could see him kind of flinch as he tried to get the bat off his shoulder. You could tell a lot about the pitch from the reaction and the body language from the hitter, and you could see that there from Teneni. 0-1 count. There was an off-speed pitch, low in the dirt, that Teneni just kind of fended off, almost 2-strike approach, but that came with just 1 strike. Now there is an 0-2 count on Michael Teneni. Logan Tapman continues to get loose in the Lynchburg bullpen. He's the only Lynchburg player warming up at the moment, so feeling more confident in saying he would be the guy if Lynchburg does go to another arm. Slider from Matfield. He'll come off the mound, puts the foot in the ground, plants, shuffles, and throws, and the throw was high and wide. It pulled Hyatt off the bag at first. It's a 4-2 ball game right now. Lynchburg leading as we debate whether that should be a hit or an error. There's a look there. And yeah, umpires clearly got that one right. Hyatt had to leap for that. I think Matfield did a lot of things right on the play. He didn't hurry himself, but the throw was up the line. It'll be an E1. It'll be a new pitcher now as the bases are loaded with nobody out. And we'll get to see Logan Tapman come to the mound for Lynchburg right into the fire. Let's see what the sophomore can do for the Hornets. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them, because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
Sophomore Logan Tapman is on Berlin, Maryland, the eastern shore of Maryland for Logan Tapman as he takes over. His team still sporting a 2-run lead, but it feels like the York Spartans definitely have the momentum. Bases loaded with nobody out for Tapman to enter. Logan Tapman on the year, 3.18 earned run average. That is in 2 appearances. He does have 1 start, 4 strikeouts in 5.2 innings. Batter is hitting .277 off this talented right-handed sophomore. Logan Tapman was 3-0 last season in 13 appearances, and he did pitch a scoreless 6th inning against Johns Hopkins in the national championship game, Game 3. I think a lot of people, and when I say I think a lot of people, I mainly mean me, but sometimes you forget that Logan Tapman did pitch in that decisive Game 3, the national championship game. I think we all remember Jack Matchmore getting the start. We remember Mason McDowell coming in there, and then, of course, Wes Arrington closed out Game 3 to win the national championship for Lynchburg. But it was Logan Tapman that pitched a scoreless 6th inning for Lynchburg in that game. He was quite effective all season long, but especially in the postseason. Swing and a miss there as Logan Tapman gets strike 1. In fact, Logan Tapman, really the second half of the year on, was really good. The earned run average for Logan Tapman was low. He allowed just 4 earned runs in his last 11 innings last season. So looking to piggyback off that experience. Talented guy. He is a guy that, as a recruit, the Lynchburg coaching staff was thrilled that they were able to get this guy. 1-1 count for Logan Tapman. Another guy with a big, solid frame, too. 6'3", throws hard, and you think he's got even more gas in the tank as well, as a fastball misses outside. On number 44, Connor Pickle, who is 1 for 2 today. 5 straight have reached for York. That's after Nick Matfield sat down 12 in a row. But this is a cruel game of baseball, and people can get hot really quick. Ground ball right side. Jones to Garcia for the first, and they turn the double play. Brandon Garcia with a fast exchange and a good firm throw to Eric Hyatt, who made the stretch at first. So it's a double play. A run does score, but Lynchburg does get to 2 for the price of 1 ball. That'll be 4-6-3 in your scorebook. And now it's just a runner at third with 2 outs. So the situation changes quite a bit for Logan Tapman. Good hard breaking ball there. Tapman kind of has that power curve. It's not a big looping curve, it doesn't look like, but it is that 12-6 downward breaking action. And that's the term. You hear that 12-6 term a lot. And when you hear that, fans, you're talking about a clock face. 12 o'clock down to 6 o'clock on the break. And sometimes it's even more of a 1-7, but that would still fall under that hard overhand curveball style of pitch. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Foul ball for Chris Bettler. He's 0 for 2. Mentioned Bettler's been quite active in the outfield. Some great plays. at a position that sometimes can get kind of lonely out there in left field. But Bettler has been busy. 1-2 count. See what Tapman goes with here. 2 outs, runner at third. Long hold for Tapman. Now he kicks and fires. Breaking ball that just missed. Count is even at 2-2 with 2 outs. It's a 4-3 ball game now for Lynchburg. That double play really helps, though. Really helps there. Good infield defense for a team that was the best in the country at double plays last year. Ball went behind Bettler. He kind of patted himself on the wallet there and told the umpire, yeah, it hit me. The ump said, no, it did not. So Bettler comes back into the batter's box. That falls under the big miss category for Tapman. See how he comes back after that. Full count. Tapman locked in. Fires, breaking ball for strike 3. Lynchburg surrenders 3 runs, but it could have been worse. York is on the board. We've now got ourselves a 1-run ball game, 4-3, heading to the bottom of the 6th at Fox Field.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a Teaching and Learning Resources Conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before, we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
Left-hander number 36, Lane Berkeley, is on the mound for York, who finds themselves only trailing by 1 run after a 3-run 6th inning that featured 3 hits, a walk, a Lynchburg error, but a timely Lynchburg double play for 6-3. Did allow a run to score, but I would argue really helped limit the damage for the Hornets, who now only lead by 1. Riley O'Donovan is 1 for 1 with a walk. Facing the new arm here, Lane Berkeley. Hard-throwing left-hander. Lane Berkeley made 2 appearances last year. Just 2 innings pitched. So not a big sample size or a body of work. And Lynchburg will go into this facing the new arm, 4-3. Riley O'Donovan liked the first one, but got under it. Long run for the center fielder, Elzinga. Takes it just over his cap for out number 1. Lineup still intact for Lynchburg. Thought we might see some changes, substitutions. We have seen one on the mound, obviously, with Logan Tapman now pitching. But batting order is intact. It's Quinn Madden. 1 for 2 with the homer. He's only seen 2 pitches. Swung at the first pitch both times, and Madden will lay off that fastball down and in for strike 1. That's one where, as a coach, you might make the suggestion. Hey, I know you homered on your first pitch, but you've only seen 2 today. Maybe a little bit more patience this at bat. You don't necessarily want to completely handcuff a guy and give him the take sign, but you might just have the short conversation and say, look, I know you're wired in here and you're feeling it, but maybe shrink the zone a little bit. See if you can see a few more pitches, work on the timing, especially with a new arm. Ground ball up the middle. Thought it might be a tough play, but good job to slide over by Pendergast, and Quinn Madden is out.
Now batting, left fielder, number 6.
So Madden didn't see many pitches, just 2 that at bat. Logan Webster will try to start a 2-out rally for Lynchburg. Lynchburg had a 4 spot in the bottom of the 5th inning yesterday. And I believe Lynchburg, yeah, actually I was wrong. Lynchburg's first run in the third came with 2 outs. That was Brandon Garcia that got a 2-out double and ended up scoring there. Lynchburg's 5-run inning, the 4-run inning in the 5th, rather. That was actually started by Sean Pokerok's solo home run yesterday. So those were not with 2 outs. But Lynchburg has shown the ability to do the 2-out scoring. Logan Webster still looking for hit number 1 on the season. 1-0 count. Now it's 2-0. As Lane Berkeley misses, it'll be 8-9-1 due up for York in the 7th inning. Webster thought about it, held, and it's strike 1. 2-1 here for Logan Webster, who in his career has played quite a bit. He's a career .261 hitter. 14 extra base hits in there for Logan Webster. Another guy that's actually been hit quite a bit. 14 career hit by pitch. 3-1 count for Logan Webster. Last year he hit .248 in 37 games played. So really you think about Logan Webster, did play a lot last year. 37 games. Not all of those starts. Has to get the bat back from Brandon Garcia as Logan Webster thought that was ball 4. Let's see what happens on the full count pitch with 2 outs. The lefty Berkeley is ready, and that one did hit Logan Webster. Hit by pitch, first one of the game for Lynchburg. Webster is aboard, and the leadoff man is up. Brandon Garcia is 0 for 2 with a walk, still looking for his first hit of the game. Brandon Garcia came in to the game swinging it at .259. It's down from .261 entering the series with York. Brandon Garcia, a true hitting machine last year. 19 multi-hit games. 9 of those were 3-hit games. And he hit safely in 35 of 45 that he played in. So basically, 3/4 of the games that Brandon Garcia plays, he gets a hit. And he was on base when you add the walks and the hit by pitch in there. Significantly more. The on-base percentage last year was .461. 1-1 count with 2 outs on Brandon Garcia. Fastball missing. 2-1. Logan Webster with good speed leads off at first. And with all those numbers, Brandon Garcia was just a third-team All-ODAC performer, if you can wrap your head around that. There's plenty of great shortstops in the league, though. That wasn't a criticism or anything. But Brandon Garcia, we know he did a lot of that damage in the postseason as well. 18 postseason games to add to all those stats. And you're not really factoring that in when you do your all-conference selection. So that could be part of it. Back-to-back hit batters. That would look like it hurt Brandon Garcia a little bit. Maybe more of it's just frustration than anything. The hitting machine wanted more hits rather than getting hit. But it's back-to-back hit batters for Lane Berkeley, who sat down the first 2 Lynchburg hitters this inning with ease, but now struggling a bit after 2 hit batters. That was with a 2-1 count as well. And the hit by pitch to Logan Webster was with a full count. So not exactly a situation where you're trying to get a ball in under the hands, or maybe you just miss with a breaking ball. I mean, those are, again, falling under the big miss category for Lane Berkeley. Pitching coach having a chat at the mound for York. A member of the Spartan team is making a slowish walk down to the bullpen, perhaps to relay some information about maybe a new batter coming in. Another great shot there on the replay. And yeah, don't know how much of it was the physical pain or the frustration from Brandon Garcia, but you could read a lot just into how he reacted to that hit by pitch. Here's the dangerous O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. 2 for 3, bunt single in his last at bat that ended up scoring a run on an overthrow. Hits with runners on first and second with 2 outs. Third baseman is in. Strike one. The bunting adds an element here, I would say, because your third baseman, he has to be aware of the bunt. Now it becomes hard for that third baseman to go back and cover third on a steal attempt from Logan Webster. So you could even show the bunt and steal Webster. That's a great combination. Actually, you can get a look in your shot, in your screen there, of the third baseman. That's Michael Teneni backing up on the pitch to try to get in more of a classic fielding position, probably to also cover the bag as well. 1-1 count. You use that bunting to draw the infielders in a bit. Now the holes get bigger for your ground balls, your seeing eye singles. 1-2 count on O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth. Garcia leads off at first. Logan Webster at second. Pitcher is Lane Berkeley. Set at the chin. Runners do activate. Bloop ball into center field. This is down. This will score 1. Logan Webster around to touch home. Brandon Garcia will hold at third. It's a soft single, but it'll work for Lynchburg. They lead 5-3. RBI for O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth. He is 3 for 4 on the day so far. O'Kelly McWilliams came into the game hitting .323. That average will go up after today. Ben Jones, speaking of always dangerous, always explosive. Number 21, the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina. 2 for 4 yesterday with a big triple. Extra base hit here might really break things open. Upstairs, Ben Jones got behind the shoulder to take ball 1. First and third with 2 speedy runners on as well. Feel like any extra base hit would score O'Kelly McWilliams at first with his wheels. Ben Jones will slash at that, send it foul over the Lynchburg batting cage. Left-hander on the mound. Usually limits the running game a little bit, but doesn't completely shut it down, especially with the speed of O'Kelly McWilliams. Now you got your first to third early break offense and some of those things where you can try to get McWilliams in a rundown and have Brandon Garcia score that way. Play some games with the defense. Those plays will work at all levels. A good hitter like Ben Jones, 1-1 count. Don't know that you want to go to that just yet. Oh, McWilliams did get picked. He's going to bust it into second. Head first slide. He's safe, and Brandon Garcia does come home. Not the traditional double steal, but it worked out for Lynchburg. O'Kelly McWilliams went first move on the left-handed pitcher, Berkeley. A great look at it again here on the replay. It'll be a stolen base for O'Kelly McWilliams. He stole 2 yesterday. It'll be Lynchburg's 6th run of the ball game as Brandon Garcia comes in to score. Now it's a speedy runner in scoring position for Ben Jones. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Berkeley under some pressure here. Fastball missed. Count moves to 2-1. Eric Hyatt waits on deck. Ben Jones is 0 for 3 today. He's flown out to the left fielder twice and struck out once. Jones is ready for the offering from Berkeley. Here's the pitch. Ben Jones wanted it, got under it. Ball's going to stay in play. Catcher Matthew Wade has the mask off, leans back, and pulls it in for the 3rd out. Lynchburg will score 2 runs on 1 hit. 1 left on. There were 2 hit batters in there, but they do add to the advantage. 6-3, Lynchburg on top again after 6 complete at Fox.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Lynchburg scores 2 in the bottom of the 6th to get their lead back to a more comfortable 3-run advantage, 6-3. Hornets on top at the moment. Lynchburg scored 3 in the bottom of the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 6th, zeros in the other innings. York was blanked in innings 1 through 5. That included Nick Matfield sitting down 12 batters in a row. But a 3 spot in the top of the 6th inning. Matfield started the 6th. Tapman entered, got a 4-6-3 double play, and then a strikeout to end the 6th. And Tapman is back out there pitching from the windup with an 0-2 count and nobody out to Matthew Wade. The catcher will swing on one, get it out front for a foul ball. Tapman is a guy that does use the windup with nobody on base. We had mentioned that earlier. There are arms getting loose in the Lynchburg bullpen. We'll see if this is Tapman's game to try to finish in a long relief role, or perhaps other talent will make their way to the mound here at Fox Field. 1-2 count. Could have been a setup pitch. Tapman went right back there, just off the plate for ball 2. 6-3 is the Lynchburg lead. York won the game yesterday, 11-5. In a opening season game of the year for York. Ground ball gets rolled past the diving Brandon Garcia. That's a hit for Matthew Wade. Congrats on the first career hit for the freshman catcher for York. And now he's on with nobody out. And shortstop Luke Mosier, 0 for 2 on the day. Struck out once against Matfield. You know, really, Matfield was in complete command 2 times through the lineup. And there is a lot of data that gets talked about nowadays that the 3rd time through the lineup is very problematic for a pitcher. The numbers say that the offense really starts to gain the advantage. You gain an advantage every time you see a pitcher, the numbers say. But there's a lot of the data that says the 3rd time through. Deep fly ball to left field. Logan Webster took a great route to get under it and pull it in for out number 1. This brings back the top of the order, Lucas Pendergast. Pendergast was 0 for 2 and then singled in his 3rd at bat against Nick Matfield. That started the 3-run rally for York in the top of the 6th inning. Sophomore second baseman Lucas Pendergast. He was 1 for 5 yesterday with a walk. He'll swing it to first. Line drive, sinking. Madden came on. Umpire will say it dropped in front of the diving Quinn Madden. That's a base hit for Lucas Pendergast. Back-to-back singles there for Pendergast, who hit .352 last season in 29 starts. Another good shot at it there. Might have to review that a second time even. 1 out. Gabe Trevina hit a double last inning. It's an RBI double. He came on to score. Watch out, this could be 2. Ben Jones to Brandon Garcia. Flips to first. Safe there. Trevina was out of the box quickly and hustling down the line. Plus that ball just took a while to get to Ben Jones. Nice job to get the out at second. Good turn from Brandon Garcia. I mean, if anybody can turn it, it's going to be Garcia there. Great job to hold the bag and get the initial out there as well. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Three-hole man Robbie Elzinga up. 0 for 1 with 2 walks. He hit 2 doubles yesterday. Tapman just missed with a fastball. 1-0 count. Michael Teneni on deck is 0 for 3. Did reach on the error last inning. Tapman holds, looks over the shoulder to check Gabe Trevina at first, and then delivers ball 2. 6-3 is the Lynchburg lead at the moment. York's got to feel like they're in a good spot with their 3-hole hitter on, or at bat rather, with 2 on. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Strike from Tapman. Count is 2-1 now with 2 down. In the top of the 7th inning. This is game 1 of 2. I'm telling you, if it's this good next game, what will we do with ourselves? How will we be able to handle it? Evan Gates will be on the call with me. That'll help. He'll provide some fresh eyes and a fresh perspective to all the events happening at Fox Field. Lynchburg 0-1 at home. Shocking to say that after their success here at Fox. It's really been a fortress at Fox in the last 4 seasons. 72-8 now in the last 4 seasons here at home for Lynchburg. And the most recent one yesterday, York beating Lynchburg in an 11-5 affair. It wasn't shocking by any means. It wasn't unbelievable. York is a good team, but still a little surprising anytime Lynchburg loses at home. 2-2 count. Tapman's really battled himself back in this at bat. Let's see if he goes with fastball here to Elzinga. Looks like Tapman's got good life on it. Coming out of his hand, the right-hander will pick on Trevina and now get ready to deliver to Elzinga again. Tapman fires. Got it in a spot that Trevina could only pump it into the sky, airborne. Brandon Garcia calls off Gavin Collins, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. York gets 2 hits, but they leave 2 stranded, and Lynchburg maintains the 6-3 advantage. So we move to the bottom of the 7th.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local Parks and Rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. Your professors have a wealth of experience working in the sport industry that they share with you in the classroom setting. Get in the game by getting your MBA with a sport management concentration at the University of Lynchburg. You know, Hollywood, here I come.
The first baseman, Eric Hyatt, leads off for Lynchburg in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hornets holding on to the 6-3 advantage. Kyle Haney and a cast of thousands. We're so glad you are watching. It sounded like Lucas Jones's mother was saying that the folks in Raleigh were tuned in, or Chapel Hill. I can't remember which, but somewhere in the Triangle area of North Carolina. We know we've got folks watching all over. We really appreciate that. It means so much to us, and always great to see the fans at the ballpark as well. Eric Hyatt, seeing it well, has taken 2 balls. He is 1 for 3 in this game. Hyatt was 0 for 1 yesterday with 3 walks, speaking of seeing it well. There's a fastball for a strike. 2-1. We are in the bottom of the 7th. Hyatt, Demery, and Collins due up for Lynchburg. Foul ball right side for Eric Hyatt. It'll be 4, 5, 6 due up for York College in their half of the 8th. You feel like if you're Lynchburg, if you can get through that part of the order, it gets a lot more comfortable to go into the 9th inning. Nothing is ever easy in baseball. Lynchburg saw that yesterday. And saw great things from York's 5 through 8 in the order. 12 for 18 for York from 5 through 8 in the batting order. Strike 3 on Eric Hyatt. He thought it was in. Umpire disagreed. And the ump's opinion is the only one that matters in the court of baseball. It's a strikeout, out number 1 for Lynchburg. Yeah, it's a strikeout that I think maybe as a coach you don't feel terrible about for Eric Hyatt, because it's going to be a tough pitch to hit if he decides to swing at it. And you want your hitters feeling confident about their zone awareness. So if Eric Hyatt thinks it's a ball, you're probably okay with that. Now with runners on base in a game, is there more value in putting it in play? Perhaps. Some people would say runners on base, it's actually better to take a strikeout so you stay out of the double play. But we're really getting deep into the advanced analytics and sabermetrics now. Bryce Demery on a 1-0 count will fly out to the first baseman. So Eric Hyatt worked a long at bat, short at bat from Bryce Demery. Gavin Collins is 0 for 2 with a walk. Did score a run on the 3-run home run from Quinn Madden. Thought it was a great walk too, if you recall, where he fouled off some pitches, fought off some tough ones from the starter Brandon Purdy for York. Purdy will be on the hook in this one for the loss, unless York can bail him out and score some runs to tie this game up. Lane Berkeley is the current arm right now working for the Spartans and working with a 1-0 count against Gavin Collins. Low, Collins takes it for ball 2. But yes, thought it was an outstanding walk that Gavin Collins drew. Riley O'Donovan then rifled a ball down the right field line that ended up being a double, and Quinn Madden took the first pitch he saw over the left field fence for a home run. That's how Lynchburg got their first 3 runs. But it started with this guy, Gavin Collins, leading off the bottom of the 2nd with a very nice walk. 2-1 count here on Berkeley. Collins hitting with 2 outs. Gavin Collins leans into one. Let's see if this has enough. Left fielder is there at the fence and pulling it in. The ever-busy Chris Bettler grabs another one, and it's just a long fly ball for Gavin Collins. Thought he might have got enough of it, but it's the 3rd out of the inning. And Lynchburg will look to hold their lead as we move to the top of the 8th at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Eighth inning set to begin here at Fox Field. It's been overcast all day, but the temperature very nice for baseball. Fans seem to be enjoying things outside. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Game 1 of 2 for us today. And it's a 5-game homestand. You would call it a 5-game homestand if it was professional baseball. Yesterday, 1 with York. Lynchburg, the doubleheader with York today. And then it's home games scheduled against Wittenberg on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. So 5 straight at Fox for Lynchburg. Then they hit the road next Saturday for their first Old Dominion Athletic Conference game. Wow, the ODAC schedule is here already, less than a week anyway, as Lynchburg will take on Bridgewater. Always a spicy matchup there. And perhaps we can review the reasons why, but if you're in the know for Lynchburg baseball, you probably know. Bridgewater always plays Lynchburg tough. Fly ball, right side, more of a pop-up, I guess you would say, that Ben Jones handles with ease. And that's the first out of the inning. Logan Tapman still working for Lynchburg. He came on in the 6th inning in relief of Nick Matfield. A little bit like Wes Arrington yesterday. Matfield went 5+, the old 5+ line, because he did not record an out in the 6th inning. But he did pitch in the 6th inning. Strike 1 there from Matfield on Michael Teneni. Wes Arrington did the same thing yesterday in Lynchburg's loss to York. Pitched 5 strong, but then that third time through the order, which ended up, like today, being the 6th inning, became problematic for both Lynchburg starters. Quinn Madden gets one in the basket for out number 2. Now all of a sudden it's turning into a quick inning. See if Connor Pickles got the take sign on here to make Logan Tapman work a little bit. And that doesn't matter to some coaches. Some coaches don't think that way. That one was easy for Pickle to lay off of. Just not competitive out of the hand from Tapman. Some coaches don't think that way as far as making a pitcher work. And let's be honest, if a guy is throwing strike 1 to everybody, you wouldn't necessarily want to handcuff that third guy with an 0-1 count if the pitcher just throws one right down the middle. So there's some different ways to think about that and think about making a pitcher work. Some coaches just don't really value it the same way. Some coaches think about it and talk about it a lot. Fastball missed from Tapman. 2-1 count with 2 outs. In the top of the 8th inning, Lynchburg will be looking for insurance in the bottom of the 8th. 7, 8, 9 due up for Lynchburg. That'll be Riley O'Donovan, Quinn Madden, Logan Webster if the batting order stays intact. Could be time to make some changes. Lynchburg did make a defensive change, by the way. Ryan Long is at first base now in place of Eric Hyatt. 3-1 count for Pickle. Tapman got that one on the outer half, and now the count is full. Chris Bettler on deck waiting. Bettler has been the active left fielder for York. Pretty impressive today. Oh, strike 3. Tapman hit a spot. Riley O'Donovan's pumped. Why wouldn't he be? Strikeout to end the top of the 8th inning. Lynchburg by 3. Looking for insurance in just a moment.
A single thread is unique. Like each of us, full of purpose and potential. A strand designed to connect, strengthen, and unite. But we face different challenges and have different opportunities. By acknowledging that others may struggle in ways we do not, we can celebrate our differences, embrace each other, and fortify the ties among us. A single thread can fray, yet when it's woven with another, a bond forms. A new strength created by the fabric of the whole. Let's embrace the fabric we make together, the diversity of our threads, to reach beyond ourselves and overcome the impossible. The true power of our game comes from unifying our individual backgrounds, connecting our unique stories, enabling us to be stronger, braver, greater. We can achieve so much more when we are all as one.
What a season. The confetti is going to fall. And there she goes, and she's got it. How sweet is this, and how wonderful for the...
Riley O'Donovan swings at the first pitch, ground ball to the third baseman. And the catcher for Lynchburg is retired for the first out of the inning. Lane Berkeley has now gone through the order once. Riley O'Donovan was the first batter that Berkeley faced. So let's see if Lynchburg gets better the second time, seeing the lefty Lane Berkeley for York. Just 2 appearances last season, but Berkeley has looked good in this one. We know Berkeley's got some talented bullpen options, including, I believe it was Ethan Kennedy yesterday that came out in the save situation. His offense gave him a cushion there in the 9th inning, but Kennedy had to pitch under some pressure and really seemed to perform pretty well. Quinn Madden, right fielder, is 1 for 3 with the home run, the first pitch dinger. Swinging at the second one here, actually it was the third pitch, and this is deep right center field. Robbie Elzinga tracking another one down. He covers a lot of ground out there. Robbie Elzinga, the senior center fielder for York. Second out of the inning for Lynchburg. The Hornets are going to get insurance. It'll have to be a 2-out rally again. Lynchburg did score 2 runs in the 6th inning with 2 outs. It started with a Logan Webster hit by pitch. Logan Webster still looking for his first hit on the season. That's coming. I'm feeling that. Not trying to throw the announcer's jinx on Logan Webster, but you know it's going to come at some point. Too much talent to keep Logan Webster hitless this long. And if you know anything about baseball, you can really have some hot and cold streaks in the game of baseball. I think the great Jose Ramirez for the Cleveland Guardians last year, he started the season like 1 for 42 or something like that. Something ridiculous for an all-star player like Jose Ramirez. And he remedied that, and the batting average got back to where you would think it would be for an all-star as the season went on. But hitting is tough. Hitting is very tough. After all, it's 1 on 9 out there. Pitchers are so good these days. 3-1 count here for Logan Webster, who has reached base multiple times this season, including once today with the hit by pitch. Looking to get on to maybe start another 2-out rally for the Hornets, who do lead 6-3. Here's the pitch to Webster. Left side, I think that will be Webster's first hit of the season. He hit that one hard, really just right through the glove of the diving Michael Toneni. Congrats to Logan Webster. Knew it was going to happen. Brandon Garcia is up. Garcia is looking for his first hit of the game. He has walked once, been hit by a pitch. Garcia walked once yesterday, did have 1 hit. That was a double for Lynchburg. So we had this scenario in the 6th inning. Webster got on, then Brandon Garcia got hit by a pitch later on. See if Lynchburg can score again, get an insurance run here. They lead 6-3 at the moment. Logan Webster with good wheels at first. He will be a threat to run in this at bat. Brandon Garcia went looking for a long ball. See if this stays in play. Right fielder will grab it on the warning track down the right field line. Nice catch from Connor Pickle, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. We'll go to the top of the 9th, where Lynchburg looks to shut it down and get their first win at home this season. Don't miss the conclusion coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Logan Tapman still on for Lynchburg,
Left fielder number 18.
looking to get what would be a 4-inning save right here if he can hold on to the 3-run advantage. The sun is desperately trying to fight its way out here at Fox Field. I think that was the term we used earlier, and it's starting to come out. You can see it on your screen, brightening up as we speak. Ball 1 from the righty Logan Tapman, who's looked very sharp, very in control. He has allowed 2 hits. Tapman has struck out 2, including the last inning, getting Connor Pickle looking to end the top of the 8th. 5 punch-outs total for Lynchburg as a team. They have held York to 6 hits, and remember, this is a Spartan ball club that banged out 17 of them yesterday. That was the most hits Lynchburg had given up in a game since April of 2022. So if you can get 17 hits off a Lynchburg pitching staff, you have done something right. We know the Spartans have a great offensive game plan. For Lynchburg to bounce back and respond this way, been pretty impressive, although the Spartans are going to pick up hit number 7 right there. A seeing eye single from Chris Bettler, his first hit of the game. And it's a much-needed base runner for York as they try to extend the life of this game. There will be a pinch hitter here. This is number 21, Jacob Daimling. Daimling impressed us last year. He hit a home run in his first ever collegiate bat, knocking one over the right field fence here at Fox. That would not be completely disastrous right now for Lynchburg as they have a 3-run lead, but it certainly would not make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside if you're a Hornet fan. 6-3, Lynchburg on top. Runner on first is the left fielder, Chris Bettler. Logan Tapman, 1-0 count to the new man, Jacob Daimling. Missed the zone there. There are multiple options throwing in the Lynchburg bullpen. Righty and a lefty look to be available, as we will get a mound visit from Riley O'Donovan. Still the catcher. Or did Sean Pokerock go in? It looks like Sean Pokerock is now wearing the pads for Lynchburg behind the dish. 2-0 count. Pokey will have the chat with Logan Tapman, 2 sophomores in conversation on the mound with a 3-run lead. Nobody out here. 2-0 count to Jacob Daimling. Shortstop, 9-hole hitter Luke Mosier is waiting on deck. No pinch hitter looks to be warming up at the moment, so we'll see Mosier there. Logan Tapman set the 2-0 count. Also missed. Similar miss to the other ones, just kind of up and away. Sometimes an easy fix for a pitcher. Other times things are a little bit harder on the mound, in the spotlight, under the microscope. Pitcher is the only guy that touches the ball on every play. I mean, he really is the most important person in the game of baseball. No disrespect to the left fielders and the shortstops of the world. But it all starts with the pitcher, and sometimes your hopes can end there as well. 3-1, Tapman. Nice job to make that adjustment. Said sometimes it's a simple fix. When you've missed a couple in the same spot, you get that feedback as a pitcher. That's helpful. When you miss one up and one down, then a lot of times it can be tougher. But it looks like Tapman has made the quick adjustment. Full count. Nobody out here to the pinch hitter, Jacob Daimling. Tapman looking over the front shoulder to check the runner. Comes after Daimling. Foul ball. Nice job by Tapman to go after him. And credit Daimling for staying alive here. Lynchburg, if needed in the 9th, would have O'Kelly McWilliams leading off, followed by Ben Jones, and then Ryan Long, who's in the spot for Eric Hyatt. Ground ball takes Ben Jones towards the bag. Underhand flip to Garcia. Tic-tac-toe around the diamond for Lynchburg as they get 2 for the price of 1 in a big spot as well. Top of the 9th, second double play of the game for the school that was the best in the country last year at turning the double plays. The Lynchburg Hornets infield has done it again. Very impressive infield defense for Lynchburg. And eventually we'll have to stop talking about last season because it's a different season. It's a new year. It's unfair to always compare these guys to what they did last year. But right now, when it's still fresh in our minds, it's pretty easy to do, isn't it? 2-0 count. Better pitches, I thought, that time from Logan Tapman. But he's fallen behind the 9-hole hitter, Luke Mosier. It would be a solid victory for Lynchburg to bounce back. Ground ball right side. Ryan Long on the dive. Throws from one knee. Tapman covering. They got him. Lynchburg wins it 6-3. How about the infield defense? All the way around the diamond. What a play. It'll be a 4-inning save for Logan Tapman. His first save of the year. It'll be win number 1 on the year for Nick Matfield. He had a great start, pitching 5+ and setting down 12 straight at one point. Nick Matfield with some impressive stuff on the mound. How about the hitting for Lynchburg? A 3-run home run for Quinn Madden. That got the scoring party started in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Lynchburg added 1 in the 4th, 2 more in the 6th. There's the score line for you as Lynchburg gets win number 5 on the season. They snap a little 2-game mini losing streak. Lynchburg improves to 5-3. York is now 1-1 on the year. Other offensive highlights include O'Kelly McWilliams IV with a bunt single there. One of 3 hits for McWilliams IV. Look at the speed motoring down the line. He stole a base in there as well. Brandon Garcia, always important at the top of the order. And there's the home run from Quinn Madden. That was the big damage early for Lynchburg. 3-run shot. Quinn Madden, the junior transfer, gets it done. Hornets win it. We are back in about 30 or 45 minutes to bring you game 2. Can't wait for that. Evan Gates will be alongside. Big props and shout-outs to our guy Brian Flowers on the camera work. Evan Gavin in his Orioles jersey today. He is a baseball fan. And Laura Porto, I made the comment about the Phillies, but you will not find a bigger Philadelphia Phillies fan than Porto. We appreciate you watching. We'll be back in just a minute. Lynchburg wins it 6-3. Hope you enjoyed it on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Game number 3 from Fox Field. We're right back in double dip action and a really great day for baseball. Every day at this point is a great day for baseball. The contest of the Christmas colors and the rubber match between Lynchburg and York. You see Josh Jorman about to get his warm-up tosses underway in here in the Hill City. Another good contest, especially early in the season when you're trying to really figure out who's going to be in those lineups. We know Lynchburg has started to solidify some of those faces at the right places. But I'm Evan Gates. He is Kyle Haney, and so glad you're joining us here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. And Kyle, first game, good comeback from Lynchburg, obviously, yesterday. Didn't want to drop that contest, but they looked really composed.
Got a chance to win the series now. If you're Lynchburg, they did look sharp. Evan, you're right. Great starting pitching from Nick Matfield. Ran into a little bit of trouble there in the 6th inning. Logan Tapman came on to bail him out. Tapman finishes the game. Lynchburg got the big 3-run blast from Quinn Madden, and the rest of the offense followed suit as well. We can recap that one a little bit more as this goes on, but we're almost ready for first pitch here from Fox Field, Game 2. And Lynchburg, you know, the lineup pretty similar as you look at it here. Evan, we can run that down. The lineup for York, very similar as well. York is actually just going to make one change between Game 2 and Game 3. Lynchburg with a slightly different configuration at the bottom of the lineup, but I'll let you run that down if you want to here as we're about to get underway.
Well, for York, let's go through the batters. Lucas Prendergast is stepping in the box now, occupying second base. Gabe Trevino batting second. Robbie Elzinga, Andrew Santarpia, Michael Teneni, Connor Pickle, Chris Bettler, Brett DeWeese, and Luke Moser, 1 through 9. Josh Jorman, the grad student out of Oak Hill, Virginia, stepping on the bump for his second start this year. Obviously, last year with Nick Matfield's injury, he had some extended action, and he was really good down the stretch. We know he got injured in that ODAC tournament, but what he was able to contribute, I think, just helped the Hornets' confidence going into the postseason.
Kind of was that midweek wild card guy. Remember, he took the ball in a very good game against CNU, a ranked CNU team that gave Lynchburg a chance to win that. They did. I'm sure it gave the Hornets some confidence, and I think Jorman can be that guy again. But he pitches well. He could find himself pitching on the weekend quite a bit more often, Evan.
Well, we know Logan Tapman in that last game, also somebody who's going to be a candidate to start games. That's kind of what you like at the beginning of the season, having a lot of different options. And Jorman, somebody who has really put himself in a solid spot. And as the lefty gets strike two, 2-2 count on Prendergast. He was the only guy for York in that last game who had 2 or more hits. Talk about a squad that had 17 yesterday. Offense a little quieter today as McWilliams in center gets out number 1. Let's run through the Hornets' defensive scheme here in the final match of the series. Bryce Demery out in left, O'Kelly McWilliams in center, and Quinn Madden in right. Around the infield, third to first is Gavin Collins, Brandon Garcia, Ben Jones, and Ryan Long. One of those changes for Eric Hyatt. Sean Pokerock behind the plate, and Jorman is his battery mate.
Yeah, game 1 yesterday, York outstanding offensively, 17 hits, just the 7 last game, or 6, but it was 7. I was wrong. It was 7. The real average for York is probably somewhere in between those two numbers, Evan, but that shows you just what a great job Matfield and Tapman did in game 1 today of limiting this Spartan offense.
Well, so tough early in the year, too. There's so many different things that can happen. Garcia on a hop fires over to Long, beats Trevino for out number 2. Pitchers, if you go back into the early offseason, they have lots of time to really get things ready, but we know even with inter-squad, it's just so different when you get into those games. You don't know how long you're going. As you've said in some of the early games, too, it's more about a pitch count than really looking at the innings.
Yeah, Wes Arrington has gone over 90 pitches a couple times already early this season, but I think the rest of the staff, the number is going to be under that. I think Coach Beasley and his staff would prefer to not have anybody over that 60 or 70 mark early, but everybody's different. Everybody, you know, is working with a different skill set, and then arm health is obviously in there as well as this one's slashed into center field.
Elzinga gets a hammer on it. McWilliams fields a nice turn, and it'll hold Elzinga to 2, but a nice double. We have seen him all series bat .396 last year, 15 doubles, 3 homers, and an OPS over 1,000. He's showing us what he can do.
Yeah, Robbie Elzinga's got 3 hits on the season now. Of course, all 3 against Lynchburg. These are York's first games, but all 3 of them are doubles. I mean, he is a double machine at this point early in the year. Expect big things from Robbie Elzinga. All other York opponents should be on notice for that guy.
7 extra base hits for the Spartans yesterday, something that Lynchburg doesn't really allow. First pitch swing from Andrew Santarpia. So we see Jorman just looking really comfortable. He's not going to wait around for long. We'll see throughout this matchup. Again, we don't know how long he's going to stay. That's really the question you have to answer early in the season. From the stretch, umpire says he didn't go, so count 1-1, 2 down. Pretty day here in Lynchburg. As we said, temperatures been very favorable throughout these first few games. You go down to Alabama to start the season. That's another thing that helps if you're the Hornets. We know York coming down from Pennsylvania. Get those snowstorms, it could be April. At that point, you might still be seeing some frozen ground. As Jorman pitch inside. Santarpia, another one of those guys who's just a big contributor, a big returner from last year. That's why York has some high expectations this year. Just under 300 from an average standpoint last year.
Yeah, big pitch here for Jorman, 1-2. See if he goes off speed or fastball, Evan.
Big one coming, goes outside, maybe a setup pitch. Now 2-2.
Yeah, good concept there. It was in a really good spot. If it was a miss, it was what the coaches would call a good miss. He didn't miss it over the heart of the plate. He missed further out. Could be going back to that same spot, or could be time to go inside. Adjustment to the count. It says 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
We'll see if he's patient. Pitch framed, but it is outside. So first walk of the game for York, and it brings in Michael Tonini.
It was virtually identical spots there, Evan. The second pitch might have been a little bit closer to the plate, but just off, and the umpires have switched. It's the same crew, but they switched places. Field umpire puts the gear on and now becomes the home plate umpire. So there's an adjustment there for both teams. Got to learn the zone a little bit.
Something for Lynchburg that might be interesting, and every umpire has his or her own style of calling those pitches, but you go down and play these D3 opponents top 10, top 12 to start the year. You wonder if the zone changes at all, because you have some of those higher competition games where maybe it shrinks a little bit. You know that pitchers are going to have to dot it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And those great teams, as Jorman will spin and kind of make a little token move to second base, but the great teams will even chart the umpires to try to get some tendencies there. And now the umpires are just like players. They'll have an off game, or a game maybe where they call something that they don't other games. So some of that is still just an educated guess when you're charting umpires as another one comes inside. But if you got the coaching staff to do it, there might be some value in that, or at the minimum, at least making some mental notes about guy A and guy B and so forth as far as what they like to call.
Anything that helps you in a game, I reckon the coaching staff is really trying to get into, as here's the pitch from Jorman, 1-1. Elzinga on second. You'll see he gets a little bit of an extended lead. Last season, 10 stolen bases, so he is no stranger to trying to wreak havoc on the base paths.
Yeah, we know he's got some speed. I mean, you can see him zipping around in the outfield there, making catches, and then on those doubles, he can really roll.
Center fielder is almost always pretty active, as we saw secondary lead. This one's going to be to Garcia. Tough throw over to first. Long is able to snatch it for out number 3. So athletic play from number 7 at shortstop. Lynchburg will get out of the inning with no runs allowed as we move to the bottom of the first from Fox Field. Bottom of the first, and Lynchburg will get set to bat. Awesome day here in the 4-3-4. Yesterday, around the Hornets sports, we'll say it was a mixed bag. Some wins and losses. Lacrosse teams both dropping contests. We know Lynchburg dropped game 1 of this York series, but he also had some good in there. Lynchburg's track and field program had 2 new school records. Logan Babs and Kayla Werner. If you're just a fan of Lynchburg sports, you're going to hear their name a lot. Not just this season, but especially for Kayla for the ones to come. So we'll move back to baseball. We've got Evan Hughes on the mound. 3 Evans at Fox Field today. So that's a pretty cool occasion. Evan cubed. And he is a freshman for this York squad, getting a weekend start. So you know he has the stuff to get it done. No stats that we really have to analyze. So we're just going to see his performance today as Hollywood Brandon Garcia steps into the box.
Yeah, you hit on a great thing there. York obviously has some belief in this young man if they're handing him the ball against a ranked Lynchburg team on the road in a starting situation. You can tell already, kind of deliberate on the mound, not robotic, but you can tell that he has really honed the mechanics. He's got some velocity, got some life out of the right hand there. Looked like a good hard sinking fastball at the bottom of the zone a couple times. Early 0-2 count.
Always a good sign from your pitcher. Next one high. We know Brandon will not chase early in the ball game, so just trying to get a sample size, and obviously not only for us here in the booth, but for the teams on the field, you obviously want to get as much as you can on this pitcher. That's why sometimes second time through the order is so crucial. Going to be a tough play at first as Hughes scatters to the bag. Nice movement for out number 1, and that'll bring in O'Kelly McWilliams.
Yeah, freshman had to field his position, too. He did that successfully. Game 1, we saw Lynchburg pitchers make some outstanding plays over there covering the bag, and even the final one in the first game today secured the victory as Logan Tapman got over to cover on a nice play that Ryan Long made at first base.
Those plays certainly aren't easy at this point when you're just trying to feel things out. We know also having different personnel can cause some wrinkles. Lynchburg's batting lineup sounds like this. Brandon Garcia was leadoff. O'Kelly McWilliams at the plate. Ben Jones batting third. Eric Hyatt, Bryce Demery, Gavin Collins, Quinn Madden, Ryan Long, and Sean Pokerock will round it out. So Ryan Long, the new face in the starting 9. 1-1 count to McWilliams. We've seen pretty good sample of what he can do this season, and you know you're going to have speed from him, but it also is going to be a big defensive contribution in center field. Trying to replace a guy like Carson Atkins is not an easy task. We know what 27 is able to accomplish, the transfer from Wofford.
Yeah, I love this guy. I saw him up there in between games. He said, I'd like to hit it a little bit harder in game 2 today. He had 3 hits in the first game, though, Evan.
See, those are the guys that you know want to make improvements.
That's
when you
right.
have 3 hits and it's still not good enough.
That's exactly right. And there is something to be said in the game of baseball for hit 'em where they ain't. That was the old phrase. But, yes, nothing like really crunching a ball and driving it somewhere.
Well, sometimes it's tough, too, when you see a stolen base tally. You think about analyzing that more than maybe his batting or his fielding. And so you try to get a full read of what he can do. And I think if you just fall into this Lynchburg category of staying patient at the box, it's going to treat him especially well because that allows him to get on base and have those opportunities. As 2-2 count, it's fouled off again, so number 27 hanging tough.
Yeah, good at bat here. Looks like he's seeing it well, and that can be tough early on. The guy's breaking ball, the opposing pitcher's breaking ball is always going to be tough. You don't know the shape just yet. Whereas fastballs, it's just kind of about the velocity. But it looks like McWilliams fought off a couple off-speed pitches, and he did the same thing there as well.
That one just a little late, still fouled off. Came into the series leading Lynchburg from a batting average standpoint at .345, and it was through 6 games, so a lot of baseball left to be played, but always nice to have a good start. Here's a grounder to second base. Easy work from Prendergast for out number 2. Let's go through the York defensive alignment. The outfield, it's Bettler in left, Elzinga in center, Pickle in right. Infield, Zaneni at third, Moser at shortstop. Prendergast made the play at second, Santarpia at first. DeWeese by the plate, Hughes on the mound. And now Ben Jones will step up to the plate. Big triple in game one. We've seen lots of hitting contributions throughout this lineup. It's not really targeting one specific section. We know York yesterday, it was really the middle of the lineup. Kyle, you talked about it in game two or game one of today's action, just the amount of hitting that they got. 4 guys with 3 hits.
Yeah, that was impressive. It was 5 through 8, was 12 for 18. It looks like Ben Jones' first hit of the day might have to wait a little bit. Yeah, he's out at first, Evan.
Big play from Moser beats Jones to the bag. So scoreless through 1 complete here at Fox Field. York will be batting on the other side.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
Josh Jorman back on the mound for the Hornets, and so far, so good. York had 1 hit in that first inning. Robbie Elzinga rattling out a double to left center, but no more damage is done. And now York will bring in Connor Pickle. He's had a series.
He really has a great start to the 2024 campaign for this guy, Connor Pickle, who even made some fans here in Lynchburg back in 2022. This is, again, a series that these two teams have been playing for over a decade now, and it always involves York coming down to Lynchburg. So you get to see some guys over and over multiple years. And then the 3-game series helps as well when you get to see a lot of baseball in a weekend.
Pretty cool for York, too, to start the season off. Not only are you getting warmer weather, but a little bit of an extended stay, get the night just to really focus on baseball. We know this time of the year is so tough with school still in session as ball is fouled out behind Lynchburg's dugout.
Well, and I would say, Evan, you get a chance to play the defending national champions as well. I mean, what a great opportunity. There's not many teams that are going to be able to say they open up with the defending national champs. Yes, it's a tough test, but I think as a coach and as a program, it's a test that you're very happy that you get to take.
Jorman, easy toss to first, and I think you're absolutely right. This is a time where there are teams who would be nervous about that, and I think from a Division III standpoint, there are very few because so many want to get better. They want to test themselves, and what a great measuring stick to come out against a team that, yes, looks a lot different from last year, but obviously similar personnel. Think about that infield as well. We've seen that lineup with Collins, Garcia, Jones, and Hyatt. That was identical to what we really saw in Iowa. So they have been trying to sharpen their stuff. Now Chris Bettler trying to get a look at Jorman in the box as it's a 1-1 count. Opportunities to strike don't come often against this Lynchburg team, and we have seen, especially in game one, York really capitalized. It was a game that felt like Lynchburg had played through so many times last year where they would go down early and you just trust your pitching will come in, keep the work close, and then deliver in the late innings. But obviously York had insurance runs that really helped them stay in the lead.
Yeah, Lynchburg, when they went up 5-2 yesterday, Evan, I don't know that they took their foot off the gas, to use that analogy. And it's hard to get inside everybody's head. You know, if one guy takes their foot off the gas, does that mean the rest of the team has also done the same. That's probably not accurate. But did maybe Lynchburg let up a tad, perhaps? Perhaps, as Josh Jorman looked like he pulled a string on that one and got Bettler out front for the second out of the inning.
First strikeout for Josh Jorman, and now Brett DeWeese will step up to the plate. Jorman's going to be a guy, obviously, still getting a good sample size on him, but he is pitching this year, and I think that's a pretty evident sign that, yeah, his stuff was good last year. And we didn't have the expectation that he would get on the mound. He had pitched before, but with Lynchburg's crew, you think about Zach Potts and Brandon Pond, you didn't really need that extra guy. But when Nick Matfield went out for the season, that was such a huge spot to be in. And number 26 turned number 2, delivered.
Yeah, I loved what Jorman brought to the table last year. You know, the other thing, too, Evan, he was such a great hitter last year. He led Lynchburg in average last season, so you may not want to take him away from that. You might not want to lose the focus of playing. Ooh, Jorman got scattered there. Luckily, that ball did not hit him. It's just a clean single into center field. But just to continue the thought here with the runner on base, you may not want to take your best hitter away from first base and make him put his efforts and his energies into pitching. So that might have been part of the hesitation there as well. But as you said, each situation, each season is different. Jorman's out here in Game 3 of the series against York. Good replay there as Jorman with a little dance to get out of the way of a hard one.
Seems like it's always the guys who have a history of battling through injuries that those pitches or those hits come back at. It's never the guys who have been the mainstays. And from a health standpoint, we know Jorman is really looking forward to this season. If you come back as a grad student, I mean, you definitely love the program, and just another opportunity to come out and put the red jersey on, as there's strike number 2. It'll actually be 1-1, excuse me. So Luke Moser at the plate, occupying shortstop for York in this 9-hole. Runner on first. Right in the zone. That is strike number 2.
Couple double plays for Lynchburg in the first game today. Evan, I know you saw that. It seems like that Lynchburg infield that you've mentioned is very similar from last year. Seems like they're at it again with the twin killings.
I know they like to really stay back in the grass, too. They're comfortable everywhere. It's going to be a high chopper, and it will stay fair. So sometimes you see it toes the line, and then you got to go back and do it again. This one, just hard circumstance for Poker Rock to corral, and now York occupying first and second back at the top of the lineup as Prendergast will step in. And so obviously not a spot that you want to extend the inning. Flew out to center in his first at-bat. We'll see if he can drive in the first RBI of game number 3.
Yeah, weird one there for Mosier. It's a high chopper. It's a single because I don't know if either guy, Jorman or Poker Rock, gets to it. If they field it cleanly, do they pick it up and throw Mosier out at first? That's debatable, but there was some miscommunication there. It looked like this ball's roped.
Madden was leaping, couldn't get it, and York is going to have the first runs of the game. Now rounding third, an opportunity for extra trouble. Triple for Lucas Prendergast. He drives in 2, and the Spartans are first on the scoreboard. So as we might have insinuated, Lynchburg finds some trouble early as it was just a tough chopper. It really looked like one of those circus games where you go up to the bell, and very next play, Madden couldn't do much out and right.
Yeah, 3 straight hits in a row now for York in 3 very different ways. A line drive right back through the middle, a chopper in between the catcher and the pitcher, and then a triple in the right center gap. And York has scored. Lynchburg on the ropes a bit here early in the top of the second.
Obviously, it's unfortunate to have that happen early, but Lynchburg will be ready to come back. They have the bats to do it. This is a squad that early in the season is 5-0 when leading through 6 innings. So you have to predict the good teams will do that. They're going to have the bullpen and the staff to complement those starters. The question today is going to be, if you find yourself trailing, do you have the bats in the back of the game to get it done?
That's exactly right. And I think that's a pretty good, worthwhile stat there. You know, again, some of those stats are misleading because the good teams are going to have good records when leading at any point in the game because they just win more games. But I think that says a lot when you have the lead 6 innings on. Lynchburg can hold it. And certainly we do think about, 7, 8, and 9 as being those late game situations. So good call there by you. It's still early, but you want to minimize the damage here if you can, if you're Josh Jorman.
Can't get rattled. And 2-0 count now, but what could be just a 2-run inning that you concede can turn very quickly. Runner just 90 feet from home. Prendergast now 1 for 2 on the day, had 2 hits in the first one of this doubleheader.
Yeah, and it's a similar situation as far as minimizing damage and not getting rattled. Remember, Logan Tapman came in a tough spot, bases loaded, immediately got a ground ball double play. A run did score, then he struck out the next batter. But that certainly can be a lot worse, and this might have just turned worse for Josh Jorman as a fastball hits the foot of Gabe Trevina, hit by pitch, and now there's runners at the corners.
Looked like it just skimmed him, but either way, runners on the corners. And Gabe Trevina steps up, ground out. Or excuse me, that was Trevina. Robbie Elzinga now steps up, and that is even further cause for concern. He had a double in his first at-bat. A lot of triples in the series, too. You don't always see that, and we know that Fox Field has some parts of that outfield that are very favorable for triple hitting, but it has obviously been a lot of heavy at-bats as Jorman, nice pickoff attempt, just can't get Trevina.
Yeah, Trevina might have been leaning there. Good idea by Jorman to throw over one time and take a look. It is a tough spot with Robbie Elzinga, the doubles machine, up here hitting 2 outs and 2 on.
If you're Trevina, I wouldn't argue that trying to make something happen is a bad thing. We saw O'Kelly McWilliams. He almost got stuck in between first and second, but it caused Brandon Garcia to score.
Yeah, the counterpoint to that is you got your 3-hole hitter up here who roped a double in his first at bat. I don't want to do anything to take the bat out of his hands. But that's, again, my opinion.
I think it's a good one, especially when you've seen what he has done, not just in the series, but you want to keep everything as smooth as possible. Lefty has been very strong, occupying center field. He's done it on both sides of the ball, trying to extend this York lead. 0-1 count. Pitch inside, almost jammed him. Will Collins have a play on it? It's just going to skip away into the gravel.
Good long run there for Gavin Collins. He made a nice break on it. That's not a play that infielders get to work on a ton, going back on a ball like that and angling to the fence. Usually it's a true pop-up when you're working on that. That was more of a looping, soft liner. Good job by Collins to make a break. Brandon Garcia makes that play really well, that looping liner over the infield.
I think a lot of Lynchburg's infielders have had that play down. Elzinga, similar spot, fouls it off. Don't want to loop anything and leave it hanging against this guy because he's going to let it rise and go over the fence. We'll see if Jorman can put him away. 0-2 count with 2 down. Lynchburg trying to escape with minimal damage. Jorman from the stretch. And pitch. That one hung a little bit. Jones is going to have a play on it from one knee. Gets it over to Ryan Long for out number 3. So good time and place for Ben Jones. Lynchburg concedes 2 runs at the top of the second. They're going to be back trying to equalize in the bottom half.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and ropes course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
Bottom of the second, Lynchburg's Eric Hyatt DHing today. He is in the cleanup spot, batting fourth. Hornets went down on 3 ground outs in the bottom of the first. We know Kyle in the first game today started with a lot of flyouts, so tale of 2 tapes.
Yeah, it looks like it was 17 of the outs in the first game total were flyouts, including the first 6 outs that Lynchburg made. It looks like 8 of the first 12 were airborne outs for Lynchburg, as Hyatt has worked himself into a hitter's count. And sometimes, Evan, that says more about what the pitcher does rather than the hitter. It can tell you something about the hitter and the team's hitting concept if a lot of the outs are flyouts, but could say something else about York's starting pitcher last game. Maybe just the ball's elevated a little bit more ride, a little higher spin rate potentially to keep it airborne a little longer. Hyatt swings and misses on that one.
Obviously, you don't want to leave too many in the zone, or at least able for Lynchburg to get under it, because some of those balls in April and May, as the season goes on, they're going to get up and out. Hyatt, 2-2 count, no outs. Bottom of the second, Lynchburg looking for retaliation. Hyatt gets his bat on this one. Shortstop Moser throw over to first and was almost in the dirt, but easy snag for Sansarpia. 1 down. Here's Bryce Demery.
So make it 4 ground ball outs now for Lynchburg. And so, yeah, it tells you, I think, a little bit Evan Hughes is keeping the ball low in the zone. Probably got the good sinking action on the fastball. And it, obviously is a small sample size, but it is noteworthy. I mean, we're talking about it. We've made the note.
Well, four straight outs against Lynchburg and your freshman year first start. I'd say that's pretty good.
Well, yeah, that's true, too. Just getting 4 straight outs in any fashion is a good start for this young guy, Evan Hughes, who looks unbothered on the mound, pitching against the 5th-ranked team in the country.
And, Kyle, here's the thing where, as announcers, if you've talked about 4 straight ground balls, you obviously don't want Demery to go and, pop out to center. If it gets up, you're hoping it's going as a homer.
That's a great point. Yeah, you don't change your hitting approach just because you've made 4 ground ball outs. Now, you might be saying in the dugout, hey, let's get him elevated, guys. Let's go after something belt high rather than knee-high pitches. Now, with 2 strikes, you don't really have that luxury. But prior to that, you might. So maybe it has been talked about, actually. Not a game plan change, but a tweak, potentially, we might call it.
Well, Hughes has gone down 2-0 in the first 2 counts today, or in this inning. And so maybe you just try and be a little more patient, see if some of those down and away are going to go as balls, as he gets this one in the zone. 3-1 count. Demery will be patient. We've talked about him and his power. We know that if he gets contact, he can put a dent in the baseball. 3-1 hitters count. This one does go high, and under it is Santarpia, and gets out number 2. Sometimes as a first baseman, when you're very close to the base, that can get a little tough just to get down, especially early in the season. You have so many things happening at once, but Santarpia is clinical to put it away, and Gavin Collins steps into the box.
Well, and that was one thing in college baseball you used to say about those northern teams from Pennsylvania, wherever, they may not handle the fly balls and the pop-ups quite as well, because if you've been indoors in the gym, you've hit a bunch of ground balls probably, but you may not have worked on some of those high pops unless you've been outside. I think winter's been pretty mild everywhere, though. I feel sure that York has gotten out on the field this season.
Oh, and I think we have enjoyed the 60s here in Virginia. Now, we'll say they need to maybe just start making facilities that have those 100, 150-foot high roofs.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Maybe you can get those fly balls.
That's right.
Collins.
You can just go ahead and play games in there,
Well, Tropicana Field does that.
That's true.
I know a lot of people aren't very happy with Tropicana Field, but
Yeah.
it does have a roof. We've had some people around campus talking about an indoor track or an indoor facility for anything where you make a big bubble. A lot of schools have that facility, as we're going to have to put that thought on pause. Collins goes down swinging. First 6 retired. Evan Hughes looking strong and capable of going further in this ball game for York as they hold on to a 2-0 lead.
was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Top of the third, Josh Jorman resumes his action, and York will bring up Sansarpia, Taneni, and Pickle. Having a lot of fun here at Fox Field. Evan Gates, Kyle Haney, your battery mates in the booth when we are really preparing for what should be a very fun, hopefully successful season for this Lynchburg squad at home. And we have talked about the numbers already in this series, and they have been so good. 22-1 last year. I think it was 74-7 the last 4 years. Kyle, you'll have to check me on that. But, I mean, York kind of threw that sample out the window with first game.
It's baseball. Anything can happen, right? And that's part of the beauty of this game, and then also the frustrating thing about this game as well. But, yeah, Fox has been so good for Lynchburg, and the fan support, just the way Lynchburg plays at home. The way they play on the road is great, obviously, as well, but even better here at home. And, yeah, there are definitely high hopes and high expectations as you get a ground ball left side. Gavin Collins, one of his patented throws on the run for the first out.
It's like his signature style at this point.
Feels like it is, yeah.
At third base, it's not uncharacteristic because you get a lot of those short choppers that you have to chase down. But those are typically highlights in the MLB or pro leagues. You think about some of those that are dribbling down the line, and we have seen Gavin Collins left and right retire some of those tougher plays.
He just makes that look so easy.
Now, I don't know what would happen if some of us got out there and fielded it. Kyle, I know you played baseball back in the day.
LHSN talent show, athletic field day.
We got to get that in the works.
But you and Sam Graham would win all the running events, though.
See, but that stuff's not as entertaining. I mean, you can sit here and watch people run, but it's like, all right, well, when's it going to happen? Baseball's got a lot of different things.
Yeah, you're the track and field guy, though. You're the one that said it wasn't entertaining, not me. I just want that noted for the record.
Oh, absolutely.
We've got an Olympics coming up this year, though.
That's right.
It's going to be entertaining.
Paris. I mean, if O'Kelly McWilliams keeps running the way he is, maybe we can get him into qualifiers.
That's right. It might not be too late. 1-2 count here for Josh Jorman.
Zanetti in the box. This one he turns on. Another play for Collins. Takes a step in the dirt. Easy throw over to first. So number 15 has retired the first two for York. In the top of the third, Connor Pickle steps up. Ground out back to Jormond in the second inning. And he is always dangerous. We've seen the swings that he has had. He hits a lot like Elzinga. Obviously, two lefties who can really get contact. I think that's something that you want as a coaching staff.
That's a good point. There are some similarities there between he and his teammate Robbie Elzinga. They both have some power. Look like they can get the ball elevated if you leave it in the wrong place. And then you're right, they seem to put the bat on the ball with regularity, so tough strikeout guys. And that's a great combination there when you can hit for average and power. I mean, that is the classic baseball combination.
Pickle last year, 196 on the season, 13 RBIs. I have to figure he's going to be better this year from a statistical standpoint. Stats don't always tell the story either. You can be a guy who has a lower average and still finds ways to make things happen. And I would argue it's not even about on-base percentage all the time, because I think as a hitter, it's just how can you make the pitchers work? And if your average is low, but you still make pitchers have to use 8 or 9 every single at-bat, that is still very effective. This one, little two inside, and Pickle will strut to first. So obviously, Jorman was looking for that 1-2-3 inning. still unable to do so. Chris Bettler now steps in.
So interesting note here that's worth mentioning. We're in the third inning. Jorman has gotten the first two batters of each inning retired consecutively in order, and then it's been that third batter that has gotten on, and then in some cases more. We'll see if more get on here. But, yeah, Jorman has not had a problem getting the first two outs. It's been that third out that has been slightly elusive for the southpaw for the Hornets.
Now 3 free passes as well, 2 hit by pitch. So you think about some of those wrinkles you're trying to iron out early in the season, and I think it's a good thing for a pitcher to at least know what you have to do. You have thrown in a double and a triple in there, but it seems like Jorman has found his way, just unable to get all of it. As Madden keeps the ball in front of him, it's a hit for Chris Bettler, so inning extends again, and now Brett DeWeese, another chance with runners in scoring position.
5th hit of the game for York, and it is now the 3rd consecutive inning, all 3 innings, that York has gotten at least 2 runners on with 2 outs. In the first inning, they had a double from Elzinga, and then Santarpia walked. They were left stranded. York got runs in the 2nd inning. That's why they hold on to the 2-0 lead at the moment.
5 different guys with 5 hits for York. They have combined for 5 hits. We'll put it that way. This one might get going down the first baseline. It's a few feet foul, so DeWeese will do it over again. Single in the 2nd, and that really led the way for Luke Moser to single and Lucas Prendergast to bring him home with a triple.
Yeah, Brett DeWeese was 3 for 5 yesterday also, Evan. So he did not play in game 1 of this doubleheader today, but I think he falls under the swing in a hot bat category.
Maybe keeping the legs fresh to catch this game. Jorman left that one in the zone. It's fouled off. Long will just have to watch it a few feet past the fence. And so DeWeese now battling with an 0-2 count. These are opportunities where if you're Jorman, you can afford to put a pitch outside the zone, but you don't want anything getting past Pokerock.
Yeah, let's see if it's the away setup here for Pokerock. That is sometimes the setup pitch that Lynchburg favors. Fastball out of the zone, maybe. Looks like just middle but down maybe for Pokey right here. And
Jorman off speed, almost took a tumble off the mound, unable to field it cleanly. Did he still get it? Yes, he did. Josh Jorman, some acrobatics. It was not an easy play, but a big out to escape the inning with no runs, and Lynchburg will be batting in the bottom of the 3rd. Josh Jorman getting after it.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something. It becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you, and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here, you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Welcome back to Fox Field. Saw an acrobatic ending to the top of the 3rd, and we say it's one of those plays that doesn't exactly look like it's crazy, at least from the initial look, but Josh Jorman, number 2, the two-way player, gets a little toss over to first. Fans, we made a mistake earlier. Josh Jorman was number 25 last year, so if you've been rattling through the stats and info, apologize for that, as Lynchburg will move into their half. So far, nobody on base, and Quinn Madden trying to change it. Homer in that first game, a 3-run shot in the second inning.
Quinn Madden aggressive. He swung at the first 2 pitches last game that he saw in 2 at-bats. He swung at the first pitch there. This one out of the zone. I think Madden's one of those guys where if it is in the zone, he's going to be aggressive, but it doesn't necessarily mean he chases a lot, too. There is a difference there as the count goes to 1-1.
A lot of different styles for hitters, and I think it's just about staying disciplined enough to have the option, because that means you're not going to chase every single pitch, but being aggressive never hurt anyone if you can get that contact, especially in a stage where you're seeing a pitcher for the first time.
Yeah, again, you want to get a look at the shapes, and that's not triangles and pentagons. That's the shape of the breaking ball and what it does, where it starts, where it ends up, vertical, horizontal break, those sorts of things. You want to see that. So that's why I always talk about getting more information on a pitcher. The more times you see a guy, the more times you see those different shapes and the velocity.
2-2 count fouled off. We've talked about pitchers coming out of the stretch, and it's really just more common for pitchers nowadays. It's more comfortable with this guy. Evan Hughes is an exception. He has been very efficient with his stuff as well, trying to retire Madden. The 2-2 fouled off again.
Yeah, that's a one that you see a lot. Like you said, guys going from the stretch, less moving pieces, less moving parts, keep it simple. The old thing was with relievers, you might be entering with runners on base anyway, so just get used to that. But the science does say that a windup, sometimes you can generate a little extra velocity from the windup, taking the extra step. And it can make it a little bit easier on the body, I think, to generate the energy. So 2 different schools of thought there as the count goes full to Quinn Madden.
Hughes, last pitch, climbed the ladder out of the zone now. Big pitch if Lynchburg can get their first runner on base. Here it is. Madden turned on it. It's going into left field. It's staying fair. Yes. No. We're waiting. Looks like this one was just feet away. Everybody was watching in left field. We might have to get another look at that.
Yeah, umpire came out, got a look at it, threw the arms up. It was more of a casual foul ball call, but here you go, the replay. Right on cue. How about the camera work from JP out there? I don't know if you could tell much from that replay, but it was certainly fun to try to get another look at it.
We're just preparing the home run call. Maybe Quinn Madden will come out and hit another one here.
Might be right here.
The 3-2 again. This one belted into right center. And nice work from the right fielder, Pickle, giving chase out. Number 1. That is a long out. And despite some heavy contact, Madden will be retired.
Long out, long at bat. York's outfield defense has been really solid this series. I think probably deserving a little bit more credit. They've really tracked down some hard hit balls from Lynchburg. But throw that one in the hard hit category, though. It's again a long out, but I think one that Quinn Madden should not feel bad about.
Talked about his aggressiveness. I mean, in a spot like that, you cannot really hang your head about that out. You just hope that Hughes is still in the game when you get back around the next time around the order. You could tell Madden had a good read, as now Ryan Long steps in, and he gets a nice hit. It skimmed the line, and we're going to have another foul ball. Long as his hands up. That one was extremely close. Coach Beasley's coming out of the dugout. Wow.
This is about as much protest as you will see the Lynchburg dugout ever voice on a call, as head coach Travis Beasley out there at the third base line speaking with the home plate umpire. And there's another replay, and and the replay told the story on that one, Evan. Maybe we could show that again. Ryan Long was ready for that. He jumped on it. Got a feel for Ryan Long a bit.
Wow. Evidence doesn't discriminate, and that's tough, too, especially after your last at-bat. So you see it just skim the line. We know if it's on the line in baseball, that counts as well. But Ryan Long will step back into the box. Great camera footage from our friend JP getting it done. And, you know, that's tough, but if you're Lynchburg, got to come in and stay ready. You know Ryan Long is going to go back into this at-bat saying, I want to do even more damage than what could have transpired.
Yeah, just got to refocus here if you're Ryan Long. Control what you can control. That's the phrase you hear from coaches now. Can't control a bad call. You just got to try to move on if you're Ryan Long. But he's human. I mean, you have to think about it a little bit, don't you?
Oh, well, it's hard to keep that one in your pocket when it just keeps etching you, trying to figure it out. But it is still a 2-2 count, so not out of this at-bat yet. Hughes will wind up. Long will watch it, so has worked the count full. Obviously, if you're Evan Hughes, yeah, you gotten out, and Long is still in the batter's box, but you know Lynchburg's ready to do some damage.
Full count here with one out to senior Ryan Long.
Big chance for the Hornets. Nobody on base. Gets under this one, and DeWeese will just have to watch it over the net. So we'll do this one again. Few full counts for Lynchburg in this game when you can expect that the entire season. They are always looking to be patient, try to get their pitch. And now if you're Ryan Long, you want to get your pitch, but you would also be fine walking over to first. Hughes, the 3-2. Ryan Long just staying tough. He gets that bat around quick, and you think about in a spot like this, too, yeah, there's one out. Nobody's been on base yet for Lynchburg, but it just seems like the ceiling can only hold so much weight. It's ready to collapse. As number 4 tries to get it done again. He watches it. That is a beautiful at-bat for Ryan Long. Works the count full. Takes a few foul balls to do it, but turns things over to Sean Pokerock in the 9-hole.
Well, he got the hit taken away from him as well, Ryan Long, so you got to feel good about that. He may have actually gotten 2 bases taken away from him. It looked like it was going to be a double, but could you hear the way Lynchburg's dugout got louder, the volume got up? I think that's what the good teams do. They use a bad break as a motivating piece. They don't, get quiet because, oh, the umpires are out to get us. No, they just double their effort, get into it more, and they really urged Ryan Long on. I think that's a trait of great teams and great players. They might get a bad break, but they're going to find a way to bounce back from it more often than not.
It's a fantastic point, and we don't want to highlight some bad moments, but we do know with Josh Jorman's injury in the ODAC tournament, Lynchburg didn't lose a game after that happened in the ODACs, and so sometimes it does take a few things to get the energy level up, and this might be biased, but it seems like Lynchburg's dugout is one of the loudest that you're going to see. I mean, if you watch the NCAA tournament last year and you see everybody behind home plate, I think that's Exhibit A, about as good as it's going to get. Long has been chased back to first a couple times. Pokerock, 0-1 count.
Yeah, it is a team that's not afraid to yell and make some noise and get into it. Anything to help the group, find a way to help the team is what Coach Travis Beasley was talking about yesterday. Whether you're starting or not, you have to find a way to contribute to the success of the team. Good take there from Sean Pokerock. Homered yesterday, by the way.
Yes, and it was a pretty homer, too.
It was.
Pulled one over the left field wall. 1-1. Ryan Long once again getting his jersey dirty. Pokerock's a guy, as we said, worked in that cleanup spot last year. Obviously, some changes in the batting lineup this year. You bring in O'Kelly McWilliams up front. Ben Jones occupies that 3rd spot, and now we've seen Pokerock still trying to almost find his footing. I hesitate to say that when you see what he did yesterday.
Yeah, that was a great performance yesterday. 2 for 4. He's going to be splitting time all season with Riley O'Donovan doing the catching. That's what you think. But I think you're right. As a sophomore, he is still trying to find his footing. We know how big he was in the postseason, but he only had 15 hits last year on the year. 8 of them were in the postseason, so most of his work did come late in the season and specifically in tournament play.
This pitch rings Pokerock up, and it's out number 2. So it's a tough one to have to face, but Brandon Garcia is now going to have to work with 2 outs.
Got to the top of the lineup back up here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It will be Brandon Garcia, 0 for 1 in this game. He was 0 for last game and just 1 hit yesterday So he's looking to really bust out, not his normal standard as far as the base hits go. Garcia has, of course, been on the bases with the walk, and there was a hit by pitch in their last game, too.
Garcia turns on this one. Looks like it's going to pull foul. Right fielder was giving chase. This isn't recorded officially in the stats column, but think about some of these strikeouts. From Lynchburg's standpoint, I almost think there have been more backwards Ks than forward in this series. We've seen a few where that's a pretty good sign of being patient, as we've talked about, but also pitches that have either dotted the zone or they're maybe almost too close to let go have ended up ringing up the Hornets.
Yeah, it looks like Lynchburg struck out 3 times in the first game today. 2 of them were looking, so 2 of the 3. Ooh, that ball got underneath the catcher. That's going to be a base for Ryan Long. Let's go back to yesterday, Evan. Looks like 3 of the 7 Lynchburg strikeouts were looking. So basically half at this point in this 3-game series have been looking and half have been swinging, to your point.
You think about the tradition for strikeouts. Normally you're going to be swinging, seeing that 3rd strike in the zone, but Lynchburg has let a few go. Brandon Garcia trying to get the runner in. Ryan Long now stands at second. Hughes, the 1-1. It's a good one. Hung in the zone, and now Garcia's going to have to battle.
That was a good one. That was sharp action breaking ball there from Evan Hughes, who continues to impress. This might be the biggest pitch of his young career so far right here.
A little bit of pressure behind him. Ryan Long was occupying first. Hesitated a few times, and it's the easy take of second. Garcia pulls this one in the air. Who wants it? Pickle will call him off in right field and makes an easy 3rd out. So York has still blanked Lynchburg through 3 here at Fox Field, and the Hornets trailing 2-0. We had some fun in between innings, but we move here into the 2nd, 3rd of the ball game, and it will feature Luke Moser, Lucas Prendergast, and Gabe Trevina batting for York. Josh Jorman has allowed 5 hits, 2 runs through 3. We'll see what the bullpen has in store. 3rd game of a doubleheader, and 3rd game of the weekend, rather. You always know that you've used a few arms here and there, but next man up mentality. You want to see a lot of different guys get a lot of different looks.
The bullpen management is so tricky because, like you just said, you want guys to get a chance early in the year to prove themselves, to test themselves, see what they got. But then you got to manage the bullpen, make sure you don't run out of arms. Lynchburg just 1 day off, and then they're back at it Tuesday and Wednesday. Then the first ODAC series Saturday against Bridgewater, Evan. So really setting up the bullpen and the starters, for that matter, setting up that pitching will be critical for the coaches.
Crazy how ODAC action is already here. There's always a couple games in between, at the beginning of the season, and obviously Bridgewater is going to be a matchup near the middle of the conference. You hope to pull that one out, but it's coming very soon. As Moser will take strike 2. No batting gloves. Some unconventional style choices from number 5.
Yeah, I like that. That's kind of old school. Although batting gloves have been around for so long now, it's actually maybe not even accurate to call that old school, but going sans batting gloves. Strikeout there for the man with no gloves.
Didn't work that time as they turn back over to the top of the lineup for a third time. Lucas Prendergast, second baseman. He had that big triple, the 2 RBI triple last time up. One of the exclamation marks thus far, trying to keep it rolling with 1 out. Prendergast and so many others. This is a cast that returns for York. 20-20 season last year. 2020 vision for this year would probably be to have a winning record. And you think about the people that they bring back. You have a staff from a pitching standpoint where you still have Schaefer and Purdy, as we've seen returners, and Evan Hughes. I mean, based on what we've seen today, is ready to get things done. Prendergast gets another free pass to first. It's the third hit batter of this game for Josh Dorman.
Yeah, I think the expectations for York, it's got to be 500 record at minimum. That's got to be the baseline. I think they're thinking about a playoff, a postseason appearance, an NCAA regional bid. I feel like that's the goal for Mike Scappa and his squad, but a long way to go, and probably better served not to think about that right now. Just take them one game at a time, as the old adage says.
Well, we have mentioned that schedule coming up, and again, if you could win a series at Lynchburg, I think it's pretty good to just have confidence for those games down the stretch. Bunt will roll foul, luckily for Lynchburg, because I know Gabe Trevina has speed. He's also been hit by a pitch earlier in this game, so 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first.
That was well placed there. I think that was a true base hit bunt try with 1 out. Probably not really thinking about sacrifice bunting the runner at first to second. But now it's an 0-1 count with 1 out for Gabe Trevina.
Elzinga on deck too. That's not a bad choice, because even if you get 1 out, you still have somebody on. This one turns to the left. Demery sees it the entire way. Retires it for out number 2. Here is Robbie Elzinga. 1 for 2 with a double in that first inning.
It was 2 doubles yesterday. In game 1 today, 2 of 3 in the series. Robbie Elzinga was 0 for 2 with 2 walks. And both of those walks, we felt like maybe Lynchburg was trying to pitch around him a little bit, and you can understand why with Elzinga being so talented.
Well, last year on the stat sheet, and it goes further than this. We've seen Jorman's pickoff move a few times, still unsuccessfully. Elzinga last year led in batting average, walks, stolen bases, and on-base percentage. I think you can keep on going with his stats, because he is just one of those threats that you see all throughout the lineup. And in that 3 spot of the lineup, you know he's just ready to attack any chance he gets.
Yeah, the phrase that you hear baseball people use is "don't let him beat you," and that would be, you know, typically whoever the best hitter on the team is. But there's certain guys, if you like your matchup after that, as in the guy on deck or the batting, the hitters that follow, you would use that phrase, and don't let him beat you. And that means if you need to walk him, but don't let him beat you. Don't let him get good pitches to hit, especially with runners on base. If there's nobody on base, then you probably got free reign to just go after him. But this could be a situation where they're going to be a little picky with Elzinga, although it's an 0-1 count to start. Got a decent pitch there, but didn't really handle it.
Demery will. You have Chase, a little bit of running, but an easy third out. So they do go after Elzinga. They do retire the Spartans, and through 3.5, York leads 2-0 Lynchburg back on the other side.
learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
We've got our friend O'Kelly McWilliams stepping up to the plate. 2-3-4 for Lynchburg. Ben Jones and Eric Hyatt to follow. O'Kelly, one of the cooler names you'll see on our sports teams on campus. I talked to him before the season and was asking him, I was like, do you have a nickname? Do you go by anything else? He said, some people will call me Ivy for the 4th, the IV Roman numerals.
Oh, I like that.
I like that one too.
I didn't even put that together. That's fabulous.
See, there's a lot, obviously longer names. You try to find ways to condense. So on the scorecard for me, it says OKMWIV. That's O'Kelly McWilliams the 4th. And he is trying to cause damage. Hit out to the fence, and here he goes off to the races. Well, around second is the question. Here he goes. Extends 2-3, and Mr. McWilliams, a little celebration. He looks cool, calm, and collected. And he has the first hit of Lynchburg's ball game.
Easy for IV. He was rolling. You said, will he take the turn? I was wondering if he might think about going home for 4. And I, I'm imagining that the York outfield, as we get a look here, you got to make sure you pick that ball up clean, or that could be an inside the park situation for O'Kelly McWilliams, who is just 90 feet away. Lynchburg down by 2, but possibly ready to break things open.
It's like MLB The Show at that point. And it's like when you're just feeling a little ambitious one day, maybe you just keep the runner going. I think for O'Kelly McWilliams, it would be something that is very realistic. We see one this season.
Yeah, I agree. Especially here at Fox with the spacious dimensions. And we know the outfield can play tough sometimes, especially after some rain.
Now you got to face Ben Jones, who isn't exactly the easiest task either. For Lynchburg, obviously, have to get a run in. Now, 3 chances to do it, just need a sacrifice. But I don't think Coach Beasley and this Hornets squad are good with just 1. They'd like to keep this one rolling. And for Evan Hughes, it was really the first big hit of the day, at least that was called a first big hit, as Jones pops out to the second baseman. So best case scenario, as Hughes will retire the batter and McWilliams still at third.
Well, yeah, you said looking for more than 1, and that's exactly right. It's almost like I was saying about York with their season expectations. For Lynchburg, you assume 1 run right here. One is the minimum that you're happy with. You are, yes, looking for a multi-run inning, although now the expectation changes a bit with 1 out.
Good first pitch in the zone, off speed. And so Hyatt will try and make something happen. As we see, straight up from a fielding perspective, Hyatt, one of the guys who has continued to operate in this cleanup spot. And he will get it deep enough. McWilliams is going to score easily, and fielder misplayed it. Hyatt's going to second. It won't be close as the throw takes the shortstop off the bag, and number 5 is an RBI. First run of the ball game for Lynchburg.
Good lesson to any young players watching. Break hard out of the box on the base hit. Don't slow down until the outfielder fields it cleanly, and you put some pressure on the outfield that way. A good throw might have gotten Hyatt right there, but you take your chances, hoping that you can get in there, and that's exactly what Eric Hyatt did. We got a little glimpse at the new celebration this year. We got to find out more about that. Hopefully we can get a post-game interview for that, but in-game, it's now 2-1, and Lynchburg still looking for more.
Sometimes I try to picture how you come up with the celebrations on a season-to-season basis. I wonder if there's like a little committee meeting beforehand trying to figure it out, because we have seen an array of celebrations from this Lynchburg squad. I guess that's a good thing if you're a Lynchburg fan. Means that they are operating at full capacity, and now Bryce Demery still is a runner in scoring position with just 1 out.
I love the celebrations. It's something you see at the big league level a lot more now on those doubles. The guy will get up and look in his own dugout there and hit the celly. Usually it is a team celebration, but each player, I think, is entitled to their own unique spins on things.
It's a great thing in sports, too, when you can look at your own bench or your own dugout and celebrate. You know, it's no malice intended, nothing against the other team, but you absolutely have to celebrate those small victories, especially in the game of failure. Baseball, not easy to perfect. I don't think anybody really perfects it. You come as close as you can, and I think a coaching staff obviously works to just stay disciplined, and at this stage of the season it becomes even more crucial.
2-1 count here for Bryce Demery. Popped out to the first baseman in his first at bat. Let's see if he can sink his teeth into something here.
We know that if he can work and get one out, he has the power to do so. This one lined over to right. Hyatt tagging from second. He's going to make it to third easily. So Demery will have an L9, and now Lynchburg with 2 outs turns things over to Gavin Collins.
A good hustle again by Eric Hyatt, a guy that we don't think about with top-notch speed, but clearly he's showing his base-running savvy. He took the extra base on the misplay in center field, and then tagging up here, tagging with 1 out at second, kind of goes against the grain of conventional baseball thinking, but I like the hustle from Eric Hyatt. Made it work, knew he could get there. Now he's 90 feet away.
We know Gavin Collins is always looking for that pitch. He makes pitchers work. It's an immensely difficult task when you get somebody who played 55 games last year, the most in Lynchburg history from a career standpoint, then he's going to be ready for anything you throw at him. And every pitcher is going to have his own arsenal, but you also understand that he's seen every single angle, every different arm slot.
Gavin Collins has seen a lot. I mean, he is a seasoned campaigner coming into the series. He was 147 career hits coming into the series, 48 extra base hits coming in, and he might be closing in on Cam Lane's hit by pitch record, but still a ways away from that.
42 runs last season, meaning he got on base a lot too. This one's going to bloop into the outfield. Lynchburg ties it up. Gavin Collins does just enough and puts it picture perfect into that little right center triangle where nobody can get there. And walking back, the Hornets have tied it up at 2.
Yeah, so that's career hit 149 now for Gavin Collins. I'm just checking the stats. Yeah, 149. So his next one will be 150. That's going to be worth celebrating. And the most recent one, 149. I don't think he's going to remember that one when he looks back at his career, but it matters. It's an RBI single. It's back to hit them where they ain't. Lynchburg did that right there, and the game is tied.
Good thing for Lynchburg, too. Yeah, you got 2 outs, but Quinn Madden and Ryan Long, these 2 guys in the 7-8 spot for this batting lineup, they have seen it come off their bats, and they have heard some cracks earlier in this game, just couldn't get it to show in the hit column. York out hitting Lynchburg 5-3, but now the game is tied. Hornets using that inning to come back. That's what the great teams will do.
Quinn Madden flew out to deep right in his first at bat. That was after yanking a ball that was a home run, but foul earlier in the at bat. So he's locked and loaded, I think.
Sees this pitch, and just a little late, it will go foul. Madden, .349 batting average at Harford Community College, and 93 games of work, so it's not just a small sample size.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's put together a good long career at another place already in his playing days, so he can bring that experience to the table.
Obviously, you talked about some connections with Ethan Moratsky. You got the Bash brothers in the middle infield with Garcia and Jones. There are a lot of connections. This Lynchburg team, you talk about pipelines. I mean, winning a championship helps a little bit, but I think there are 5 or 6 guys who either have a high school teammate or somebody from the area that they're playing with, and it's just really this melting pot here at Lynchburg where you're getting talent, but you're also getting it locally.
Yeah, Northern Virginia very well represented. A lot of those guys grew up playing and knowing with each other. This Quinn Madden right here is a Northern Virginia native. Here's another one, deep to right field. It's going to be tough.
Traveling, and it stayed foul. So he has explored every part of the ballpark.
Even checked out the construction zone down there in deep right field. You need a hard hat to enter that area, I think. But Connor Pickle was on the move over there. He tried.
Unable to do so. They put that fence up pretty high, trying to keep it rolling. We've talked about the Fox Field renovations too, and it's obviously exciting when you have a good ball club, but when you still have a direction for the future, especially with the site they're playing at, you have to like it, Kyle.
A lot to be excited about, for sure.
1-2 count, 2 down. Pickoff attempt back to keep Collins honest at first. Madden, a guy who has shown what he can do with his hitting ability. 3-run shot in the first game, and seems like every at-bat he has taken since, he has at least shown us a glimpse that he can do it again. Hughes from the stretch, outside. Now it's a time of the game where it just gets a little tough, and not that he's missed his spots very often, but you've seen the contact. You know Lynchburg is looking, especially in a spot where you can take the lead with one crack in the bat if you're Quinn Madden.
The margin for error is very small here for the freshman, Evan Hughes. You know you got to dig deep, make a good pitch.
Make it a bullpen game, too. So we know in the final game of a series, that gets very interesting. And Hughes with an emphatic third one for a strikeout, and Lynchburg will go down. But they have tied it up here at Fox Field, 2-2. Some nice hitting, some timely hitting for the Hornets. We'll be back with the fifth momentarily.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is green restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Welcome to the jungle, folks. We've got the fifth inning. It's been a double-dipping day here at Fox Field. Those are the fun ones. Those are the tiring ones. And especially on a Sunday, you got the work week right on the doorstep. But, hey, what better way to spend the weekend than at Fox Field, the first one of the season here in Lynchburg. And it is already game number 9 of this 2024 campaign. It doesn't feel like it's gone by that quickly. They have been on the road a lot, but great to have some home cooking.
That's true. Opening 3 weekends for Lynchburg, they've played 3 games, so it'll be 9 in the books when today is done. That's a good point, though. It doesn't seem like we're going to be double-digit games in soon. And you got a team like York. These are their first games, so that situation is different for them. They'll play more games later on in the year, obviously. Both teams have 40 on the schedule.
Pop up to Garcia. He's going to call it off. Keep a big radius around him. Garcia, one of the louder guys in the infield. That's a good thing. If you're a coach, you want to make sure everybody has their wits about them. 1 down as Sansarpia pops up. Here's Michael Tanetti.
Theme continues for Josh Jormond, who's still out there for Lynchburg. He has retired the first batter of every inning, and he's got the first 2 outs in 3 of 4 so far. So we'll see what he can do with Teneni, who is 0 for 2, grounded out to the left side both times today, once to Collins, once to Garcia. Going to do it again, probably.
Here's another one to number 7, throw over, and broken record at this point when Garcia gets it in the infield. He's going to fire it over. 2 down, and Jorman could quickly escape this top of the 5th. That would be a positive sign. Just talked about the bullpen work. You would limit what has to be done later in the game. There's that throw from Garcia. Makes it easy for Ryan Long. We've seen a few different wrinkles at first base. Long occupying it now. Eric Hyatt doing the DHing for Lynchburg today. Here's Connor Pickle in the box. Hit by pitch in his last at-bat.
And this man on the mound, Josh Jorman, has played some first base this year as well, and we know that that is likely to happen again. Looper into left.
Garcia will still hold it off, and so Garcia gets all 3 outs in the top of the 5th. Josh Jorman likes it, and Lynchburg is now rolling into the bottom of the 5th. Mayhaps they take the lead in the bottom of the 5th. We'll find out very soon. Well, our first pitching change of the game has commenced, and it is number 12 for York, Jason Cassidy, the right-hander out of Vienna, Virginia. He's listed as a third baseman on the roster early in the season, so a lot of different changes. I mean, think about Bryce Demery. We didn't know that he was going to be pitching this year for Lynchburg, so we'll see what Cassidy has in store.
You know stats from last year for Jason Cassidy, so it's another guy. It's a brand new it's a brand new spot for Jason Cassidy. No stats to go on, no data for Lynchburg's hitters, so they'll try to figure him out, get a look. Just looking at him taking the warm-up tosses, I could see why he's out there, though. Tall guy, looks like he's got a nice whippy arm action. Comes through with good arm speed, so I think he's going to be one to pay attention to. Evan, good pitching in this series. I know York banged out 17 hits yesterday. I think overall we've seen some really good pitching from both squads. It's been enjoyable to watch. And here's Ryan Long stepping into the box for Lynchburg.
I'd have to agree from a pitching standpoint, and also Purdy and Schaefer, who started first 2 games for York, both 6'3", so they have height all over.
Yeah.
Long turns on this one. Looks like it will trickle foul. You know he wants some damage to be done at this point. He has seen the ball come off the bat in a number of ways, and they have not been quiet.
Yeah, Ryan Long had the ball down the line that the video evidence showed was in play, but ruled foul. He ended up getting on with a walk. There it is right there.
Centerpiece right down the middle, and there is the opening hit of this 5th inning. So Garcia turned 3 outs on York's side. Lynchburg trying to have an extended stay, and it will usher in Sean Pokerock. Pokerock struck out looking in his first plate appearance of the game, catching for Lynchburg in this game 2 of the doubleheader. So glad you've joined us, and at any stage of this game, we know doubleheader days are long ones. That was Some very discreet action from Cassidy on the mound, trying to pick off Ryan Long.
Ryan Long, by the way, hitting over 300 in 6 games of work so far this season. This is start number 4 for Ryan Long. So the batting average is over 300 now. He played 44 games his freshman year, Ryan Long, and now he's a senior. He's been around forever. In the career numbers, he's got quite a few of them as well that continue to grow after that base hit.
Now's the time to really show it on the stat sheet too. You want that spot in April if you're playing on a team, and obviously you just want success as a whole, but you want to be the one playing first base or in the lineup. Ryan Long's trying to get it. Pokerok, bunt trickles down the first base line. It will move Long to second, so I'd say it was successful. 1 down, and now opportunity at the top of the lineup. You had to think that was in the cards for Lynchburg as Brandon Garcia moves into the left-handed batter's box.
Perfect form there from Sean Pokerok. Got the knees bent, hip hinge, bat out front, pushes it down the first base line. Textbook there in the old school small ball bunting game. Small game for Sean Pokerok and Lynchburg. Gets Ryan Long in scoring position. Ryan Long runs well also. I mean, he's a B+, A- kind of a runner out there. So you're hoping to score him on a base hit from this guy, Brandon Garcia.
Got 2 shots at it now. Here's the man from Durham. What a contributor he was last year. All-ODAC third team, led the team in hits. 3 multi-hit games in Iowa. I mean, you can go down the list. He's just had a lot of moments, but maybe the biggest contribution was just his presence in the locker room. He is the guy they call Hollywood for a reason, always trying to get his teammates involved. Somebody you love to have as your leadoff.
Yeah, a true do-it-all force. We marvel at his defense all the time as well. Brandon Garcia hitting with an 0-2 count right now. He's still looking for his first hit of the day. Took a walk and got hit in the first game of this doubleheader.
Garcia will wait the 0-2. 1 down. Cassidy, a long look back, too long. Pitches outside. That's what you want to do if you're standing on second from a base running standpoint. I think it's almost disrupting the pitcher long enough to where when he delivers that pitch, it's not where it's supposed to be.
That can happen. The pitcher just pays too much attention to the runners. That's something sometimes that young pitchers do struggle with, especially against teams that will run and steal bases.
Seen Moser cheat over as a shortstop a few times. Another pitch outside, 2-2. It goes Garcia, McWilliams, and Jones here in the lineup, the top of the lineup for Lynchburg. So some more base running. Talked about Ryan Long. That might almost be the narrative we talk about for Lynchburg this season. How many base runners can they get who are considered threats? As Garcia, one shortstop to another. Moser, quick throw over, and he's safe. Throw pushed him off the bag. We saw that earlier in game 1 from the other side of things. So great base running and a great hustle for Brandon Garcia. Now runners on the corners.
Yeah, I feel confident that our official scorer and great friend Tim LaDuca will call that an infield single. That will be hit number 5 of the game for Lynchburg. Now it's runners at the corners for another speedster, O'Kelly McWilliams, and a great hitter as well. We know how disruptive he can be on the bases, and then that speed gives him a leg up on infield singles that he might hit. And then, of course, the triple as well to the fence. That might have been a double for another guy, but it was a triple for IV in his last at bat.
Garcia got in no man's land, moves back to first. We'll have a discussion amongst the umpires. We saw that Garcia was almost halfway down the line, maybe trying to get the throw over and bring Ryan Long home.
Yeah, I think the question is maybe on the bunt attempt, did O'Kelly McWilliams potentially interfere with the catcher? And I think we are going to get a look at it right here. So, yeah, McWilliams does come out of the box a bit. The catcher, the throw sort of chased him in to that batter's box, so he ended up behind O'Kelly McWilliams. You know, O'Kelly's still got one, if not both, feet in the corner of that box. For me, that's tough to rule that he interfered with the catcher on that. The officials might have a differing opinion.
This is pretty big, too, because if you think about this, this would be another out.
The fact that they're calling Travis Beasley to the third base line indicates to me that they're actually going to call Brandon Garcia out. I think they're breaking him the news. They're going to call Brandon Garcia out. I don't think O'Kelly McWilliams will be called out. And going to actually clarify maybe with Tim LaDuca about how that works. I think Brandon Garcia is actually going to be out because of this strange little batter's interference. And, you know, clearly O'Kelly McWilliams did not intend to interfere, but the intention doesn't really matter.
More about
execution. What the umpire will say.
I almost think, and you see players a lot of times will try to squat out of the way. That was such a quick move. A lot of people didn't even see Garcia.
Okay, they've called the batter out is how they're going to rule that. And that's really tricky right there. That's a tough break for O'Kelly McWilliams.
We'll have to see how that goes down on the scorecard.
Oh, Tim LaDuca's got his cheat sheet there for how to score that, although he shook the head no, like he might still be confused. We'll just call it a batter interference right now, I guess, but it's an out. It's the second out of the inning, Evan, and you are hitting on it. I mean, that's quite a bit of a deflating moment for Lynchburg offensively here, threatening with runners on the corners.
Well, there goes your sacrifice. The good thing, I would argue, is now that Garcia is still on first, if you have a hit that goes extra bases, you're likely bringing him home as well. So the pickoff attempt, Garcia just telling that York dugout he was safe as well. We'll see if he continues to get down the line. He's one of the guys, he might have the longest lead on this team, and Garcia's going. Catcher smartly doesn't throw, as Long would have likely been on his way home. So now, there goes that force at second. Ben Jones, the other half of the Bash brothers, stepping in. 0 for 2 in this contest, but that can change in a hurry. 1-0 count.
Ben Jones is 0 for on the day as well, 0 for 4 in the first game. So you know he's chomping at the bit right here.
Pitch will be caught a strike. Paints outside of that zone. So 1-1. You know, I think Ben Jones, we've seen him in spots numerous times where he almost creates an at-bat for himself with how long he stays in the batter's box. You think about reading pitchers, that's one thing, but when you don't exactly have somebody stealing in this case now, it's all about what he can do to keep it in play. A walk would be fine too with Eric Hyatt behind him.
I think York, if they know anything about Ben Jones, they might prefer the walk over letting Benny Bombs explode for an extra base hit. And you do put it on Eric Hyatt, who is more than capable. But if you're York, you might be thinking about matchups. You never know. I don't think Jason Cassidy, was pitching around Ben Jones there. I think he just missed with a fastball. See if he comes after him 3-1, or maybe they will be content to walk Ben Jones.
Well, righty on lefty as well. Hyatt would be a righty on righty matchup.
Exactly.
Hitters count for Ben. Cassidy out of the stretch. It is outside, so maybe that intentional walk as Ben Jones giving a few tips to Eric Hyatt as he gets out of the box. Bases loaded for number 5, and a big spot for Lynchburg as York will talk things over on the mound.
Yeah, hard to tell if that was the intentional walk because it looked like Cassidy might have just lost the zone there as far as command goes. And that may be the reason for the conversation here too, Evan. Try to settle him down, try to relax him, 1 or 2 keys, and then go after Eric Hyatt. It's bases loaded. Now you have nowhere to put Eric Hyatt, so there will be some extra emphasis on throwing a strike. Eric Hyatt in conversation right now with the third base coach, Oscar Garcia, OG, a guy we have talked about so much in previous games about his contributions to the ball club.
entire staff, they just keep things loose. They see them even throughout the offseason, like, yeah, you're coming off a pretty good season, but that doesn't always translate to how your staff is acting. They are always just having fun, but still finding ways to get the work done, and that's a trait of good programs. Bases loaded. Eric Hyatt, I'd have to agree with your point, too. I think Cassidy definitely made the start of that Ben Jones at bat competitive. Just lost him, and now is really treading water. First pitch in the zone. That's a big one, 0-1.
Hyatt 1 for 2 with an RBI. That was in his last at bat. He took second on the misplay in center field. Eric Hyatt had 1 hit in the first game today. That was in his first at bat way back around 11:08 or so this morning.
Now 3:35 in the afternoon is always a long day for those doubleheaders. You normally see them on the Saturday, though. This is new with Sunday. We know the weather had some different plans. Talked about Wittenberg on Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe we see a doubleheader with that. It's March and Virginia. And folks, if you are not familiar with it, every day is a new one.
That's profound.
That is profound. And it is true. Today is tomorrow's yesterday.
Yeah.
Tim LaDuca quote. We'll have to keep that in the cards. Lynchburg now 2-1 ball here, and it is going to be very tough for this York squad to rebound. Hyatt, patient, inside. Here we go.
3-1. Eric Hyatt looks like he's got a clock to punch right here with bases loaded and 2 outs. Big pitch coming for Jason Cassidy. We can already call this the biggest pitch in his collegiate career.
Absolutely. You want something on the ground, keep it close. There's a strike. So 3-2, 2 outs. The carousel will be moving, and Lynchburg, if they get something into the outfield, is going to put a big dent into this ball game. Bottom of the 5th, biggest pitch of the ball game.
Yeah, great speed from Brandon Garcia at second anyway. Good wheels from Ben Jones at first.
Pitch low. Lynchburg leads. Walk him home, and Ryan Long will touch the plate. 3-2 Lynchburg. And here comes Bryce Demery. So station to station, it is only getting tougher. This is what the Hornets did last season. They loaded them. They used that 1 inning to their advantage, and now Bryce Demery will try to make it even worse.
Ryan Long, leadoff single, eventually leads to a run. Sean Pokerock had the sac bunt in there as well. Brandon Garcia singled, had the strange little batter interference, and then back-to-back walks.
Demery swings at the first. He was looking to cause some damage, so he will step out of the box. 0-1. Cassidy would now be in line for the loss. We have a long ways to go until we're home. But starter Evan Hughes obviously was off the hook, leaving the ball game tied. And Evan Hughes was pretty good in his work in this ball game. Allowed just 3 hits and 2 runs, which against the Lynchburg squad that has hit well early in the season, that's a pretty good thing for your first collegiate start.
Yeah, expect big things from Evan Hughes. Got to like what he did in this ball game, kept his club in it. I think the sky's the limit for that young talent.
This one in as well, so 0-2. Back-to-back walks for Cassidy, and he can smell it now, 1 strike away from leaving 3 stranded.
Good job to regain the control here for Jason Cassidy in a pressure spot as well on the road. Bases loaded. You've walked in a guy to lose the tie game, to go right after Demery. That's pretty good.
And he got him. Demery swings, and you can tell he was really frustrated with going after that one. Lynchburg leaves them loaded. They do walk one in to take the lead. So those squads with 5 hits, Hornets up 3-2 here at Fox Field. We're heading to the 6th.
being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Left fielder number 18, Chris Bettler.
Top of the 6th. And Chris Bettler has stepped in. Second half of a doubleheader, 18 innings of ball, and it's always fun here on James C. Fox Field. It's been another great day, a sunny day finally. We talked about it earlier. It just seemed like that blanket of clouds wouldn't go away. Finally, have a little bit of a springtime sensation going on.
Love it out there. The sun was fighting its way out. I guess it won the fight against the clouds. It is a nice day at the ballpark.
Here's Garcia, sees it the entire way. Another grounder and an easy work. That's now 4 straight outs for Garcia. Threw up 3 fingers running off the field last time it came out.
If this keeps up, he's going to run out of fingers there. It's a great job to make the ball find you. And, of course, shortstop is typically going to make more plays than his infield counterparts over the course of a season. And when you have the skills and the speed of Brandon Garcia, you're going to get to a few more balls than the average shortstop, I think.
Maybe we can get analytical about that, too. We've seen a lot of Jorman's pitches go off speed, so maybe just swinging early some of these righties who have hit it out to Garcia. Causation doesn't always equal correlation, though, so we can try.
Yeah,
but
I think it's the other way around. I think it's correlation
That's
doesn't
right.
always equal causation. But I think you're onto something as far as Jorman with the off-speed pitches, the sinking fastball as well, going to contribute to that. So even when he goes with the hard stuff, it's going to have the sink, and it's going to get that contact top half of the ball. Good pitch there by Jorman. He, much like Matfield earlier in the day, seems to be getting better as the day goes on.
This is the spot that we've talked about with Wesley Arrington and Nick Matfield. This is kind of where they ended up heading to the dugout and the bullpen activated, ready to go. They are throwing around now, so you anticipate that even if that pitch count isn't hit, they're ready to go. Jorman is looking smooth, ready to go. Here's a hit that finally will find its way through the 5-hole, and aboard is Brett DeWeese.
Yeah, first hit that Josh Jorman has surrendered since the 3rd inning. So back to him stabilizing a bit and getting stronger as the game goes on. That one does find its way through for the 6th hit of the game. Looks like York has left 7 on base, 3 of them in scoring position. Still obviously a close ball game here, 3-2 at the moment.
Bunt attempt shown, and runner chased back to first. You know, it's a part of this ball game where it just feels crucial to knock in those base runners. And you say that about any game, but you think about York game 1. I think it was 7 or 8 that they left on. That's game 1 of the series, going back to yesterday. And so you think about these situations where they're already either winning or hanging in the ball game. They've had a lot left that they just haven't been able to drive home.
Yeah, York left 9 on base.
Wow.
In that first game of the series. You remember they had a base runner retired. I think on a caught stealing it was. There was double play in there from Lynchburg. So, yes, York could have arguably scored more runs in game 1 of this series. Actually, it's not even really arguably. I mean, they could have, and really maybe the argument is should they have scored more runs.
Here's Luke Moser in the box. Single and a strikeout. This is his 3rd time around, and swings at it again. So back-to-back Ks for Luke Moser's day, and Jorman gets out number 2.
3rd strikeout for Josh Jorman. And you know what's interesting, you talked about Arrington and Matfield running into some trouble. They actually ran into trouble the 3rd time through the lineup. This is now the 4th time Josh Jorman has faced the leadoff man. So he's actually been through the lineup 3 full times. Did surrender the 2 runs. And this inning is not over, obviously. But overall, tip your cap to Josh Jorman so far. Breaking ball for a strike. There's 2 outs with 1 aboard for the Spartans.
That's great work as well, because it's only 1 inning so far for Josh Jorman that he's gone, 1, 2, 3. And so, yeah, you're extending the innings, but it's also with that pitch count, it's early in the year, you're still handling yourself well. I think number 2 feels pretty good about his day where it's at right now.
I think he would have to. And it's 3 different looks as far as starters go that Lynchburg has given York. When you think about it here, you get a foul ball from Pendergrass. So you start Arrington yesterday in game 1, plus fastball, plus slider, power guy. Matfield in game 2 of the series earlier today got the funky arm angles, changes speeds, changes locations. And then you get a left-hander, Josh Jorman, who's got the great off-speed stuff as well.
Little mix of everything. The bag of tricks is ready to go for Lynchburg. The 1-2 just climbs the ladder, and now Deuces Wild on the scoreboard. The old Kyle Haney analogy. We love it.
Too bad it's not still tied 2-2. Although Lynchburg does have a 3-2 lead, so that's good, I guess.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Lynchburg fan.
I think the Hornet fans would like to be winning. This one trickles down the line, past the hand of Ryan Long. It could be trouble, and York is holding him. It is a double, so Prendergast now has a triple and a double on the day, causing damage. York 2 in scoring position. Here we go again.
Yeah, a really good piece of hitting there. Prendergast, Ryan Long, great effort to lay out, got close to it, couldn't reel it in with the big first baseman's mitt. Good job by Quinn Madden to play that right field corner, which can be tricky down there at Fox Field. Got that ball in quickly to keep the runner at 3rd, but it's runners on 2nd and 3rd. Sean Pokerock will go for a mound visit. This might be buying the bullpen some time, potentially. Or it could just be to settle Josh Jorman down, give him some reminders about the plan of attack against Gabe Trevina.
Well, listen, all due respect to Gabe Trevina as well, but not a hit in this ball game yet. I think you want to face him and get him out before you face Robbie Elsing.
That's a great point. That could be exactly what Sean Pokerock is saying right here. Let's go after this guy. I know you've got a base open, but this is our man we want to get out. So I think you nailed that one, Evan.
Well, it might also be the time to empty the tank. We know if you go 6 full, then you have the bullpen behind you to still finish things out.
That's right. That's a good point, too. This might be the last batter for Josh Jorman regardless.
Only time will tell. His pitch outside, maybe just trying to change the eye level for Gabe Trevina. He is grounded out in the 1st, hit by pitch in his 2nd, lined out to left in the 4th. There is an open bag, but as we said, you have to think Jorman wants him now. Pitch just inside.
Looked like some of the Lynchburg dugout thought that was a strike maybe, but it's 2-0 with 2 outs, 2 runners on. York with a big opportunity.
Defense has to be locked down as well. 2 errors that game yesterday. If you get something in play here, have to make sure that you can bail everybody out. Jorman has been very solid on the day, just allowing 2 runs, 7 hits now, but obviously 2 ready to pounce.
Good reminder about the defense, though, Evan. Can't lose focus here if you're in the field. You got to expect the ball hit to you. You got to want the ball hit to you in this situation.
Here's a 3-0. Takes on, was on. There's 4 straight balls.
They were all really close from Jorman. You know, arguably the first pitch of the at-bat was the widest one, or high in that case, but the one that missed the zone by the most.
Center fielder number 27.
Now it's interesting, Kyle, because you want your bullpen to be ready, but do you put them in with the bases loaded? That's tough.
Yeah, and that's the tough decisions that managers have to make. It looks like they're going to ride with Jorman right here.
Left-on-left matchup. Elzinga has been ready to pounce. They might get out of it. Ben Jones, second baseman, throws it over, and York will strand 3 after Lynchburg stranded 3. It's a big out, and Josh Jorman is the first pitcher of this series for Lynchburg to get through 6 complete. Solid work from Lynchburg's defense. They still lead 3-2.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
So much fun at Fox Field, and it's a little more fun now for Lynchburg as they escape the inning. Josh Jorman has gone 6 complete. You have to imagine that his day will be done, but we're not going to go ahead and speculate. The Hornets are hitting in the bottom of the 6th. That starts with number 15, Gavin Collins. Madden and Long will be on deck.
Yeah, it seems like every time I speculate, I get it wrong, Evan, when I feel like I've almost got the plan of attack for Travis Beasley figured out. But I'm with you. I think they're going to go to a fresh arm, but you never know. Maybe Josh Jorman has earned the right to go back out for the 7th. You can't really disagree with that thought process either.
I'd argue that if you can't figure a coach out, that's probably a sign that he's doing his job the right way.
A good point. That is a good point.
First pitch sinks. It's going to be ball 1. So Collins on his day. Strikeout and an RBI single. That was the one to tie it up. First time seeing the new pitcher, Cassidy.
Cassidy with a good slurvy kind of a breaking ball. First pitch, and then a 2-seam fastball that sort of rode in on the hands there for Gavin Collins. That's a tough combination to hit, though, for Cassidy. Just got to get in the zone.
This one will. So the 2-1, that was a big pitch. Don't want to walk your first batter, especially at a stage of the Lynchburg lineup where Quinn Madden and Ryan Long have essentially seen the ball like a beach ball today, just not showing up on the stat sheet.
Gotta like what you're getting from the bottom of the order, really in general. Remember, Sean Pokerock had the home run from the 9-hole yesterday. Pokey was 2 for 4 there. Logan Webster 1 for 3 from the 9 spot in game 1 today. So there's a lot to like there.
Collins turns on this one. No debate, this one goes foul. Into that corner of Fox Field that seems like when there's rain, at least in the spring, it stays almost permanently wet out in the left field corner.
Yeah, everything wants to sort of drain to that direction, down to that wetlands, wooded area behind the field down there. Sam Rice and myself were out back checking that out.
That's right.
Trying to come up with a game plan to alleviate the problems. That's just a joke.
This one in on the hands of Collins, works out to left field. Bettler is under it. That's out number 1. See, if we can do that, if we're planning these field renovations with the press box and the stands, and maybe we can be the addition in left field.
Yeah. No, I know nothing about drainage or architecture or anything like that, but it's fun to think about.
It is. It's fun to almost pretend that we know what we're talking about. Here's Quinn Madden. 0 for 2 on the day. But take that with a grain of salt. He's swinging his bat, so aggressive, ready to swing.
Yeah, he likes that first pitch, doesn't he? He's gone after that nearly every at bat. If it's in the zone, Madden is coming after it.
1 out, 1 strike. Out of the stretch comes Cassidy. This is the first home or away series for either squad this season. We know Lynchburg had 2 neutral site showcase events to open things up in the first 6 games. 5 top 12 opponents, and Milliken, a team that was just outside the rankings. So don't think that they were there by mistake.
Early season stiffed. Just a monster of a schedule for Lynchburg early in the year.
This is a chopper who wants it. Third baseman turns over barehanded. Nice throw, just unable to be grasped by Santarpia. So it should be a single for Quinn Madden. Gets his first hit of the ball game. Here comes Ryan Long.
Hit number 6 for Lynchburg. We've seen multiple infield hits, and that's that speed piece. You think about a lot of times speed just in a base stealing sense, but speed does matter, especially for those infield hits. So obviously it's a tool. It's a tool that can be worked on. Some of it is out of your control, just the genetics, but good effort there and good speed from Quinn Madden to use that for an infield single.
Gets a pretty big secondary lead, but he's staying put. Ryan Long, a walk and a single on the day. Looking to reach for the 3rd time. We've talked about Lynchburg facing Wittenberg in the next 2 games, followed by a game at Bridgewater. York will be playing Franklin and Marshall on Tuesday. That's at home, and then on the road Thursday at Rutgers Camden. 2 standalone games during the week. Sometimes that can be a little tough on you, obviously, when you're traveling for one as well.
Yeah, so if you don't do what Lynchburg did and play 3 games the first 2 weekends and get 6 in basically before the month of March hits, then you have to play a few more of those midweek games to make up the balance that way and get to your 40-game schedule.
So crazy how Lynchburg played 56 games last year, because you think, like you said, 40 is what everybody plays, and it didn't feel like 16 games was the postseason, but it's such a long road when you get near the end. Madden's on his road. He's going to be caught way before he gets to second. A good tag. So that will be the 2nd out of the 6th inning.
Yeah, and I think the postseason was actually slightly longer because Lynchburg didn't get the full 40 in last year. They didn't play that game. They were supposed to play North Carolina Wesleyan in the regular season, if you remember. This is coming back to me now, Evan. And I wasn't trying to contradict you. I thought about it there, so I decided to say it as Ryan Long hits a pop-up that's probably going to end the inning. Yep.
Season of twists and turns as Lynchburg is retired for out number 3, still with the lead, 3-2 here in Fox Field. We're heading into the 7th on the other side. fresh face on the mound for Lynchburg. So Josh Jorman's day is done. 6 innings of work, allowed 2 runs and 7 hits. He had what ended up being 3 strikeouts, so solid work from the grad student. And in comes Colin McGuire, the freshman from Cross Junction, Virginia, 2 appearances on the season. He's been really solid so far, Kyle.
3 innings of work against Marietta last weekend in a victory. He did not get the win, but it's been 2 appearances for McGuire. The ERA is currently at 5.40. He's pitched 5 innings, given up 3 earned runs in those 5 innings. K to walk ratio still early, but that looks good at 4 strikeouts to just 1 free pass, and he has gotten started with a strike here.
I'd argue that K to walk ratio is almost one of the most important things for a freshman, because sometimes you get wild and, yeah, you can get a strikeout or make something look pretty, but you have 3 free passes in between. McGuire doesn't seem like he fits that category. Very composed on the mound.
And it's another good one to look at because it's all within the pitcher's control, theoretically, that K to walk ratio.
It's kind of the nice thing about being a pitcher in this game. You essentially dictate what happens, and you're going to face batters who have other plans, but you are the one in control. We've talked about baseball in comparison to other sports. Really, one guy keeps the ball for a lot of the game, and the guy with it now did a really good job in his first batter faced as Santarpia walks back to the dugout.
Yeah, the K to walk ratio is looking even better, isn't it? And you can see why a guy like Colin McGuire could gobble up a bunch of strikeouts. He's got some velocity, especially for just a freshman. Seems to be throwing hard. He's got a wipeout slider, too. That action just down and away from a right-handed hitter. Very tough.
Downright disrespectful. There it is. Goes away. So 1 ball, 1 out, 3-2 lead for Lynchburg. York is a team, obviously, you're looking at a squad that's not ranked right now, but they have plans that are much different from what last season looked like, and they are a force to be reckoned with. They're going to have good competition they play against, but if you are watching this game or even trying to scout for this York squad, expect some big things from the Spartans.
Yeah, I know we'll keep an eye on them as the season progresses, but I think it's going to be a team that has a great year. Obviously, it's baseball, it's sports, it's life. You never know what's going to happen, but just early indications are this could be a really good squad. Foul ball there as McGuire continues to impress. Now watch how he's going from the stretch, and he'll even take a look with the head nod to first, even though there's nobody on base, Evan. So that's how much in the routine he is as far as, let me just do the same thing every time, runners or not. See the one little head tilt there?
Yeah, this one hit as McWilliams rides back to the track. He sees it the whole way, has to do some running, and after a long trot, retires out number 2.
That was long haul trucking there for McWilliams. If anybody's got the wheels to do it, he certainly does. This is a good job to run this ball down. And there's the other look. We've seen some balls carrying at Fox Field.
We have.
A few balls yesterday kind of surprised me, Evan. I didn't think they were hit that great. They just continued to kind of float out there in the outfield.
It's not an easy play either because your center fielder will be ready, but you're turning, and that's just an awkward angle, especially in right center or left center where it's not exactly placed right down the middle. It was good work from McWilliams. He made it look easy. And now Connor Pickle is back up to bat, still looking for his first hit of the ball game. York, as we said, has tallied 7.
The ball actually hit the umpire. York was trying to say that it hit the batter, and the umpire kind of turned and jokingly said, no, it hit me. Pokerock was going to go out there and have a chat with McGuire to give the umpire a second, and our home plate umpire says, no, that's not necessary. It's a 2-0 count.
Pretty easy to win the call if you're, obviously the umpire has the final discretion, but when you can turn your arm or your leg and say, here it is, it's not much argument. Pickle waiting for pitch number 3 of the at-bat. 2-0 count. Colin McGuire has looked solid, and that's a good pitch right down central. Conversation for Connor Pickle afterwards.
Yeah, I think he was asking if it was a strike or a ball, but I'm with you. It looked pretty much middle to me.
See if he brings it again. Always tough from the press box, too, to get that angle. That one's coming back to the press box, and now 2-2 count.
Yeah, liking McGuire so far. Like is probably an understatement. You can see why he's pitching in this game. This is a one-run ball game, too. Evan, the fact that Lynchburg has given him the ball here in the top of the 7th says a lot. See if he goes that slider again.
See if he can get the pitch to finish the inning. Long hold. That Lynchburg dugout wanted it. Good stuff, and especially just composure when you don't get those calls. What do you come back with? That's a question that pitchers are often asked. McGuire wants it now. Here's another one. This one's going to be called. Can't wait too long. McGuire loving it on the mound. Make it happen. Number 28, Lynchburg is still leading. They're going to be batting at the bottom of the 7th. Stretch time here in Fox Field.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
It wasn't exactly 1-2-3 last inning for Cassidy. He got a runner caught stealing in the process, but did face 3 batters, and now he will go against Lynchburg's 9-1-2. Poku will get ready to step into the box, followed by Brandon Garcia and O'Kelly McWilliams. We're having a lot of fun. Evan Gates and Kyle Haney, we're going to be with you for a lot of this season, and we have been very lucky to have some fun contests at Fox Field last year. You look at the record and you say, oh, well, it looks like Lynchburg won a lot of games, but that doesn't tell the entire story. There were a lot of close ones.
Yeah, and Lynchburg was specifically good in the close ones last year. Evan, 8-2 in one-run games last season. 8-2 in one-run games. They were 27-7 in games decided by 4 or less. So that's basically the old one swing of the bat rule. 27-7 in games decided by 4 or less. And you think, well, I mean, what we said, a 50-plus game season, so that means they had 34 games that were decided by 4 runs or less. Very few blowouts for this Lynchburg team last year. For a team that was so successful, really most of the games were close. More than not, it was a close game.
Sometimes that's what happens when you have a staff from a pitching perspective that is the dominant side. Not that Lynchburg didn't have batting, because goodness gracious, they came alive at the right time, but this was a team that was averaging 8.8 strikeouts per game. That's 1/3 of your outs where runner isn't even getting a chance to go to first.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Saves the defense as well as Sean Pokerock hits with a 2-1 count.
The 9-hole. This one goes back to the backstop. Talked about Colin McGuire's stuff. It was nasty in that last inning for Lynchburg, and it's just somebody out of this bullpen who is going to have an extended role this year. So many who are going to have that spot, and you don't know, there are injuries along the way throughout a season. You got your starting staff looking a little bit different. Who's going to be the man to step up?
Good hold there by Sean Pokerock to not swing at a nasty breaking ball. Count is full. Yeah, Lynchburg dealing with some injury stuff early, like most teams. Jack Batchmore will not be available for this series. Alex Crutter not available. Some other guys working on some things, but Lynchburg has made it work. Fastball misses inside, nearly hit Sean Pokerock, but it's just ball 4. Fourth walk Lynchburg has taken today. The leadoff man is on for the third time today for Lynchburg. Third time in 7 innings that the Hornets have gotten the leadoff batter on.
This feels like it could be one of those innings for Lynchburg. And you just think about a baseball game being 9 innings. That's hard enough to play against a squad who's ready every single time. But it's those late innings where Lynchburg really made their exclamation marks last year, especially 7th and 8th. As Garcia is going to get the bunt down. Just clinical work. First baseman was almost stuck in no man's land for a second. He was like, where's the coverage at? On the other side, Garcia is successful, though, in his sacrifice. Now, Pokerock stands on second.
Yeah, two-way concept there for Brandon Garcia, and I could see the body language. He was kind of pounding the helmet. I think he actually wanted a better bunt. But, again, it does serve as a sacrifice, and that's part of the calculus there. You know, at worst, I'm going to move the runner into scoring position, but Brandon Garcia had higher hopes. At best, he wanted a base hit there. We will get a pitching change. And Evan, let's just stay right here and continue to banter even more as we figure out who the new arm will be for York.
I like everybody getting out of the dugout. You see that a lot in college baseball, but that's showing your teammates you're ready to go to war for them, and especially for a guy, as we talked about, listed as a third baseman. We don't know much of that backstory. Pretty good sign for Cassidy as he gets out of the inning. That is, he pitches 1/3 of the inning, but did get an out. And so runner on second is Pokerock. O'Kelly McWilliams is going to be the guy that York faces. So far the line right now for the Spartans, 2 runs on 7 hits, no errors. Lynchburg 3 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Pretty good defensive game, not just from the pitchers, but the people behind them.
We have seen some sharp defense. I've been impressed with York's outfield defensive play. Their interior defenses have not been bad either by any means. The new pitcher will be number 41, Dylan Michalowski. He's a freshman from Abingdon, Maryland. So here we go, getting his first taste of college baseball on the road against the defending national champions. Number 41, Dylan Michalowski, is in there.
Doubt it's going to be much of a matchup thing because we do know Ben Jones is the lefty batting third, but this is a situation, as we said, where Lynchburg with an insurance run would just have a monumental change in this game. The momentum, we know this is the rubber match, so you've seen these two teams battle it out a lot, but just feels like the Hornets are 1 or 2 stings away from making the scoreboard look a lot different.
You'd love a little cushion. You'll feel confident with just a 1-run lead. But certainly any coach would tell you that a bigger advantage would be really, really nice right here for Lynchburg. Back out in the 8th, we could see Colin McGuire for more work. It looks like the quote-unquote closer, Mason McDowell, is ready. Also see Bryce Demery getting loose with some tosses in the bullpen as well. So it looks like multiple options will be in play for Lynchburg defensively on the pitching side. And we'll see what the offensive options include here for O'Kelly McWilliams. We know he can drop down the base hit bunt at any time. See if he's swinging away against the new man, Dylan Michalowski.
You mentioned Bryce Demery in the bullpen. That's the true Shohei Ohtani move when you go from batting into the bullpen. Luckily here at Fox Field, though, the bullpen isn't as far as some of those pro parks. As McWilliams takes the first pitch. Have to imagine, new pitcher, you're going to take a few, try to see what you're up against. As McWilliams has had a very solid day. He was called for that batter interference call the last time around. Ended up being a pretty big deal as Lynchburg stranded him. This is a grounder to second. Will advance the runner. There's out number 2. Pokerock's going to settle for third. And in steps Ben Jones.
Yeah, pretty good swing there from O'Kelly McWilliams. Just didn't get it elevated enough to get it through the infield. Just ends up being a sharp ground ball that the second baseman has no problems with. Here's Ben Jones. He is really looking to bust out 0 for 2 in this game with a walk. He was 0 for 4 in game 1 today. Ben Jones does not like to be held hitless an entire day of baseball. See if he gets a pitch to do it with.
Benny Bombs takes the first one inside. We've had a few conversations about Avery Neves, obviously now at the College of Charleston. Ben Jones in that 3 spot. Is he going to get the walks that Neves got? Yeah, it's going to take time, especially establishing your presence early is a big sight, but we know he is capable of being patient. He forces pitchers to really work around the zone and try to avoid them, but then the ones you put in the zone, you also got to make sure it's not going sailing over your head.
Yeah, Ben Jones walked 36 times in 43 starts last year. So he knows the approach. He's got the plan. He's hitting with a 1-1 count with 2 outs and a runner on third.
Those were not rookie numbers for sure. And now in his sophomore campaign, pitch on the way, just gets tripped up with the foul. 2 strikes now. So stepping out of the box, trying to recollect himself. Bottom of the 7th. Time is limited for the Spartans, but it starts with keeping Pokerok on third. We mentioned lots of runners left on base in the series. This is an opportunity, a prime example for Lynchburg, if they can get it done. The 1-2 in the dirt.
Good take there from Ben Jones. He was ready for that. First time seeing a guy, so you may not, again, quite know the shape of the breaking ball, the depth. Nice job to take that one.
Especially when you know Ben Jones wants to swing the bat. He was in a spot earlier where they ended up walking him. He had a lot of chances, but had to just take the free pass. This one also inside, works the count full.
And that was easier to take. That was more evasive action that time. Full count. See if Dylan Michalowski can get something across. It's another one where bases are open, so a walk right here is not the worst thing in the world for York.
Hyatt hitting behind him. There's a very, he took it, just goes the wrong way. So Lynchburg, once again, another strikeout caught looking, and it's a really tough break for Ben Jones. But now Lynchburg will move onto the defensive side of things here to start the 8th. Mason McDowell time at Fox Field.
Living the dream. USA, Mexico. That was so exciting.
Mason McDowell steps in for Lynchburg. We have seen a lot of what he has been able to accomplish in a Hornets uniform. 1-for-1 in national championships in his Lynchburg career. Again, though, we won't overplay that narrative too much. We know that it is obviously the first thing that you see from last season, but McDowell has plenty of other things to look at, and he was just very solid. 5'10" sophomore from Fishersville, Virginia. He was in some big spots, too, in the postseason run.
Yeah, that was really, he did some pitching in the regular season, of course, but remember, he didn't get his first win on the year until the Shenandoah game in the Super Regional here in Lynchburg over at City Stadium, and it didn't get his first save of the year until the Wisconsin lacrosse game, that first game in Cedar Rapids in the national championship. So, yes, 17 appearances for Mason McDowell. Most of them came in the second half of the season. First pitch, hack, and this ball is deep.
Clocked to the wall. It gets stuck there. McWilliams picks it up. Gets the ball in quickly. Cutoff man was Garcia, but that's not what you want to see. Is Chris Bettler tries to set the table. He starts things off with a double.
That's hit number 8 for York. First one off Mason McDowell, not how he thought he would be greeted, as Bettler just ambushing one on the first pitch. Good stuff. And, you know, outside of anything Mason McDowell did last year, this year he's been great too. The ERA is 0. He is 1-0 with 1 save, 9 strikeouts in 6 1/3 innings pitched. That was just the second hit he has surrendered this season so far, Evan. So take last year out of the equation. Mason McDowell is elite this season.
Obviously no runs allowed, so we will see if that keeps on going. Very quick release. Now pitching out of the stretch. It's a 1-0 count to Brett DeWeese, the man behind the plate for York. 2 for 3 in this contest, 2 singles. That would be more than enough for the Spartans right now if they want to tie it up, as this one at the shoulders.
Velocity looks like it's there for Mason McDowell. He's missed the zone a couple times. 2-0 count. Thought maybe York might toy with a sacrifice bunt idea here, but it looks like they're going to swing away.
Another pitch inside. McDowell's had a few times when that has happened. York hit by a pitch 3 times early in this ball game. Normally we're talking about the Hornets being the ones in that position. And Coach Beasley is walking out of the dugout. Maybe he sees something that we don't. So 3-0 count. Obviously surrender the first hit and unable to put a strike in the zone against DeWeese. Maybe some problem signs here. We know Coach Beasley very apt as just a master of pitching. We know that he has more than enough knowledge, and especially when your head coach has that position, I think it just shows the trust that he has in the staff, because you know that the main guy is really your instructor.
So organized, such an attention to detail. It makes sense that Travis Beasley would be a great coach, but I agree with what you said about just understands every facet and nuance of pitching. And I think the fact that he went out in the middle of an at-bat is a tell also, Evan. He wouldn't have gone out there if he didn't see something in Mason McDowell. Maybe it's just something simple. Hey, slow down a little bit, keep it smooth, you know, all those little easy cues. You don't want to make anything too complicated for a pitcher or any athlete, really. So let's see if McDowell does adjust.
That one's a strike, and DeWeese didn't like it. It's almost that ice the kicker mentality, too. When you get a batter, maybe he's a little too comfortable, just disrupt his rhythm.
Yeah, sometimes a pitcher, as I've been talking about, can do that with a longer hold or step off. Of course, you got rules with how many times you can disengage the rubber and do some of those things. But McDowell has come back after the mound visit and gotten 2 strikes, so we'll call that a well-placed timeout for Coach Travis Beasley. And now the count is full on the catcher, Brett DeWeese.
That was a good pitch, too, and just outside. Don't know if it was in the zone or not, but then you get DeWeese in swing mode, making it a full count. Big out here if McDowell can get it. Delivery hit him. Wow, DeWeese flips the bat all the way back to the dugout. And so the 4th time that the Spartans have been hit by a pitch. And now you're heading to Luke Moser in the 9-hole before returning to the top of the order.
These are big outs right here. These are going to be really critical. Not that you couldn't survive a run being scored or multiple runs scored here by York. You could survive that if you're Lynchburg, but you just obviously don't want to. Interesting setup here on Luke Moser's sack bunt. I mean, he is fully squared around with his chest facing Mason McDowell.
Wow, and fouls that one off. Obviously, if you can get him to foul off another, then you're in a better situation. If you're McDowell here, too, you don't want to hit him because you don't see that setup very often.
No, you don't see that anymore. It's typically just kind of a spin with the back foot there in this position. More of this setup that Moser's in right now. That first one was strange, and he got to that early. Like, as he walked into the batter's box, he was doing that.
Here's another pitch that just clips foul. So, question time now.
Lynchburg has the bunt play on there with first baseman Ryan Long crashing. Ben Jones sliding over to cover first. Gavin Collins is sort of in on the grass but still able to cover the bag. So let's see. It looks like Moser's bunt call is still on. You can pull it back and do what you would call a slash right here.
McDowell gets him to pop it up. McDowell caught it. Back to first. Throw goes awry. Runner will tag to third. Double play for Lynchburg. The numbers are a little unorthodox. The Hornets finally found the exclamation mark on the fielding side of things. McDowell first gets the ball at the toss, and after a crazy throw, gets the runner at third.
It's going to look a little bit like one of those zip code plays that we had. McDowell with a good play to come off and make the first out. The overthrow, but Lynchburg was doing the smart thing. Ben Jones was backing up at first base. It looked like the right fielder, Quinn Madden, was also down there backing up at first base, and then they make a strong throw all the way across the diamond. That was a full, about a 150-foot throw from foul ground over to third to get the runner over there. So you now have just a runner at first with 2 outs. That is basically a nightmare situation for York. You went from getting ready to score big, and now your back is firmly against the wall again with Mason McDowell, who I would assume would be gaining confidence after a play like that.
Well, obviously, and that's a tough place to be in. I don't think it's a bad idea to try to get the runner going to third, but now you pay the price. If there was ever a pop quiz for baseball statisticians, that would probably be one that was in the box. I'll stick with just DP on my scorecard for now.
Yeah, simplify it with that. I think it was Ben Jones that picked it up and made the throw, but we may get another look on the replay perhaps. Mason McDowell's missed the zone again a couple times, so he still seems to be battling. Battling's probably too strong of a word, but he's looking for the command, the elite command anyway, that we're used to from Mason McDowell.
Still long lead on first. Seen McDowell throw over once now. This pitch will hit the upper corner outside. Again, struggling to find the zone. This inning isn't over yet. York is certainly still in a decent spot. Trevina and Elsing batting next.
Yeah, you got some great hitters right here, and you could argue you should actually be more aggressive at first to try to get that runner at second now. It's weird because when you get a runner throw down on the bases, you automatically get less aggressive. You could argue you might even try to steal right here. It might be the play.
There's that throwback, trying to keep him honest. So what an inning it has been. It was a double from Bentler, and then DeWeese was hit by a pitch. So runners on first and second, and then the double play after McDowell made an acrobatic catch. This pitch finds its way outside, and here is Trevina stepping into the box.
That one was not close from Mason McDowell. That won't make the coaching staff feel great, and you can see the way he's kind of coming off the mound. Just maybe the balance and the rhythm not quite there from Mason McDowell. Now, he's a hard thrower. He's a rock and fire kind of a thrower, so he's not always going to look pretty coming off the mound. But I would argue you still want to be in somewhat of control when you're coming down the slope.
Disposition so key, especially early in the season. You also have some players injured, so you're just trying to make sure that your staff is ready to go. Trevina walked in his last at-bat. This is his 5th time around. York out hitting Lynchburg 8-6. Still find themselves trailing. And really, won't say now or never time, but it is getting very close. McDowell, pitch finds the zone, now an 0-2 count. You got to think this is the time for McDowell to deliver.
Yeah, he looks better coming down the slope now, more just in a straight line with his battery mate, Sean Pokerock. See if we're going heat here, or got a breaking ball coming for Mason McDowell. Let's find out.
Does he have a punch-out pitch in store? This one, horizontal movement, just not enough of it, and escapes the zone. 1-2.
Slider, sweeper kind of a concept. That had good action. Trevina, well, he did well to lay off of that. That pitch looked nasty.
Definitely has an eye in the 2-hole. McDowell does it again, fouled right back. Outfield shaded right. We'll see what the York base runners decide to do. Have to imagine they'll stay put. 1-2, here's McDowell. trying to escape the 8th inning. Another one, changing the eye level.
Yeah, maybe not intentionally, but it was upstairs. Trevina also did not pull the trigger with that. It may have been intentionally, but you just never know. As an innocent bystander, an outside observer. 2-2 count for Mason McDowell.
Big one, Garcia playing with the runner at second. Good battle now, Gabe Trevina. That's a reason to be a DH. You want somebody, if you're just hitting, you got to have an immense amount of focus.
Yeah, he looks to me like he's seen it well. I mean, he's fouled 2 balls straight back. That's typically the sign that you're close and you're on it. You've got it pretty much timed up. See if he can square one up and get it between the lines.
McDowell finally wins the battle off the mound, and he is really happy to keep Lynchburg ahead by 1. The Hornets are humming here on Fox Field. 1-run lead. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature, you'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
Look what you're missing!
New catcher for York. It's going to be number 10, Matthew Wade. We saw him in the first game, and Lynchburg looking to add some insurance before heading to the top of the 9th. Jormund was the starter, went 6 strong, and just a big presentation for the grad student. You want to come out and continue success from last year, and now 2 starts for the season for Lynchburg, and he has been involved with 1 winning affair already, looking to make it 2.
You got to just love what Josh Jormund gave you in this game if you're Lynchburg. And it wasn't always pretty at times. Remember, he had some struggles with 2 outs where York was banging the ball around the ballpark and did allow the 2 runs in the second inning. But Jormund, I thought, was outstanding. Nice, solid inning of work from Colin McGuire. And now I think it's Mason McDowell's game to finish, although there are other arms getting loose in the Lynchburg bullpen.
Always good to have more options than not. Hyatt swings on the 2-0. Lynchburg, very soon, as we said, will be facing ODAC competition. We've had some conversations about the ODAC this year. You got Shenandoah, who is right back where they were at last year. It's a really interesting conference because really, if you look at 5 through 7 last season, all playing about 500 ball, and then you got the ends of the spectrum that were very different. We know that we saw the 4 teams in the ODAC tournament in Richmond, and it was just such a strong display from everybody who was involved.
Yeah, Shenandoah and Randolph-Macon were ranked most of the season, much like Lynchburg, of course. Roanoke was very good. Roanoke has had some of their starting pitching talent transfer to Division I institutions, much like Lynchburg. We know Guilford offensively is eye-popping with what they do. There will be some other teams in that conversation for sure.
Had the Rookie of the Year last year's Hyatt will earn the walk to first. Good start for the Hornets. Here in the bottom of the 8th, Bryce Demery should be up. Looks like it's going to be a pinch hitter for Demery. So you wonder if he will be pitching later in this game.
Well, nah, yeah. If Demery's getting subbed out here, he's not eligible to pitch now. So this is going to be, yeah. This is actually 2 switches in 1 too, because we got a pinch runner over there at first base as well. So let's run all that down. as the game continues here. Lynchburg with some reinforcements off the bench in the bottom of the 8th.
Always a good sign. Joe Munitz is batting. Showed bunt in his first pitch faced. Isaiah Street is pinch running, the 5'10 freshman from Charlotte. So he is on first base. Munitz at the plate. 2 new faces for this Lynchburg squad.
Yeah, I like it from the coaching staff. Get these young guys an opportunity in a very close game. And that says to the rest of the team, hey, you never know when we might go to you. That's why you got to work. That's why you got to be ready, because you never know when your name and number is going to get called.
Absolutely right. Bunt goes back. Munitz does enough. Street almost found his way off second, so it is out number 1. Runner advances, and Gavin Collins will be at the plate with a runner in scoring position.
And that's also, you know, a little plug and play there, because you know you have a guy like that on the bench that has shown he can put down a sacrifice bunt under pressure. Great to be able to go to him there. You get a little extra speed out on the bases. You have to love the little chess match kind of a move here for Coach Travis Beasley and his staff. Let's see if it pays off with Gavin Collins up now. Quinn Madden still waiting on deck.
We've seen lots of bashing opportunities for these guys at the back of the lineup. Looks like, aside from Demery, everybody reached base for Lynchburg today. We might have to double check that. But it's very even contributions. You like to see that from your squad at this stage, and you know that you're going to have consistency down the stretch in your lineup. So getting it done now isn't exactly a bad thing.
Yeah, my stats back that up as well. You're exactly right. And, you know, that's another reason maybe to make the switch there for Demery. Maybe he's not seen it. It's not his day. Get Joe Munitz in there to put down a bunt. Gavin Collins has popped up.
F5 and out number 2 recorded. So that will turn things over to the guy we mentioned, Quinn Madden, batting with 2 outs. Isaiah Street on second. Have to think pinch running opportunity that anything that gets into the outfield is going to be eligible for another Hornets run, but Madden has to get it done first.
Quinn Madden started his day in the batter's box with a 3-run home run. That was in his first at bat in game 1 of our doubleheader. He might be able to end his offensive day with a bang here as well. It would be a key insurance run. Swings it to first again.
This one looks like Pickle was under it for a second. Looked like it was going to be a tough play, but routine fly ball. And now Lynchburg is just 3 outs away from getting out of this series with a W. It's going to be a very fun, climactic 9th inning on the other side here from LHSN.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
It's not.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way. So far, we're all still alive.
Ninth inning here at Fox Field, and an opportunity for York to equalize, down 1, 3-2. The late stages of this doubleheader. We started early this morning, and now the Hornets just 3 outs away from a perfect day of baseball. But it starts with the man Robbie Elzinga in the box. He has been very solid in this opening series. Now, that being said, hasn't gotten on base since the first inning today. That was a double, a big one to get things started for the Spartans.
Yeah, he's actually made the final out of an inning 3 times since then. He won't be able to do that here as the leadoff man. One defensive change for Lynchburg. Ethan Morotsky now in left field for the Hornets.
We know that will be to replace Joe Munitz as this foul ball sails over the fence. A lot of changes, as you said. That can be a good thing, getting reps at this stage. Defense shaded right, 1-2 count. Outfield playing a little bit to the left. And now a ground ball will find its way to Brandon Garcia. Backhands, throws, one hop, and safe at first. We talked about Elzinga's speed. Shows it again, and the leadoff man is on in the top of the 9th.
Infield single, was busting it down the line. Garcia knew it. Brandon Garcia knew he had to hurry. You could tell on the release. It was catch and throw. Great stretch there and pick from Ryan Long. Solid baseball all the way around. Tough to defend that backhand play in the hole. Sometimes I think I'd like to see shortstops actually play deeper in the hole and make that ball the one that's actually right at them, because it's easier to go up the middle and make those forehand plays. Now the trade-off is you won't get to as many balls up the middle, obviously. But let's move on and save that for another day here as Andrew Santarpia looking for his first hit of the day. This would be a great time to get it. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout and a walk.
Big-time stuff if Santarpia can deliver. No outs. And the final opportunity for York to take this series and the opening series of the Spartans season. Talked about it earlier, 2020 last year. Still looking for damage. They have a lot of guys who have returned in big spots. McDowell, a few more tosses to first. Maybe a little bit out of frustration. Too tough to give up that opening hit to Elzinga, especially on a hit that you really think could have gone either way. We just know that Elzinga's speed really makes it difficult.
Yeah, you got to keep him close.
There it is, through into right field. So back-to-back hits to start this one for York, and now no outs. You got a runner in scoring position. Spartans knocking on the door, and Michael Tineni will step in.
Double-digit hits again for York. They had 17 yesterday in game 1 of the series. Just 6 in game 2 earlier today, but 10 here. And their chances are growing with runners on first and second. Sack bunt situation here, I think, if there ever was one, Evan.
I'd absolutely agree. Talked about middle of the lineup coming up in big spots for York, especially in that first game. Can they do it again? Tineni in the 5 spot. 1-0 count. This is a squad that had a .371 on-base percentage last year. They can find ways to get it done all around. McDowell, look back. Here it is again. Bunt goes back to McDowell. Clinical throw over to first. So there is that first out. Now runners on second and third. This is test time for the Hornets.
Sure is. You have some options here if you're Lynchburg. You've got a base open. Good bunt by Tineni. Didn't have to really worry about it getting it down a line or anything like that. It's a good bunt there. Infield's going to come in for Lynchburg. There will get a pinch runner out to second base for York. York is going to get some fresh legs out at second base now.
Dawson Shelley, the replacement. So good work so far for the Spartans, setting the table. But obviously, you got to be able to finish as well. And looks like there's going to be an intentional walk. Probably a smart decision the way that Pickle has been swinging the bat. So he finds himself on first. Double play opportunity. Chris Bettler up to the plate.
Well, and Chris Bettler's the first batter that Mason McDowell saw, and he had a double off him. 1 pitch as well. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there for Lynchburg. You set up a force at any base, though, which I think is key right here. Plus, Bettler, even though he hit a double, he actually hasn't seen McDowell that much because he swung at the first pitch.
Situational awareness as well. Now that middle infield plays back. Team that knows how to get a double play when required. This pitch outside. Hokarok was ready for it, so 1-1, 1 down.
Yeah, I think that was right where Pokerock wanted it. And Bettler didn't fish, so now you go back and try to go after him again with the count even at ones.
Punch out or pop up would be monumental. This one fouled off. Now 2 strikes. Can you get him in swing mode is the question. Bettler already today 2 for 4, single and a double.
Yeah, ball back to Mason McDowell. He's probably thinking home for a 1-2-3 double play to end it. Key just to get an out here if you're Lynchburg.
Here's a pitch. Got him. Backwards K, and a huge one for Mason McDowell, maybe the biggest he's had this season. Sends York's Bettler back to the dugout, and now it is another new hitter for York, and in a big-time spot. This is where it really starts to matter. Here is Matthew Wade.
McDowell's second strikeout of the game. Velocity can do that. It can lock you up. The pressure situation can do that as well. That's the best out of all right there for Lynchburg with the strikeout. And Mason McDowell off to a good start here in what might be the final batter of the game.
Sometimes you see the zone, you get that strikeout, the zone suddenly seems a lot bigger. If you're a Spartans fan, you hope McDowell loses his touch, but it's an 0-1 count. Another one sails outside. What a big one it would be for the Hornets. This is the energy you want to have. You want to have some late game situations early in the season. Can you get prepared? Out of the stretch, McDowell hits one middle. This one might find the gap, and suddenly York is going to take a very big step forward. They have found the lead, and with the bases loaded, 3 come home for the Spartans.
A double in the left center gap by Wade, the freshman. Ryan Long is telling the rest of his teammates that Wade slipped and missed first base. I don't know if you could see it in the screen. Ryan is now just asking the question of the umpire, hey, do we need to get on the mound or we need to walk over there and step on the base? What do we do here? Let's see if Lynchburg gets a call. The runs would score anyway, even if Wade missed first base. Although, would it be a force, though?
Looks like.
Umpire is, okay. I'm not quite sure. I don't know that Lynchburg's going to get the call or not. You could see it on the replay right there. He just kind of fell right on the bag. As an umpire with a 2-man crew, it's really actually pretty hard to watch 4 base runners, and you got to see if the outfielder catches the ball or not.
Almost looks like his hand was what touched the bag. Wow.
3-run double.
Big time
3-run
stuff.
double. Lynchburg will toss over and see. Yeah, safe call from the umpire. I kind of felt like that was coming. It's probably worthwhile for Lynchburg to try it anyway. You don't really lose anything by walking it over there and stepping on it and asking the question.
That is really the first time that we have seen for a very long time at Fox Field. Down to the final out. Hornets just unable to escape. Game certainly not over, but steep climb now for Lynchburg. You want to keep it where it's at, just a 2-run ball game. But York has been swinging the bat very well, proficient hitting from the Spartans. Now 11 hits in this game.
Mason McDowell coming into this game had only given up 1 hit this season, and that was against some of the best competition in the country. It's the first runs Mason McDowell has given up this year. So tip your cap to this York Ball Club. They have been ready from the jump. They were ready yesterday. They are talented. They're putting it together. They're not backing down from Lynchburg at all. I don't think Mason McDowell's throwing the ball bad. I think this York team is just really solid.
Have to agree, and they have silenced this Lynchburg dugout. Another good pitch to Moser, so now 1-2 count. You do want to get out of the inning now. Lynchburg's going to be put to the test. We talked about that stat earlier, 5-0 when leading through 6. Believe they had the lead in this one, so that would be the first wrinkle, but still time. Moser turns on one, pulls it into left field, and sailing to the walls, Maratsky runs out of room. The Spartans have left the park again. It's a 2-run shot for Luke Moser in the 9-hole, and suddenly York is erupting. It's a 7-3 ball game.
The flavor of this game has changed completely, Evan. Yesterday in the upset win for York, it was 5 through 8 in the batting order. Today, you got to say it's 8 and 9, including a pinch hitter. He actually came in defensively. Matthew Wade, the freshman, with the 3-run double. And then Luke Mosier in the 9-hole hits a 2-run home run that might put this game out of reach. I think that might be all for Mason McDowell. This might just be a pitch count issue more than anything. Plus, sometimes when your confidence is rattled, it's just hard to continue. I think we are going to get, well, maybe I shouldn't speak too soon. It looks like a longer chat with Coach Travis Beasley, but a 7-3 ball game now. Lynchburg came into the 9th with a 1-run lead. Now they find themselves trailing by 4. All is not lost for the Hornets. They are the home team, so they'll have a chance to fight back. Got to get there first, though, too, Evan. You got to get this final out of the inning, and you're going to have to do it against the top of the order now.
You're extending a sprint into a marathon in this 9th inning, and it's just been so tough when you know York's dugout is feeling all the vibes. Coach Beasley still talking with McDowell. They had that earlier discussion here in the inning, so a long one. McDowell will come out of the ball game. Let's just keep it right here. We talked about situations where you think about bringing in new faces. It's tough to do at the beginning of the season because you need people to get reps. But we are in a spot where Lynchburg has now conceded that lead. It was 3-2 coming into the inning. Very different scoreboard if you just joined us.
Yeah, if you just joined us, you've missed some really great action, some very fascinating baseball all the way around. But, boy, Lynchburg is very much on the ropes now with Tice Fischel in the game. He is a freshman from Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania, 6'1", 180 pounds. Another good solid frame out there on top of the rubber. And we'll see if he can get the final out. This will be Fischel's first activity of the 2024 season.
It's pretty cool seeing some new faces from the bullpen. We talked about having that new look pitching staff this year, and you think about last year, there was a really good mix. You see some of those seniors who came back. You think about Baylor Cumby and Alex Gianniscoli, and it's just so many on that roster who had been there before. Now, from a bullpen standpoint, a lot of freshmen and sophomores who are trying to figure it out. Again, we don't want to say that's why McDowell gave up the runs. Could have just been one of those days, but now York up 4 in the late stages.
Yeah, you have those days, especially against good teams like York. York was ready for this one. They did not overlook Lynchburg at all, and you knew they wouldn't. I mean, look, Lynchburg has been one of the better teams in the country even prior to last year. They have been a team on the rise, a team that's been ranked and talked about. And so with that, you know you got a bullseye. The bullseye only gets bigger when you win a national championship. You're going to get everybody's best shot. Nobody is staying out late the night before. Everybody's getting to bed early. Everybody's drinking the protein shakes and not eating candy bars before the game. So you're always going to get everybody's best stuff when you're the national champ. And that's the way it should be. I mean, you want everybody's best shot, especially, Evan, if you want success later on in the year. You need to get tested early on. You don't want all blowouts, really, as Fischel comes in with what I thought was a breaking ball that misses for ball 1.
Certainly going to get a mixed bag at this stage. You lost me at the candy bars, too.
I know, right?
I think I could stay disciplined with everything else, but that might be the difference maker. Tice Fischel trying to be a difference maker. Made an awkward swing and a 1-1 count with 2 down. This has been the stage Lynchburg has stayed in, going all the way back to what has been a crazy 9th inning. This one hit out to center. McWilliams tracking it past his glove, so extra bases again. Moratsky fumbling it, gets the throw in, and it's another double. Lucas Prendergast this time stands on second.
This is going to be hit number 13 of the game, Evan. It is now 5 hits in the inning, and the last 3 have been extra base hits. Double that scored 3, cleared the bases from Matthew Wade. Luke Mosier homered, and then Lucas Prendergast with another double. The hits keep coming for York.
They look like they belong here, too. That's something throughout this entire series. You see teams who are going nuts in those situations, and you're going to get excited, but it just feels like they have gone toe-to-toe with Lynchburg, and you think about what they're going to be seeing later in their schedule, later in their conference play. Talked about Lebanon Valley, the team that they lost to end last season. Squads like that are going to be ready for them, and I think they are really building their resume this weekend.
York should take nothing but confidence away from this as well. Line drive up the middle.
This one,
dive from Garcia knocked it down, but unfortunately it doesn't stay close enough to keep the runner from scoring.
that is just bittersweet for Lynchburg because Garcia gets a glove on it. You keep it somewhat in the area code, but just took an awkward hop into the outfield grass. And now 8-3, York leads. It has been York's inning from the start, and now you can't equalize with one swing of the bat. That is if you had the bases loaded. So Lynchburg still just struggling to escape this ninth. It is game number 9 of the season, and quickly learning a lot about this new campaign. It is going to feature some very heavy competition. Now you get this 5-game homestand with Wittenberg coming in this week. Just got to put stuff behind you, even in this game, having short-term memory, trying to come back.
Yeah, can't worry about any of that in the past right now. But again, you got to get out of the inning here. York has batted around. Elzinga started with a single. This will be tough here.
Jones fires over to first and safe. It seems like every time you get in this situation, you're not going to get the calls you want. It was a valiant effort from Ben Jones. I think it was the right call, though, as Trevino finds his way to first. And the train keeps on rolling for York. Here's Dawson Shelley.
Good second look at it there. Again, in the fading light here. 5 straight hits now for York. 7 in the inning.
They have batted around the lineup. And Shelley, one of the running replacements, steps in for his first at-bat of the game.
Officials got to dig deep here. This is really tough, especially for a freshman now. If you've been pitching a lot in your life, you've been faced with one of these scenarios before. But at the college level, this will be a first for Fischel. Found the zone on the first pitch and then missed it there. Count even at 1-1.
It is a new ballpark when you get to the collegiate level, especially playing with guys like Lynchburg's squad, because you got to think, I mean, it's not just that you get to play with a team that's really good. You got to play against them in practice. And so reps early, always going to help. This one loops foul. Shelley got contact on it, now 1-2.
The old iron sharpens iron theory. Practice and test yourself against the best should pay off in the long run. Dawson Shelley started that game 1 yesterday. He was 0 for 6. But he can, as you said, keep the train rolling for York right here.
Opportunity with a 1-2 count. Fischel, and it pitched down the middle. This one sailing. McWilliams finally extends and retires that third out that troubled Lynchburg. It is a whole new ball game now. The Hornets going to need a big bottom of the ninth if they want to return. It's a 6 on the scoreboard from York in the top of the ninth. They lead by 5 at Fox Field.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Ethan Kennedy on the bump for York. Defensive replacement is Bryce Schaefer at first. He pitched in yesterday's ball game, so showing his versatility in the field, and Lynchburg is going to have to get some energy in the dugout quickly. It was a deflating top of the ninth, 6-piece for York, and now they really feel like they are on the gas pedal as Lynchburg turns to Ryan Long. It'll be Long, Pokerock, and Garcia.
And Ethan Kennedy closed things out yesterday. He is the closer for this York team. I mean, he was a premier bullpen option at the back end for the Spartans last season. He looks to have a big year. He's already got a feather in his cap from yesterday. He'll try to add one more here, shutting things down for York in the bottom of the ninth.
See that high leg kick, this one in the zone. So strike one against Long. Long has had a formidable day. He got walked as well as a single, but you talk about some of that contact that hasn't shown up. He has sprayed it over the ballpark. There's another strike. Solid work from Kennedy, senior from Wenthicum Heights, Maryland. What a win this would be. What a weekend this would be for York, starting the winning record against the number 5 squad in the nation.
Just trying to go back and find out when the last time Lynchburg lost a home series. That's tricky because some of your ODAC stuff is split up with those weekday games where you do the home and away. And then, of course, you got the double headers as Ryan Long swings on one, loops that into left for the first out.
It is tough. That's at the collegiate level. Baseball is so different, too, because your weekday games and your weekend games are significantly different, I think. Not from an approach standpoint, but it just feels like there's a different level of flair to those weekends, especially from pitchers who want to get that game one or game two.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest difference is how you use the pitching matchups. And typically, you know, at the Division I level, you get a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that's a different thing there. Do you go 1, 2, 3? All sorts of options. But Lynchburg, I guess the bottom line is they don't lose much here at Fox Field at all. We know that. 72-8, actually 73-8 now in the last 4 seasons when you count today's win.
Obviously, it has been a long day of baseball. Doubleheaders are interesting because the ride of emotions is incredible. That's just sports in general, but you had Lynchburg really feeling good about things, a chance to get 2. And now back against the wall as Pokerock battling 2-1 count. A little late on this pitch, sails it towards Wakefield House. So we talked about the record at home. It has been solid for Lynchburg, but you're going to have to move forward and quickly in the baseball season. A fresh 40 in this campaign, and the ODAC is obviously not getting any easier.
No, not at all. Everybody else is reloaded. Everybody else is coming after not just Lynchburg, but all their opponents. Everybody works hard in practice and recruits, and everybody deserves the chance to play well, and so many teams are doing that. That's why it makes you marvel at what Lynchburg has done in recent years. It really still in all the championship last year because you do have to play so much tough competition. Full count for Sean Pokerock with 1 out.
Last pitch in on the hands. We'll see what Kennedy has in store now. Pulled by Pokerock. Nice backhand grab. Throw to first. It was solid work from Michael Zanetti. And he gets the out recorded. York 1 away from a very nice trip back to PA.
The defense continues to impress for York all the way around. That's as good as it gets right there on a little backhand slide. Didn't have to completely lay out. Still a tough play. On target throw.
Don't even think you can feel bad about that as Pokerock got decent contact on it. Just pulled it a little too close to the third baseman, and now Lynchburg is down to their final out. It's kind of like a game of tennis when you think about things. It doesn't have a timer on it. It's just you can be at match point on one side, and then all of a sudden, 30 minutes later, you're staring defeat in the eyes. Lynchburg, one final breath as Garcia steps in. This one popped up and should just about do it. And Prendergast has it. Kennedy's hyped. York is hyped. They come into Fox Field and not only take 1 but 2 from the Lynchburg Hornets. What a weekend it has been. The Spartans came out sizzling from a batting standpoint. Kyle, wow, this is a big test for the Hornets.
Well, wow is all you can say sometimes. It's not what we're used to. I don't think, obviously, Lynchburg is going to feel good about this. I think the master coaches will find a way to get some positives taken away from this. They'll find a way to keep their team positive going forward. But look, when you're Lynchburg, you're used to winning games. You know what the standard is. The standard is set high, but they're going to try to get to that every single time. And they didn't reach that standard this weekend. They only won 1 of 3. All is not lost. You get to turn around and play again Tuesday and Wednesday at home. Then you got a big opening series with Bridgewater. So you do need to have the short memory. You do need to learn from some of these mistakes, figure out how, if you're Lynchburg, figure out how we can get better, how we can get a little sharper. Maybe it could be new faces again. Maybe it's one of those situations where other guys will get a chance. Such a talented Lynchburg team. You can't hold them to the standard of last year. It's a new team. We got to try to break that habit. And when I say we, I definitely mean myself in that regard, because it is a new team. But, again, the standard's still high, even with a new roster and some new faces. The standard is still very high for Lynchburg. This won't make Coach Travis Beasley and his staff happy, but they'll get back into work. They'll keep grinding, and they'll come out on Tuesday and expect big things against Wittenberg.
Sometimes you almost want something to ruffle your feathers at this stage, because Lynchburg has really soared through a few seasons at home. But here you go. There is that asterisk. There is that whatever needs to get your attention. Lynchburg has seen it. They've stared it in the eyes, and York has taken 2 of 3. So we've had such a fun weekend from Fox Field, all told. It's been a lot of action. I want to thank our entire LHSN crew. We've got JP on the camera, Laura Porto doing some replay action, Evan Gavin directing. He is Kyle Haney. I am Evan Gates saying so long from Fox Field.